of fun. We are going to take a quick break, though, and then we will be right back to talk more about the LCS.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it!
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Welcome back to the dive driven by Kia. We also got to talk about C9 versus T-Law, because that was the battle for first. And C9, of course, did end up winning. Lion was hoping that TL would beat them, because then there was possibilities for tiebreakers, and Lion could have maybe got that spot. But C9 did win. They go undefeated. Only, I think, the fourth time it's happened in the best of 3 era in LCS. So, they do finish that undefeated split. But it's funny to me because I still feel like people are just so scarred by the playoff results that no one has more faith in them. Like, even though they did go undefeated in best of threes, people still just don't feel any more confident in them than they do in like FlyQuest, who got fourth.
No, I mean, C9 genuinely has to prove it. It is just, there's no words for it. It's the reverse Faker at Worlds, where Faker can limp through the whole year looking like they have no chance and then win. C9 is genuinely the reverse of that. They just look unstoppable come playoffs, and then they completely fall apart. And it's not one time. They've done it like 6 times in a row. So I think they've got something to prove. But at the same time, maybe it is pressure. And I assume getting those, repeated failures is not going to help with the pressure thing, right? Because it's not only the stakes of playoffs, but also this narrative that they have building of, whether it's choking or just falling apart or whatever. And so, yeah, I don't know how they're feeling, but I would like to see them not fall apart, because I just like watching teams play well. It's kind of, anticlimactic when they just, play so much worse than we know they could.
Yeah, I think another factor contributing to why people aren't super hyped on Cloud9 and like, oh my God, undefeated, they're going to just run through playoffs, is because we've also still seen their weaknesses even while they still win the series. They've had quite a few of the classic like over chasing, or like Blabber goes in really early. There was this like Jarvan one where we even got comms of it afterwards, and then APA talked about it on the desk too, and they were talking about reviewing the play, and he's like, yeah, like we can just play off my gold card timings, and Blabber's like, let's go, and he's like in the brush or whatever, going for the gauge. So there's like some times where they still kind of over chase team fights or do that type of stuff. And then there's also some times where they get hand checked, like individual players are sometimes like slow on flashes, or not hitting the right combos. And so they've still been able to win all their series, obviously, undefeated. But since people also have still seen the weaknesses pop up here and there, I think that's contributing. And then you've also got the narrative floating above your head of their playoff doom, impending doom. So it's interesting. But the other cool thing about this is that not only did they just beat them, but then Cloud9 got to pick, and they picked TL.
No, they picked FlyQuest.
Oh, no, you're right. That they gave their explanation of why. And then Griffin was like, "All right, I get to flame you then if we beat you afterwards."
Yeah, no, I mean it was interesting, right? There was the discussion on like, will they actually pick TL, because they just played TL, they 2-0'd TL, and they actually almost lost their series against FlyQuest. It was 2-1, but I thought in the second game, in that best of 3 that they played against FlyQuest, I thought FlyQuest was going to win. I was talking to Anero because he came in to do that selection, right after the series had ended, and he was saying kind of like, yeah, we had a close series against FlyQuest, but we thought we played horrible against FlyQuest, and like we still won, so it was kind of like that was in it. And it's kind of interesting because from a number of different people I've talked to, they look at TL and they say, yeah, TL on paper, like it's better players than FlyQuest, but there's like that like they should be stronger, so that would make them more scary. But their drafts are way more predictable, and a lot of people think that they're a lot weaker of a drafting team compared to FlyQuest because they do kind of play a similar style, very very frequently. It's easy to predict what they're going to be doing. Whereas FlyQuest is more up and down. You might think, oh, they're more inconsistent. That should make them easier to beat. But they also like have really good hands. They're really good team fighters, and they have some counter picks that are harder to predict. They go further out from the meta. Like when you're looking at like what Morgan's playing, all his like top 5 picks, it's like Gnar, Renekton, Scion, Ornn, Rumble. It's just like the most standard meta stuff. Korra and Yon, not that there's anything wrong with it, but they're like spamming Ashe Seraphine in the majority of their games. They're also playing a ton of Zyricon, so it's like you kind of know what they're going to do. Quid is obviously really, really talented, but Quid also, I know a lot of the other mid laners, a lot of the other teams don't think he's as good on mages. And so people are like, yeah, Quid is really good, but it's mostly on melee champs. So just don't give him a Kali angle. Don't give him a good Yone game. And like, you're kind of fine. So it's interesting, kind of hearing that debate between the two teams. And I mean, even with C9 showing a good blueprint of how to beat TL. I mean, they did 2-0 TL, and they looked really controlled throughout almost the whole series, besides like that one fight you were talking about, Kobe. But even with that, they still chose FlyQuest.
Yeah, well, I was going to mention that I thought the C9 TL series for me was, it kind of made me sure that C9's the better team, mostly because of game 2, actually, because I think game 1 was pretty close. This series really made me feel like Thanatos is kind of like way better than Morgan. I think you guys touched on it more than me last week because I wasn't totally sure, but both games just felt like Thanatos had so much more pressure in the game.
No top laner
even
exposed to him.
Yeah, I mean, even on Scion, that is a champion that we keep coming back to, which is like Scion's a super strong champion, but I think a lot of people don't play him that great. It's just the classic top laner tank thing. It's like, hey, I'm not going to practice tanks, guys. They're so easy. I'm just going to like, I'll lock in if I have to, but you're not going to catch me practicing that ever. And it kind of shows. Whereas I thought Thanatos Scion in game 2, because they got really behind in this game. That was the one where Blabber pretty much had the worst start ever as Nocturne, right? It was like he did the Raptor invade and he got pushed out.
Jose called him an idiot.
Right? And okay, so that was the part where when Jose said that and I heard it, I was like, wow, that's like a really cocky thing to say, especially in a match, because it's one thing to be like, this guy did something really stupid, but when you're actually just calling him an idiot and like, what is this idiot doing? I think he said something like that. I was like, wow, he's like, he really thinks Blabber's an idiot? Like, there's no way that's right. Because, yeah, they ended up losing afterwards, and it felt like it kind of stemmed off of some of Jose's throws. So maybe he was just getting a little too overconfident, underestimating his opponents a little bit.
Yeah, it's because, because I remember the moment is because he knows Blabber saw him like steal his chickens, right? I don't know. Speaking of the actual phrasing of what is this idiot doing, I just know that I've literally said that exact same thing like in Flex Q comms or whatever, and you're just talking about whatever random opponent you're playing against. So maybe he wasn't specifically attaching it like, oh, Blabber's for sure an idiot. Maybe that's the thing or whatever. Maybe it's a little bit lighter, but I think it was probably just in the moment. What the heck? This guy just saw me like push out his Raptors, and he knows like there's no other place I could be. Like they had a ward. I think on red too. Mm-hmm. And so he's like, yeah, what is this guy doing? But yeah, the different terminology definitely has spiced up our comms a lot. And
yeah, I might be reading into it too much. It's probably not that serious, but I did think it was kind of like a justice thing because like you were saying, it's one thing to call someone in solo queue an idiot, right? It's like, who hasn't done that? But calling Blabber an idiot, it's like, I mean, He does some pretty wild mistakes at times, but it's like if you can't realistically think he's not a good jungler. Like that just there's no argument there. So I did feel a certain way when I heard him say that, and then it felt like a bit of justice that he lost the game afterwards, but it totally could just be like I'm reading it differently than he meant it kind of deal.
Yeah. I mean it was just kind of impressive how Blabber was able to come back into this game. I kind of read it somewhat similar to Kobe. I just kind of thought Jose's having a great start. He's feeling himself. He's talking some trash, right? Like I didn't see it as anything like as like a personal thing more than just like, oh, I'm owning this idiot, you know, like that kind of thing where you're just kind of feeling yourself. But he got way ahead of Blabber. That was like just a nightmare start for Blabber. Like it could not have gone worse on this Nocturne game. And then you fast forward later on in the game, and all of a sudden, Blabber's like ahead on gold. He's gotten, you know, like 5 or 6 kills in a row. You know, like he was able to get back into that game. But I thought that APA played so well in this series. Like the TF game, I thought he did a really, really good job handling Quazione. I thought he was around the map everywhere, finding flanks, finding really good angles. And, you know, you talk about the, like, Jose getting caught and kind of getting punished. I felt like it was APA doing it in a lot of those moments where, you know, there was that invade over by Cloud9's blue buff where APA had, like, hidden a bush behind him in that kind of, like, river entrance bush over by the blue side blue buff. And he just came in behind him and catches him. He had another really good flank where he just like, you know, burst out Jan, I think, and pushed him back. You know, APA I thought was playing a really, really good series. So it was kind of cool to see him playing well because I do feel like APA plays some of these enablers quite well. You know, his Azir and champions like that have gotten criticism. I think, you know, he has worked on them and I think he has gotten better at them. But it's nice to see him on some of these enablers because like when I think back to Nico being a popular mid laner, like he's good at generally finding engages, at finding these angles. I think Annie fits that style. I think TF can kind of fit that style too. So it was a really nice series from him and, you know, good comeback from Blabber in that second game. And Cloud9, I think, you know, definitely did show that they were the better team. I mean, Thanatos to me, like I said this last week, but I feel like the gap between first and second is bigger in top lane than in any other role. And I think Thanatos is just like clearly better than every other top laner. And it was kind of interesting because I was talking to some top laners and they were telling me that they felt like, I was kind of like, oh, like, what do you think's up with Morgan? And they were saying how basically they felt like Morgan came in and was exactly this skill level and everyone else is like improving throughout the year and like, you know, getting better with practice and stuff. And Morgan's just the exact same. So some of the people I was talking to just have felt like Morgan has kind of been figured out and that, you know, day one lock-in was the hardest he was going to be. And he has not been able to kind of like grow alongside these other players. And as other players are getting more practice and, you know, and kind of getting used to laning against him, they feel like he's been kind of figured out. So it'll be interesting to see if he can kind of prove that wrong because I feel like he was such a big threat for TL coming into this year in lock-in and early spring split. And lately it has not really felt, the same to me. Like he hasn't had that same kind of like aura.
Yeah, I mean, this series for sure. I feel like if it wasn't for that top gap, C9 would have been in trouble because in a way we sort of anticipated this. But I think C9's bot lane was really struggling, right? So even in the first game, they're playing Varus Nautilus, which we actually haven't been seeing that many melee sports in general. And so they were up against... what were they up against? It was like Nico Ezreal. It wasn't one of the normal duos.
Yeah, it was Nico Ezreal.
Yeah, it was Nico Ezreal, which was kind of like a little bit strange to me. I feel like normally you'd go Nico Caitlyn or Karma Ezreal, but it was a bit of a mismatch there. But they got ganked by the, you know, Flash Nautilus with Jarvan, who skipped a camp. It's like, all right, you know, you got me kind of deal. You're probably going to die to that if they really want to force it. And then afterwards, Sven had the like really criminal TP back in their face and just died. And
rough.
in his defense, it was Nico. So he didn't count the 4 melee minions before he TP'd back in. But it was.
But his support was also not there, and Sven has died like this a number of times this year. Like, and he wasted his flash after being at 1 HP when he was already going to die. So like it was bad. Yeah.
It wasn't great. So, and then also the second game as well, right? They had, I think Blabber talked about it in the post game, which I actually really liked the post game interview with Blabber because a lot of those things that happened in the game were kind of like, I didn't notice watching. I didn't notice that, you know, initially when you were watching, I was like, why is he getting off the blue? He has Smite and Xin Zhao doesn't. But he said, obviously, yeah, Xin Zhao can't be there with Smite. But even if I got it, I would die immediately afterwards because of the laners collapsing. So it's still the correct play to peel off. And then there was the other one where he flashed in place on Nocturne. I didn't notice that at level 3, which then kind of like started the domino effect for his next 3 deaths. Also, the bot lane 2v2, getting back to that, they were saying to both flash in and auto, but Sven flashed in and Vulcan went for a Q. And so they didn't get the kill. And so that was just kind of like a miscommunication, and they fell behind. So I do feel like C9's bot lane has been struggling in lane more than you would expect out of the undefeated team. So that kind of feels like an area that either needs to be patched up or other teams might look to exploit.
Yeah, especially, with Team Liquid kind of building their team right back around Yana and Core JJ. So if it is going to be a time to punish that, it's got to be now for them. But honestly, pretty excited for the Cloud9 FlyQuest matchup. I guess we should go over the other previous one. We didn't do SR Dig yet.
Yep.
Because the summary of Shopify Dignitas is contracts went beast mode. Contracts went beast mode super hard for Shopify. They needed to 2-0 also. So if they only got 2-1, then it wouldn't be fully in their hands if they made it into playoffs. But they did 2-0. Contracts went with the Olaf, which so many teams have been prioritizing the Ashe Seraphine and lots of heavy CC. When teams draft the Ashe Seraphine, they even get more CC on top of it usually. And nobody's really, been indexing into Olaf or, pulled this out yet. And so I like that he brought back something that was kind of classically contracts carry champion that he's done, for many years, even back when he was on Cloud9. And he absolutely 1v9 that game. He was stealing dragons. He was just killing everyone. And he even got player of the game for the second game. But when we had him on the couch, he was like, yeah, I would have given it to Zinni for some of these Anivia walls that he was putting up, which he had some of the super funny ones where it's like pin someone right against an actual piece of terrain and they like can't move. And he was also like
that?
Interrupting Pantheon W with his Anivia wall. So yeah, he was Zinni definitely getting some shout outs there from contracts, but yeah, the series was for sure jungle carry.
Yeah, I think Zinni's Anivia wall, it was on TF, I want to say, around mid lane, where it was just oh
killed
my
him.
God, it was tilting to watch. It was just a full on like stun. He was just inside the wall for 5 seconds straight. Yeah, hate it when that happens. Really, that sucks when that happens to you. But I really like this look for Shopify. I thought that pretty much the whole split, it seems like they can get some stuff going. Like contracts and B-Boy have kind of been their performers, but this week they kind of shifted more toward let's just put contracts on people that can get advantages in the game, but also just have this huge team fighting presence. Because stuff like Pantheon and Xin, they're not like bad team fighters, but they're more about starting the fight off and making space more so than, hey, I'm just going to go in and legit kill everybody. Mm-hmm. So I thought Olaf, he is the definition of I'm just going to go in and kill everybody. And that's what he did. It was cool to see that because, when you see Ashe Seraphine, I think they had like one other low mobility champion as well, but just very high CC team comp. Olaf's great. And it's not...
Cassio.
Yeah. Cassio.
Yeah.
When I was seeing it initially, I was thinking like, okay, usually the combination that works well for Olaf is if the enemy team is immobile with a lot of CC because you can ignore it. But then also like if they're too high DPS, then it can be kind of hard to do what you want to do as well. Cause Olaf's not that tanky. He does a ton of damage and he'll heal up some, but unless he's extremely ahead, like he could just run in and get burst down if they focus him. But obviously he had a really good game, got super ahead. He even did kind of like a creative early game that game where he sort of got himself behind a little bit because he cleared top to bottom, recalled, and then normally you would go back out top side to reclear, but he went bot side again, went for the dive, which was super unexpected for his team. So I think that combination for contracts of something that has a lot of early game agency, he's a very creative player, but then also being able to have a big team fight presence could work for this team because him and B-Boy been playing really well. But even in game 2, they picked Wukong, who's just got buffed recently. His winner went up like I think almost 2% or something. So a lot better in jungle now. And that champion is very good at team fighting. He's been kind of a staple in pro play for a really long time, and it's rare when you have this weak early game jungler, but Wukong's just like so strong later that it makes up for it. So I really like that direction for Shopify. I think if they keep doing that, because while Contracts has been doing really well, I thought game 2 their solo laners were looking rough. It almost felt like going into the game, the coach was like, "Hey, solo laners, we're going to put you on champions. It's like, you can lose lane. It's fine. You've got a lot of utility. Hey, even if you die, you're Sion and Nivea. You'll still do something after you die." And then Contracts, you just carry these guys. Like they'll just die, and then you clean up. So I that probably wasn't their literal strat, but it's kind of what happened. So I feel like they might try to keep that going. It seems like they've still got a pretty tough road ahead. Looking at all the other teams in playoffs, they're definitely the underdog. But it was cool to see Contracts do well, and maybe he whips out the Nasus or some other like random carry junglers, and maybe they can make something happen.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. I like the draft around the Olaf too, because like what you're talking about, sometimes great, it's Ashe Seraphine, immune to their CC. You pop ult, you walk forward, and Cassio and Ashe just hit you, and you just die. But they have Annie, who's like diving, creating chaos alongside you. Obviously, Molten Shell can be kind of nice, and they have the Melio, right? So Melio is able to kind of help enable you a bit too. It's not as strong as if you're like paired with the Seraphine yourself or something along those lines. But I just thought their comp was pretty good, and I feel like Contracts has been, to me, clearly their best player throughout the split. Even in some of their losses. Thinking back to when they played against Lion, he had that Pantheon game where he had like a crazy start, had like 8 kills, and then they ended up losing. And even earlier than that, I think it was like way back at the start of the split against TL, he had this Poppy game where he was just like completely 1v9, getting so many kills, making really good plays, and they lost that game too. So I feel like he has had a number of these pop-off games throughout the split. I don't think he's been like perfect or anything in all their losses by any means, but I feel like he has been a real carry threat. And it is cool to see, more of these different style of champs come out, like the Olaf, the Nasus, different stuff. Because when I saw the Olaf come out, I was like, oh snap, like Blabber could bring back the Olaf. Like that's the champion that I associate Blabber with the most still. When I think of Blabber all time, I always just think of his Olaf. That's the one that like always was kind of that perfect duo to me. So yeah, it'll be cool to see how Contracts does. As Kobe was touching on earlier, Shopify is definitely the team that I think is like the biggest underdog going into playoffs, right? A lot of the other teams do respect Sentinels and their ability to maybe upset someone in the lower bracket, but Sentinels and Shopify both will start in the lower bracket. So of course they won't be playing this week. They'll have to be waiting for the losers of the first match. But the upper bracket matches that are going to be this week are C9 versus Fly on Saturday, and then Lion versus Team Liquid Alienware is going to be on Sunday. So we have really good matches to start off playoffs.
All right, we got to do our predictions because they are such good matches and because they are so contentious. The Cloud9 FlyQuest one, Raz did the pros episode with, Darkwings, and all of them were like, ooh, this one's really close. I think it comes down to who drafts better. And then they're like, actually it's like who sleeps better and then performs better. They're like, keep on making like the difference between them smaller and smaller. And they're like, it could go either way. And I feel like that's super cool considering Cloud9's undefeated and they picked FlyQuest and people still are like, ooh, this could go either way. It's
FlyQuest
so
lost
close.
Twice as many games as C9 in the regular season, and people are still saying it could go on.
But they're like up and to the right, they've been scaling super hard and they're just coming off crazy, 1v9 Nasus game. And so it's super hyped. I liked, they had a Castle on there as well. And they were talking a lot about like the individual lane matchups and stuff. It's kind of funny how everybody only really paid attention to their own lane. And they just kind of ranked all the other teams by whatever, like Castle was like ranking them by their top laner. Darkwings was like ranking them by their mid laners and stuff. But they all seemed pretty much in consensus that it was like, well, they favored Quad over APA, but obviously it's going to be Thanatos over Gatgos. And then bot lane, they all favor Masu, over Sven. I think with a lot of things that you guys were touching on even earlier with Sven too. So when you're going down there, I would say, I don't Blabber probably advantaged, but that's still really 50-50. Yeah. It's only like, I would say Blabber advantaged based on their previous matchup. But with what Griffin has been showing and his improvements, like he also lost to Inspired last time, and now he beat Inspired, and he did it with his Nasus pick. So who's not to say that could actually be a, Griffin favored matchup or lane and flip this time around too. So if you're going lane by lane, and the pros are basing a lot of this off of their scrims and data like that stuff too. So it definitely could go either way and be super exciting. And maybe it does depend on draft.
Yeah, I mean, draft is versus for any close series, draft is going to matter so much, and I feel like draft in a best of 5 matters way more than best of 3 because you can actually pinch teams pretty heavily on their champion pool, especially if it's close. You go game 4, game 5. You have to be able to be flexible and not just have a champion that you can play, but it has to make sense in the context of your comp, right? And kind of what you're talking about was the same reason that I predicted FlyQuest to beat C9 in the last best of 3, right? They didn't beat them, but my argument was kind of that I thought FlyQuest has better carries than C9, right? I think they have a better mid laner. I think they have a better bot laner. And I still kind of believe that to be true, but I also think, it's not just about the AD carry. I think Vulcan has been incredible. Vulcan might very well win MVP. We'll have to wait and see what happens there, but like he's been fantastic. I think he's definitely deserving of that consideration. I know, even talking to Anero, I asked him who he thought he would give MVP to from his team. He said Vulcan. So Vulcan has been playing really, really well, is getting that kind of like support from his own team as well. And Thanatos is clearly better, even though Griffin has been doing better and better. And I could see Griffin having a series where, he could best Blabber. So far, Blabber has the history on his side. So, it's just one of those things where it's like, do you believe more in like the flashes of brilliance that we've seen from FlyQuest and then they can kind of string it together? Or do you believe more in C9? Are you worried about C9 like choking in playoffs, even though it's just the first round, or is that not till like a later thing? I don't know. I think it could actually be a really competitive series. So I think it's pretty exciting. Just because I predicted the upset last time, I kind of want to just do it again and predict FlyQuest again and see if they can win. But I feel like the smart money is on Cloud9. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of just have had a feeling last time, and I kind of just feel like FlyQuest definitely still could do it in a longer series. But no Jin. Otherwise, all bets are off. Otherwise, Cloud9's winning.
Ooh, a lot of games for Masu to resist the urge to not lock him in at some point, because I don't think Sven's going to be taking him away. Well, I mean, if I'm C9, I'm not doing that. That would do him a favor. This one, my immediate prediction would probably be like C9 3-1, just because I think that, especially in playoffs, in best of 5s, the experience is going to help a whole lot. But I mean, C9 also has a lot of experience just choking in playoffs, so maybe it won't. I think that if C9 loses, it would be like a 3-0 from FlyQuest, because I think that if the series goes super long, it probably favors C9, because I think FlyQuest they have a bunch of tricks. They have cute jungle picks with the Shen, with the Nasus, that no one else is really playing. I think that when it comes down to just their overall ability to play as a solid team, given any meta champion against other top teams, any meta champion, I think they're maybe slightly worse, but I think that they have a lot of clear strengths that they can beat other teams with. And so if they draft really well and they play to those strengths, I think, they could totally win. But I think Gakkos on carries is very good, but you're going up against Thanatos. I don't think you're going to be bullying him out of lane most of the time. And if there are more tank matchups, then it seems like Thanatos is also playing those really well. So I think that in a longer series, it's not super likely for me that FlyQuest will be able to win, but not impossible.
Yeah, I want to predict FlyQuest. I almost feel like I kind of have to go with the Cloud9 side, though, just to go against the people that are like, they're gonna choke in playoffs, it always happens. But I wanted to go for FlyQuest for real reasons, with the real improvement that they've had. Like I said earlier, I thought their game plans have been really intelligent. They've improved a lot on not only their fight selection, but also their macro, and the players are playing well individually. But I I don't think Cloud9 are going to have some sort of big collapse. I think they're going to be the same as what we've seen. And the same as what we've seen did go undefeated, but wasn't sparkly clean stomping everybody.
Almost lost to FlyQuest. Very close.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what we've seen already also could have just lost to FlyQuest. I don't think it takes a big collapse for Cloud9 to lose to FlyQuest in a best of 5. It just takes us like getting deeper in Fearless, and then your Nasus and a lot of these extra picks that you have might have a bigger effect. So it's interesting because also there's the big dichotomy between top lane and bottom lane. I think everybody's like most sure Cloud9's going to win top lane, and FlyQuest AD carry position at the very least is probably like Masu favored. I do think this Vulcan point is a really good point though, because Vulcan has been an absolute monster, and sometimes support diff, especially junglers love to cite this, support diff can just take over the entire map and make jungle win and make mid lane win as well. So it's not just bottom lane that it affects. So I kind of feel like I still got to go for Cloud9. Plus, then it makes it cooler if FlyQuest do win and upset them. So I'll go 3-2. I'll go 3-2 Cloud9.
It should be an exciting series. I do think it's going to be pretty close. I expect both these series to be pretty competitive, or at least I'm hoping for that, because I think that makes it for a super exciting playoffs as well. If we have 2 competitive series, then even in any kind of like permutation of rematches could be really, really good. Team Liquid Alienware versus Lion will be the next match, which I think is also really cool. We did just see this recently, and Lion was able to win, but also another pretty competitive series. And the question I think on everyone's mind, at least on my mind and the people I've been talking to, is kind of like, how much will Lion commit to one top laner versus the other for playoffs? Are they just going to play Dokla, and like that's kind of what they've been practicing with the whole year? They won with him in lock-in. Are you going to commit to Dokla? Are you going to keep swapping back and forth for top laners? What is the strategy going to be? Because when you think back to lock-in, Lion did not have a good start at all in the round robin, but then come in knockouts, they dominated, right? They kind of just stomped everyone from the lower bracket, ran the table. But that was Dokla playing the whole way through, and when they played against TL, it was largely around Dokla's range counterpicks. Like that's actually how they beat TL, because that was at the time when everyone was praising Morgan and saying Morgan was like so good, and so their whole strategy was just Varus and Vayne and all these kind of picks, and just like, all right, we're just gonna make it so Dokla's not even necessarily stomping you, but you're just not getting a lead. And then they felt like TL didn't have any other way to play besides through Morgan. So like Dokla was such a big part of that. So I wonder even more because of how they beat them in lock-in. Will they commit to one top laner, and what sort of style are you going to play?
Yeah, I think this one is way harder to predict than for me because I don't know, man. I feel bad for Castle because isn't he on some insane personal loss streak as well? Like a number of games lost consecutively. I don't remember exactly what it is.
Yeah, he's in the running for, so they have this stat of the first 100 games that you have played in the LCS, who has the lowest win rate, and he's in the running for that. And he has kept losing since he got traded to Lion, of course.
Yeah, I think he has it almost locked for worst win rate all time in first 100 games of LCS. So
that's tough. Okay, I looked it up really quick. It looks like he's at about 11 consecutive losses, and I think
that's tough.
Dokla has that or more wins. And granted, it doesn't necessarily mean it's his fault, but at the same time, it's hard to ignore that kind of statistic, right? It's like, okay, he was on the lowest team. All right, he gets traded to the best team. All right, no more excuses. Oh, he's losing every game with the best team. Well, maybe the team's not playing well. Nope, they're winning every game with the other guy. It's just like, ooh, that's tough to spin in a way that doesn't make it look like it's his fault. Granted, like I don't think he's bad or anything. I think it could genuinely be
is the spin, right? Like they haven't played together, so I think that does matter.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not at all saying he's not a good player. I'm just saying right now the stats that are following him around are fairly damning.
Yeah,
they don't look good. I'd like to see it turn around because I think he's looked totally solid, and I'm in his defense. You know, I'll be his lawyer. I'll say, hey, it's not his fault. Everyone can lose a ton of games in a row without it being their fault. It happens. But I don't know if they should play him in the series because
You're the worst lawyer of all time. First, you present
I don't
all
want
this
him getting any more
evidence
losses.
of him like terrible stats, and then you're like, also, I don't think they should play him.
Your Honor, my client is completely innocent of all the
He
charges.
doesn't pay me enough.
But
does
just
not
in
pay me
case he's
enough.
not innocent, you might not want to risk anything.
He shouldn't be out in public. Nah.
What a lawyer.
Yeah, I tried my best. Didn't go to law school, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't know who I'd go with for this series. I think it's so on the fence for me. If I flip a coin, Lion. I'll say Lion 3-2 just because I think they've done great with Dokla. I think they have very high highs as a team. I think their carries are just super solid. Pretty much the whole team, I think, looks solid most of the time. They have random underperformances here or there like any other team would, but it just doesn't seem likely that they would get completely blown out in a series. I think that TL, to me, has definitely looked shakier. I think that even just from their most recent games against Lion, against C9, when they play the better teams, it feels like they're not as solid. I think that they're very good at beating up the worst teams. I think they have this like super aggressive play style. When they're in the lead, they push it super hard and they dominate their opponents. But in games where they're not ahead, games that are closer, or maybe they're even behind, they just seem to make more mistakes than you would expect for like a top team. I think that with C9, like the way they were getting caught repeatedly, and it seemed like a lot of their engages just started getting super desperate. Like in game 2, they weren't even that behind, but they started doing stuff like rise ulting into the entire enemy team with the hope of getting onto their backline. When I see that kind of stuff, I'm like, that's just desperate. No one's sitting there being like, this is a good play. They're just like, well, we tried everything else. Let's send this one. So I think TL looks a little bit shakier. Not to say they can't win, but I'll favor Lion very slightly.
Yeah, I'm actually super hyped for this series because it was the first matchup was my like personal favorite series that we've had almost all year. Because the first game, Lion versus TL, I remember being really impressed with Lion's ability to pilot one of these comps that we usually like go to international gameplay, and a North American team just gets demolished by LCK when they're running this like heavy poke, have to play around cooldowns for Twisted Fate, and have to control side lane waves really well, and have to keep up the pressure all game long, and like you can't make a mistake or you're gonna give over gold and everything's gonna collapse. And so they played this Jace, Jarvan, Twisted Fate, Ezreal, Karma, and they checked all the boxes. They were like pushing on the bottom side early. Berserker and Isles got 2v2 kills themselves. Then they played all around Twisted Fate cooldowns really well. Saint actually, his macro is really good. He was able to like teleport out of the weak side, top side play into the bottom side, keep it pushing. And like every time TL tried to make a move, they were like pushing 2 other lanes for Lion. And I just remember the first game was so impressive to me from Lion to be able to execute on that comp, because we've seen a lot of teams make a mistake and then fail with stuff like that. And then in the second game, it actually was really TL like controlled because they were stacking dragons and they got Quid Yone comp, Yone Rumble comp. And like that's their bread and butter, to have Quid on like these melee specialists and stuff. But they were actually behind in gold when they had the 3 dragons. And I went back to look at the mid lane team fight, and it's the one where Jose on Skarner has to flash the Saint's Ahri, and like barely gets the distance on the travel to hit him into the wall, and they just one shot him and completely like delete the Ahri, one shot at the beginning of the fight. And then off that, even though they were down in gold, they get the Dragon Soul, and then they push it to a game 3, and then game 3 comes down to this like crazy Baron where Lion have to steal it after combining Saint Silas ult flash Sejuani play with the Nocturne ultimate, perfect timing from Inspired, and then Inspired wins the 50-50 flip on the Baron also, and Berserker gets a pentakill, and I was just like, oh my god, this is League of Legends. So I'm super hyped for the rematch of this. I hope that TL can do better, because I do think that even though the last game was really tense and they had to steal it, you kind of have this feeling that Lion are better and like should be the ones to win. So I'm hoping that that TL can, you know, kind of flip the script this time around and push it to a full 5 games so we can get a, you know, full deep and fearless.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be really interesting. I think that Saint and Berserker to me are the best AD carry and mid laner in the league right now. So I feel like when you have the 2 best carries and you have this jungler that, you know, is really smart and plays this really controlled style and farm heavy and it's team fight focused and macro style, you know, it's like that is very beneficial to have 2 really good carries when you are going to play that kind of a style. So I do think that's pretty advantageous for them. And I think Castle is a good player, but if I was on Lion, I would not be playing him. I just don't think it makes sense. Like, you have so much more practice right now with Dokla, and Dokla is winning every single game. You know, Dokla like understands the system you want to run. You know exactly what style of champions he wants to play. You know the blueprint, right? So I feel like that would be the potential wrinkle. You know, if they try to incorporate Castle and they're not on the same page as much as they are with Dokla, that's maybe something that could kind of change things. But barring that, I definitely feel like I'm favoring Lion. I think that they just seem like the more well-rounded team right now. I think they've been more consistent. I think Quid has struggled more in this meta kind of than I thought he would. Not that he's been bad, but I thought he was like by far the best mid laner at the end of last year, right? And he hasn't looked like that to me. So I think there's that. I think Yon and Core have been more up and down than Isles and Berserker. And I think if TL can get everything together and everything's working at the same time, then they could win the title. But they haven't really shown that so far this split. And I do think that some of their drafts make it more difficult for themselves, and I also think they're very predictable with drafting. They like to play the same kind of style, so I think that's something that kind of works against them a bit as well. I just can't imagine Lion giving Quid like a really good Akali angle, really good Yone angle, and those types of champs. So I definitely feel like I'm favoring Lion.
Yeah, I'm thinking like 3-1 Lion. The way that I would see maybe they use Castle would be if they are at series point, like if they lose 2 with Dokla, then put them in. But I think it would be really weird if they do the same thing where they just start Dokla and then swap them regardless for game number 2, like even if they won. I do think that would be weird.
I mean,
and it would have to be some explanation of, well, we prepped this specific draft, I guess.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised. I mean, it's playoffs, right? It's like it's do or die. Yeah. I feel like it's time to lock in, and players' feelings need to be pushed aside. Hey, even if Castle is who you want to play with in the future, I just feel like that has not worked yet. So to me, they need more time to prepare with him, and Doko just seems like the obvious option for playoffs, right? So that's kind of what I'm expecting, but I think it should be a really fun series.
If you want to vote for your All-Pros and MVPs as well, then you can, because the voting is actually live right now when this episode does go live at Kia LCSFanvote.com. You can vote for the Kia MVP plus the All-Pro. I just submitted my All-Pros before recording the dive here, but our deadline is tonight at midnight. Did you submit yours yet, Isaac, or are you you're waiting for the procrastination deadline?
Yeah, it's due later, so I'll do it later.
Yeah.
We had the dive, we had the meeting, so I was collecting all the data. I'm
True.
I'm really letting it stew. So no, I have a pretty clear idea of what I want to do for I would say 90%. There's a few that I feel like I'm kind of still debating, but we're gonna do some episodes focused on All Pro as those do get announced. So thank you, Kia, for your support and for supporting us on the dive, supporting all the All Pro awards and everything. And you can look forward to more of those discussions. Definitely get your votes in if you want to be included on that at LCSFanvote.com. And that is going to wrap it up for us here on the dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of the dive. And leave a comment about what Kobe should do to Raz's face this weekend for the bet reward. What should he put on there? Maybe you'll get some good ideas, Maybe we'll get some good ideas. That's going to happen live on Saturday. The LCS is going to return this Saturday, May 23rd, 1 p.m. Pacific, Fly versus C9. It's playoffs, and it's going to be a banger. We'll see you there.
this era of League of Legends. Zeus still tanking, still with the massive shield as there is a massive encore on a 3. What was that? Korea! What are you doing? That was insane!
Doran to join that skirmish is another true shot.
Yeah, Pop Blossom is going to come through here as well as Paze is just put down by Pleta. And now looking for even more, and Sponge making his way through should mean the carry is just dead.
Okay, here comes a really optimistic TF and ult.
Yeah, Scout is just going to get turned on here by Paze. Does actually make it out. No! Calculated there on the red buff tick. As Paze now throws the arrow out, and the Arcane Shift isn't going to be enough to get Diablo out of it. It's a triple here for Paze as he's on the warpath looking for even more. Kingen will not find the public execution, but he might find the pentakill here for Paze, who picks it up at 22 minutes. Just, you know, don't get too far ahead. Give us a game. As there's a backflip from Faker. Arcane Storm does go down, and the flash comes on through. Faker finds the solo against Scout. Cross play there away from Gen G. As Canyon looks to try and turn that arrow into an engage. Culling is going to get interrupted by Raptor. As now Ruler trying to keep himself alive. Clear gets on top of him, but Ruler has so much support. It is going to be Vikla that shuts him down in the end. But Canyon turns up. It's a triple for Chovy. This guy's Cassiopeia was left alone and will now just sap all of the health bars of BNK Fearex as he collects himself the quadra kill.
He's teasing it.
In he goes, and there's another ult from Keen. I'm amazed that he managed to have that one back. A pentakill! Wow, it was so delayed. If I see a Serpent's Fang, I'm going to be upset. Goes played by itself, just fine. There's now an exhaust and all-in angle here for Keen as he looks to get on top of Clear. Silver Bolt should be able to do it after the tumble. There it is, solo kill.
The ultimate for the Caitlyn, hard to use in the middle of a fight. You don't always get value from it. And Karma obviously doesn't get too much value other than amping up her ult.
Shu doesn't really have mana, but he's going to land the stun into it. Flashes the stun of the Scion.
And finds a Sonic Wave. The thing is, when both junglers kind of met around bot lane, oh, the
Rise is coming. Uh-oh. Yeah, Life is just going to get shut down, and so is Enosh. Meanwhile, here on the side of T1. Is not really able to land much with that Ornn ultimate. As in goes out, steals away the Baron. It might be the hero here for T1. As now the jungler's looking to collapse. Canyon's got an angle on that backline. Pays in a bit of trouble, but the kick is there. But now the Elder in position for maybe the swipe to go, and it goes to Owner again. As he's able to steal it, this guy will not be stopped. As Keen, nearly unkillable, but eventually he will fall to the Elder Burn. As now the flash wall comes in. Chovy, though, looking to turn it on the Faker, but it's only the egg that he gets. And Pay's still alive. They're looking to take him down, but they will not be successful.
Getting hit by anything. Like, even damage like this can actually be the difference maker as he gets caught by a bubble.
Yeah, great bubble does come on in there as the barrier does have to be used. Barrier comes in from aiming, and he finds the kill. Piercing Light, too much damage, and now to Light, no one to support. As the Tidecold's Blessing is going to slow him down. Good sidestep, but aiming will be able to find the kill. And Strikebreaker is complete, so that is the two items. But they engage onto Cuz. That's the Dragon secured by Kanavi is aiming down to 50%. They're looking to try and take down this Scion, who is very tanky. In goes Kanavi, and there is the ulti from Perfect, but he doesn't get to stack the passive. Still, the Petrifying Gaze is massive, and aiming flashes. The Emperor's Divide. Still, BDD's going to go down, and aiming, I don't think he's going to have the DPS. It's a triple kill. So far, making a quadra, and it could be the pentakill, but he goes down. Really struggled early on. Oh, throws out the no-sim, brings in the PNK Fearex, scratches the head.
Meanwhile, Blabber going in for yet another paranoia. This time the target is going to be Quid there on the rise. Channeling Thanatos with a decimating smash over the wall, and C9 has a full send on both Team Liquid carries.
Contracts is now spot on the ward. DSG can say just focus on the objective. He will now run in. Ragnarok used on the Call Me. Dragon's been peeled off of. Contracts is going to try and drain, take his way through a TP in for fun. He's the Dragon! Contracts survives in the 1v2, gets the objective, and will win the team fight for Shopify Rebellion.
Contracts is the GOAT. Honor Contracts. Contracts player of the game. Zinni finds a huge one.
They even get on to Sajed. It's a double kill to Zinni. A slaughter under the mid turret. And only Sturdy left alive will TP back to safety.
Actually, wait. He teleported back up for round 2. Quad One's revenge.
Uh-oh, Quad going in. Saint in some danger. That's double buffs on the Silas. He doesn't want to give those over. Flashes in, goes for the Kingslayer. Saint with the outplay. He makes it a 1-for-1. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what in the hell Saint is trying to do, but it's not working. Castle is already down. The gates have fallen. The castle is under siege. The moat doesn't work. It's been filled in. The enemy is near. Now Inspired finally ults in, tries to find a kill. He at least gets one. Lion defending themselves as best they can. Quad staying alive, but he finally dies. Berserker grabbing the kill on that one. Fires back into Gakos, but he dies. Griffin here with the kill. FlyQuest still trying to end the game right now. Isles the only one standing. Cryogen wants to chase him down. Isles still sticking around. Dredgeline, there it is. Quadra kill.
Collecting the bot side outer tower and some plates off the secondary one, as well as saving his teleport.
Oh, Saint with the solo kill.
And now it's just about moving this all off around. What is Kangas?
You can say DSG are getting run over.
Feito o fluxo posicionado. A Red vai tentar brigar. O Step
Meu Deus.
Pega aquele ladrão! Prejuízo lá no topo também tá acirrado, confronto. Sei que é top laner, mas o Zit pula pra um lado pro outro, a vida dele tá muito detonada. E o Pit vem se aproximando. O Zit tenta correr, mas ele ficou travado e é eliminado.
Tá com 1.200 stacks ainda, meu Deus. Ai, meu Deus.
Ai, meu Deus.
Ele tomou ult da Ashe.
O early game que é o time da Red, mas ainda tem nível e vem 1 contra 1.
Meu Deus. Kazé pra cima do Code, ele tomou o chá e ainda assim ele insiste. Pula pra um lado e pro outro, persegue e garante a eliminação.
Emplacar de novo uma jogada ali na nível, é o que o Kurt vai tentar agora.
Ele vem pra cima dos Zints, o Zints vai voando pra perto da torre. Essa barreira não vai ajudar muito ele não, meu amigo. Ele é eliminado e o Kurt...
一下风筝决点斩，镜头来到上路，虽然开启自己的大招过去跟辉亚 PK，Q 技能有中，闪现躲 W， 但跟闪过去。 再 A 2下，
很有机会，
直接平 A， 一直平 A， 最后直接活生生的给 A 死了。
选择是从河道过来，直接看到位了。
要锁吗？想先打，再一套的3环。
躲个门，在旁边有个牛头。
在等你，把他顶回来，我有被传过。门外有个老牛。
我就在想，梅口第一时间没下来，会不会直接在上面等？
往前踢，梦奇给到了卡里斯一个进场的机会，还要直指对面的火牌，秒了箱子交了死亡闪，而勇气人规避了对面的英雄登场，用2段围绕杀缭乱，先用 Q 技能收掉了对面的加疗，以后再留大招往前追击，阿宝的直接闪现向前了，要追着对面打孙武挂上了，卡里斯在后排游龙，好帅的阿卡丽，
支持短臂啊，这现在程度还挺，哎，大招过来，打吃炮车 ，W 刮一下，这会儿一回去有点危险。 我觉得之后要被单杀了呀！他是那套传统流派一点，
对传统的，他的技能伤害有点高。小火要追着吐，但是
大
小火是没大。
锁你，但是旁边有个狗，
有狗的勾引，
而且虎哥是之前没大招的。
俊家有闪现，要追吗？
蛇跑有点快，算了，
好像也只能就此作罢了。
他有一个3速鞋啊，哎，他刷了个 Q， 而且狗的刚才流血效果也是打了一些出来的。
有人在叠
风，咋个 Q 在风，大招直接直指小虎，
打的还不错，蓝波大招也跟上。这波的话，小虎开金身了。 3开了个车，这里的话小虎交闪现往后拉，但这个小龙已经没有身位了，小心你在最前面，而且小心这边是有护臂的，
又下来了，
还想又哇，这个太猛了吧
！3条龙了吧，姐，但团战好像打不过
，3人要死，
卡牌亮大招，来张黄牌 Q 一下，看俊家，
小虎倒了，
想踢。
这波打不过，左边没有技能的，
再 Q 上去，再2闪，
再2闪回来。
L 可被踢回来，
再杀一个卢香2个头，
而且下一脚，
又击到了
3连脚。
当年刚出的时候对线这么的强势了，现在已经逐渐是要被各大组合所推线。
是的，
上路打的血量是比较残的，再点一下
有一个
过来再逼动一个之后，卡尔要交闪现 ，Viper 没什么蓝了，纳尔跳上来 ，Viper 再滑上来，点，还差1枪，热忱炼丹再点，而且 Viper 还在往前滑，点杀完人之后。 一直在滑 ，Viper 这速度太高了，再 E 飞速，开光盾顶伤害 ，Q 一下，点，走位9个 1Q， 再往回 E， 哇，这什么呀？这路线，王杰 E 上来的 ，Viper 闪现剩下犀利，而且最后1躲了 Q，
做个门过来还要留，同时话上路也开花，上路这里是呼吸哥找到了一波机会。 差点单杀，闪现过来，再一个回上路，再一次火冰起来，直接跳上去狂点，闪现想杀，小威反身也一惊，两边技能互换，
但夹子没接到，薇姐走开了，梅口开，
梅口这里开的还不错，但梅口自己先被点死了，呼吸这里要变大了。君家这里前注已经大杀特杀，
金多双射手跟维克托伤害拉满了。
IG 这里的这个来的太慢了。
Daejeon actually started that off really well. Got a nice stun just on the tip of the wall. Actually, Daejeon's playing this really, really nicely. It's just a bit unfortunate that the Meganar comes in right when it does and almost flips it, but no, the wallop, the double stun.
The 1-for-1 trade though, Carrick's very nicely played by Florian, bobbing and weaving, and now they look at box side. Where did Orca go? Sent swimming once again. Xiaoxi's going to get picked up by Jimian, who is making a nice rotation. Pop 9 in a bit of a cheeky spot, has to be very careful, trying to get the Mimic out, but it's a double kill for Jimian. Not who you want to see it on. Shun has to flash. Hongshu is trying to do as much as they can. It could be the triple kill.
So how does this start off? Is it just a public execution? Yeah, there it is. It just gets on top of him. Florian is super far behind this game. Daejeon tries to run away, realizes he can't.
They're sort of playing towards that side now. Let's see if Daejeon wants to go for the solo bowler on that side. It actually does.
So let's have a look at this one. Yeah, no, you're under half health. That is an unacceptable amount of health to be near Riven with ult.
There's a TP onto the backside, so Orca wants to make this play, but here's Pop 9. Weaver's wall goes out. It blocks out Jimmy, and now they're looking to go back into it. Orca, Daejeon in the wrong spot, wrong place, wrong time. It's Orca getting hit with all the damage. Fang picks up Orca. They pick up another. They're seeing for the double kill. Is this the triple? But no, Pop 9 takes a kill too. Starfall just for good measures, but a quadra kill from Fang.
And 6,000 health on the Baron.
Stella is here. Let's see if they can go for the steal as Guri is here. It's going to it's the steal of the century. He flips over the wall. Keeps them bailed out, but now they're looking for a re-engage as Red Team has secured the Dragon. It's already gone. Looking for the refight. D-Ray picks up my God. It finds everyone. Pun is getting absolutely taken out. Momo looking to flash forward, do even more damage. Cataclysm goes forward as a Cocoon, trying to hold that fight a little bit more. Histo does not have the damage to lock them down, but a huge turn by DFM. Wants to jump over to the other side. They're starting to walk forward. The Baron is low. It's so close. It is going to be picked up by CFO. They do secure it, but now they're in the middle of the pit. Nowhere to go in the knock-up on 5. It's just too much. The wild growth gets it done, and it does not matter if you have the Baron. It's already been looked at. Paranoia being popped. Let's see if they want to go on to the Crocodile. Walking forward does get the Dominus, but it's not going to be enough. Eris is just way too big. Kiaya is the mountain charging forward. Doggo is the target. Artemis is getting some damage off. Now it's a little bit more as flashing over this wall, and it's just all too much. Garm are back in control. They never lost it, and now it's a triple kill. It's a quadra kill for Artemis. That's awesome.
Also, and maybe this is it is the birthday. There we go. Happy birthday, Kiaya. Been watching you play League of Legends for about 10 years. Oh my God, they've really butchered that. It's all right. You got other glasses.
He's struggling. I think because he needed glasses to see. Oh.
Cloud9 arriving for their series.
They're pretty early this time
Blanking
around.
out the license plate.
Oh, with the slow motion?
Slow-mo and zoom in.
They got a little cut in too.
Woo!
Who's next? Who's next?
Oh,
Yeah.
looking cool.
Oh my God!
yeah.
He's not even doing that
He's
to the
not
camera.
looking at the other camera. He's looking at another camera.
No, he's looking at the cameraman. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, slightly to the right.
Who are you calling?
Hello.
As an update, we were doing a fantasy league for casters, and the loser needs clown makeup applied by the winner.
What?
So I'm calling Kobe.
No
because
way.
he's not here.
I thought I got out of it.
The results.
Oh, he says he's here.
I
He
am
says he's here.
mad. I am mad that I didn't finish first. However,
Yeah.
Kobe finished first.
I'm mad that Kobe's
And,
here. I thought I got out of this.
Someone.
Well, Kobe's late.
Yeah, as we pull up the leaderboard, someone was last.
Yes, it
Not
was.
me.
Here's the final leaderboard.
Not Jad.
You will notice I was second last, but that's because the last week I just copied Raz, so I couldn't lose to him. It did make me go much
An
lower in
incredible
my
strategy.
JLXP fantasy league. Turns out the last place player isn't good at making rosters.
I'm so mad. Like, actually pissed off.
You
Specifically,
lost by 65.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start
that is a
naming some
lot.
names. I'm gonna start naming some names.
Sajed.
Well,
That was Azale.
Look, the last week, yes. Last week, I full believed in DSG. The weeks before that, Morgan and Quid, all of Team Liquid for like 4 weeks in a row.
But you stuck. So
He's blaming
you stuck
the
with
player.
them.
Start
the makeup, Kobe.
Yeah,
Blaming
Kobe,
the
get in
player.
He
there.
can take his time.
You're
He can take
casting
his
in
time.
27
You also
minutes.
have your smorgasbord of clown accessories.
You don't have to go too
So,
quick now.
Emily, you're gonna be my celebrity.
Don't you have to make his
because
face kind of white first?
My strategy here is everybody needs their own Yumi enchanter. So I'm gonna make Raz my enchanter kitten, my Yumi kitten dog. And Emily, you're gonna be my celebrity artist to come.
Okay, this
draw
is
some.
hilarious.
Emily has a
'cause
broken
since
hand.
I broke my hand.
You have to
But
do it
It's gonna be
yourself.
The
awful
first thing
because
that's
I will
most
have to
important
use
when you're making a Yumi kitten
my
is that you
non-dominant
have
hand.
is that you have to have dedication. So first I have to have.
So, either way,
I
Kobe.
love.
Kobe's just
Kobe.
doing this. You're not even on waiting room. You're doing the makeup. Raz has to
Yeah.
perform his job while doing this. So
I hate
the
this.
regular season is over. Here is the standings.
I love Kobe first. That's key. And then we gotta,
Cloud9 undefeated. Dignitas
Yeah, wow.
winless. Dignitas and Disguise didn't make playoffs. We got Shopify and Sentinels playing next week with the two losers of this week playing against them. So first up, we're gonna have Cloud9 versus FlyQuest. But also a reminder, tickets. We got the bracket.
Yeah, we will.
Cloud numbers,
We'll
Fly
be seeing who will qualify to go to Mold Arena. But yeah, the first winners quarterfinals,
What am I,
FlyQuest
Naruto?
versus C9 today. Team Liquid
Kobe's actually
versus
flying
Lion
on this makeup.
tomorrow. This is beautiful.
So this isn't clown makeup. This is cat makeup.
Yeah.
Because you don't have
He
a
does
cat.
have a
I
red nose.
decided to take a little
Oh,
creativity here.
Raz is
okay?
your cat now.
That's why. Yeah, he's my Yumi enchanter. He's my little Yumi kitten bottom lane.
I see.
You couldn't get a damn cat
Raz
yourself.
looks betrayed.
Buff Yumi.
Tickets for spring finals at ASU's Mullet Arena from June 13th through 14th are on sale now.
Yep, and as the road to Arizona heats up on the way to Mullet Arena, we'll be back in the Riot Games Arena for 2 weeks. So head to lcs.tixr.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now. I would rather just type in lcs.tixr.com because I don't see a QR code on that screen. So head to the URL that you see on the screen. And with that, as Raz is continually becoming Kobe's cat, apparently.
I look like a building in Berlin.
We're going to unveil our playoff bracket predictions. So, Emily, I believe they're going to throw it on
This
the
is
screen
mine?
behind us. No, it's just the screen in front of us.
Yeah. So basically, I have C9 and Lion still as the top two teams, despite how well FlyQuest have been playing. And the fact that Team Liquid are a little bit shaky, I still think that those two are going to be our top two teams. But then I have basically C9 beating Lion in the winner semis, but then Lion coming back through the lower bracket and beating them in grand finals. Pretty boring, I think, to be honest.
Well, it's actually Let's
You
pull
should've
up my
fantasy,
bracket.
Raz. My God.
Try and remember all the teams you had winning. I have very few changes.
Oh, wow.
I
Okay,
actually
yeah.
had the same 3-2.
The only thing you changed was you have Fly beating TL,
Correct.
and I have TL beating Fly, and
But I also have Line making it up through the lower
so we
bracket.
have almost the exact same bracket. All right, Raz, what is your, talk us through your bracket.
Now the results, I feel like I have very similar.
Keep
to
going, Kobe.
The
Do I just
journey
leave
to get
now?
there.
You have done. You can give him shoes or wig if you want.
It's pretty good right now. I think
Yeah,
it's pretty
you
good. Yes,
can
the
also,
journey-
you have these accessories.
They're so, oh my God. But yes, I have the same kind of, I actually have Cloud9 winning, guys. I actually have Cloud9 winning, I'll tell you.
Okay.
I think they win the split, but they do get upset in the upper bracket and they have to make the
He's
run.
got too
much hair! Yes,
so
I
wait,
do. You gotta put this on yourself, bro.
So Raz, you have them losing today.
Yes, I do. I actually have it
winning.
upset.
Okay, yeah, wow, okay.
And then FlyQuest not going to MSI. And then Cloud9 winning the split.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have them going down and making the lower bracket run because they need to be, oh my God, a little bit clutch at the lower bracket. And I think there's too many damn young players on the FlyQuest side. But they were so close, I mean, FlyQuest specifically was so close at taking down Cloud9 in a 2-0 2 weeks ago that I do think they have the munition. They have the ability to take them down today. Yeah. But being able to do that throughout the entire bracket, it's a long road ahead of us. I don't think they can do it.
You look beautiful, Raz.
I don't like the hat now because it's
good.
covering the I Love Kobe on the
No,
top.
thank God, actually. Thank God.
So maybe we got to do this. There we go.
There we go. That looks better. All right, thanks, Kobe.
Interesting, yeah, thank you, Kobe. Interesting, Raz, that you were picking FlyQuest today. And there was a little bit of back and forth when you guys had Enero on last week. So let's hear from him on why they decided to choose FlyQuest as their first round opponent.
Cloud9 gets to choose between FlyQuest, who we just saw win with NASA's, or Team Liquid, who you just beat yesterday.
Yeah.
But you actually kept us in the dark for who your playoff opponent is. Do you have an answer already?
Yeah, so it was tough. Not an easy choice.
Yeah.
But we are selecting Fly. There was a lot of back and forth amongst us, all of yesterday and today.
Wait, who had the supreme decision?
Me.
Okay, so when we told you guys, that's going to be your fault.
Yeah, if we lose, it's my bad. You know?
Okay, I respect that.
We did it again. We picked a team and we lost in playoffs. So, But no, I think we had like a pretty rough weekend versus Fly, but there was a lot of also out of things that happened that put us on like a weird off day. We also thought that we should have been winning pretty like handily with things. So I don't know. It'll be good though. I like Fly. I think they actually like draft well. They try to like actually play funnier things too. Obviously like Nasus and Shin, which is like no one else plays it, so you don't get practice versus it. So it's usually pretty annoying to play versus. But I don't know. Should be close. Hopefully it'll be a better set of games than last weekend. I think we were both kind of having a low off, to be honest, between the both of us. Yeah. So we'll see.
Yeah, that was kind of, it was interesting to hear how like hesitant he was in terms of picking FlyQuest as their opponent. And I know, Raz, you had some opinions on it. It's really hard to take you seriously right now.
God, yes.
It's going to be very distracting all day.
Yeah, the main thing, I think it was kind of a mistake for them to be picking FlyQuest. I think they kind of mentioned it, how creative the drafts have been from FlyQuest side. So I wanted to be able to talk about what FlyQuest did really well throughout.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Last week.
Why not?
Last week when they went up against Lion.
Speak that nose again.
Lord have
Sounds
mercy.
like a dog.
It actually does.
It probably is a dog toy.
It quite honestly does. So yeah, let's get into it because this is a few things that we wanted to talk about for FlyQuest. FlyQuest throughout the split, actually throughout the year, what was their major problem, Jet? I'm going to ask you.
Throwing games.
Yes. In fact, maybe that
too aggressive at early game timers.
Yes, especially whenever it came down to Scuttle Crab contest. Whenever they were going for Scuttle Crab contest, it was always something off. It was either quad going back to base, not there, so it's ended up being numbers down, or their bot lane wasn't necessarily ready. I wanted to be able to show this sequence, this situation where we're all here, baby. Every single one of us. All of us. And they recognize that they're separated, so you see their bot lane actually walking over and coordinating so they can take this fight together as a squad. So if we play this one through, Lion recognizes it, Inspired moves away from the bush, this is a no-no-go zone right here, and then the fight starts and they all zero in on Inspired. Every single one of them, they go straight for him. And I felt like this was just great unison as a team as we play this one out. Even getting to see Masu say, oh, if you can't do it because you're flashing over the wall, I'm going to commit to taking the kill. It ends up just turning into a simple 1-for-1. And on top of that, as I speed this one onwards, no one ends up taking the crab. But that is miles better than any FlyQuest Scuttle Crab contest that I have personally ever seen.
Agreed.
So then we go to the next sequence, and Griffin got a chance to talk about this when he was on the lounge with us, just speaking how he is now more willing to coordinate, sync up, and ask Cryo to like move with him, because he's like, I don't know what your timer is or anything like that, but now he's like being able to call for that. So they move in as a team to get vision together. There's a few things that's happening in the view, and we can open up the context a little bit. We're getting a freeze bot lane from Lion. Lion is freezing bot lane with Sylas, so they're recognizing that that's a wave that they can't really play through just yet. So you see Quad walking with them through mid. So they have numbers, and they have a TP from topside. So they feel like any fight they take here is a good fight. And as you play this one through, there's 3 members here, so the movement from both Masu and Quad comes through. Yes, they have to deal with the Scion, but as you can see, Masu's doing a fantastic job zoning 3 members solo. Just literally solo zoning both Inspired, Berserker, Isles. They can't move past this terrain. So like, as I continue to play this fight out, if you want to just talk about what was the overall benefit of the fight, once again, play it through, it was just simply a 2-for-1. But they're now going pound for pound, team fight for team fight against some of the best teams in the league. And it's one major reason why people are calling FlyQuest a top 3 team, a top 2 team. Right. They called them out and thinking that they could beat Cloud9 2 weeks ago. So a lot of the players, what they're seeing in scrims, this is the stuff that they're seeing.
Yeah, and I think, so even keeping that in mind, something that Anero mentioned and also something that APA mentioned when we had him on, which is a great quote, I think both teams sucked today. I think we sucked sadly, and I think they sucked more somehow, which was after their 3-game series in week 6, which was a very messy best of 3, right, from both teams. And I think this could be one of the reasons why, even with FlyQuest's improvements, C9 is like, well, we played like butt, and we still managed to take this best of 3. So potentially they still feel pretty confident in going up against FlyQuest, even with the caveat that FlyQuest have improved significantly, like you pointed out.
Yeah, and we'll see with this choice of Cloud9 versus FlyQuest. We have Azale standing by with Masu for an interview.
Hey everyone, here with Masu ahead of your playoff match against C9. Last week you guys took down Lion, one of the top teams, claimed top 4. How did that feel? Was that just kind of too expectation for you guys?
I mean, I wouldn't say it was too expectation. I think we just go into games like not thinking about the expectation of winning or losing. We just do what we learned this week, and we try to play well. We try to play to our comp strengths, and we just play the game. It was really nice to beat them, of course, especially because Lion is a pretty good team, and obviously I don't think we outplayed them or we played that much better than them. So on that end, it doesn't feel as good to win because it was like pretty even, but it feels good.
So on pros and just talking to other pro players, it feels like everyone views FlyQuest as one of the top teams, but on stage you guys have been more up and down, it feels like. So talk to me a little bit about what you think the reason for that is, you know, the stage performance versus what pros are seeing in scrims.
I mean, I think we're a very aggressive team, and we definitely sometimes press or overplay when we shouldn't. And I think in scrims, when we do that, you know, it might either we like outplay the enemy team or we just outhands them, and then we get an advantage from that. And that's not something we can always replicate. We won't always play perfectly mechanically, and we won't always outplay. So I think that's why it's like inconsistent. And that's why we've been trying to find like more consistency and more just like taking good percentage plays instead of just being too aggressive all the time.
So I don't know if you knew this, but you guys are actually the average youngest team in all of Tier 1. And Cloud9 is one of the, I think it's top 10-ish most experienced teams, shall we say. Do you think that works in your favor or against you guys going up against them, and especially going up against the bot lane? You and Crygen have a lot less experience, obviously, than Sven and Vulcan.
I think it has its pros and cons. I think some of the pros is that you can play the game more loosely as rookies. You're more likely to kind of go off instinct, which sometimes could help because on stage people are nervous. They don't play like they usually do, and that can catch people off guard. At the same time, though, when you're against veterans and they're more composed, and that could be like a big downside because if you do something and you try to outplay them and they realize you're just doing the wrong thing, then it might turn out really badly. So I think it just depends how we use that. And Sven and Vulcan, I think, are pretty good. I don't think they're the scariest in the 2v2, but I think the way they play for their team's win con and the way they move around the map is pretty good, and they're very stable. So, yeah, I think it'll be fun.
All right. Well, best of luck, Masu. Thank you very much for the interview. Back to y'all.
Interesting to hear from Masu talking about trying to play higher percentage plays. I love the look, Raz.
Thank you.
Keep it up. I have a series of plays from the last time they played Cloud9, and this is one of the games they actually won. And it's about them just playing with a bunch of aggression. So I want to go into the situation right here where already Cloud9 is just taking the Drake, and FlyQuest is already on to the next play. So rather than their bottom lane basing and running out bot, their bottom lane ran out top and is already thinking about taking over Thanatos. So as the dragon dies, they clearly know that Blabber was there, and they decide to just full send it onto Thanatos in the top lane. They managed to actually get a kill on him, which, by the way, this ended up being Thanatos' worst game of the split. By the end of the game, it was like 5,000 gold down on the Rumble, and it all started with plays like this. So he's dead, and that's just one example of another aggressive play. Here, it doesn't look like much is happening, but there is a ping that goes down onto the minimap that Blabber is probably on this crab. And that's all FlyQuest takes. So here's another situation where a more inexperienced macro team would just have the Cassio kind of here, waiting for the wave to crash back in, and just continue to farm with your duo lane on mid and your Rumble up top. But instead, FlyQuest runs Cassio out mid to take over, and when they see Blabber on the bottom crab, they decide to again full send it on the top lane. So we just watch this play out. Griffin, no hesitation, after they ping the bottom crab, send everyone top lane. They don't get the kill here, but they still manage to push Thanatos off the wave, get his flash, and give gold to Quad with a solo turret. Extend the game even more. Another example of just a very aggressive play that is made here. With these team compositions, I will say Ezreal Karma is very difficult to take space against. So Cloud9 had great Drake setup. They had a control ward in the line bush. They had a control ward here. So walking into C9, especially with snap engage from the Annie, would have been extremely difficult. So what do instead? They decide to just full send onto the Baron and essentially flip the game. But they trust their hands enough that Blabber finishes the Chemtech Soul. FlyQuest feels like they have enough scaling, and I don't need to go into the details of the fight because we only have so long and this is more of a macro point, but they kind of win the entire game off of this aggressive call. And these are all situations where I think less aggressive teams or less macro, knowledgeable teams would kind of wait around for things to happen. But the point here is FlyQuest is always making the initial play, and that's where their aggression comes from, which I think makes them a very difficult team to play against. So that's what I wanted to cover here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is their greatest strength, right? Is that they seem to be very, like, we have another team like Sentinels where I think are a bit similar and make slightly worse decisions.
Sure.
But the fact that they're unified and the fact that also, regardless of the game state, even if it looks very, very lost, they're always continuously looking for windows back in and team fights. So, I mean, I think that is the greatest strength of this roster, actually, is the fact that they're always willing to be that aggressive. I'm curious to hear now from APA to see what he thinks and if this will go a little bit more smoothly for C9 this time around.
Here with APA before the FlyQuest series today. You guys got your choice, your first, overall in the regular season, so you got to choose FlyQuest. Last time you played them, you said on the analyst desk that it was kind of a low off, you guys weren't playing that well. Are you expecting a higher level from the series here today?
Well, at least from us. after watching the FlyQuest Lion series, I also still felt they were playing low. I think they're good at punishing certain timers, but it's just they're playing the game naturally. And if you just don't die to natural timers, you're not inting. I think they do a lot of things poorly. So I think we'll do fine if we don't skip steps and play our game.
What was the reasoning behind picking FlyQuest instead of TL? Because those are the two teams that you kind of had the option between.
Well, we just had like a team vote. Like everyone put in their reasons as to why. Like some people voted for TL, some people voted for FlyQuest. It was actually pretty close. And then at the end of the day, we just decided like we beat FlyQuest I think 3 times this year already. I guess we beat TL twice, but 3's more than 2. So we're here to beat them a 4th time this year.
3 is more than 2. That's facts. They were just talking on the desk about how you guys actually have a league best in come from behind victories. So when you're down over 2,000 gold, you guys are still actually 4-3. So that is, the league best record. Is that something that you see as a strength of your team, or is that something that you guys really think about a lot? How to come back in games where you do fall behind?
Yeah, I think we do have a pretty positive mental on stage, at least. Maybe not on scrims, but on stage we definitely have a positive mental. And I think our macro sequencing is pretty good. We understand hey, we're kind of screwed right now. The game's behind. We call it magic. We have to make some magic happen and figure it out.
Cool. Well, we'll see if you can make some magic happen today. Thank you very much, APA. Back to y'all at the lounge.
Thank you so much, Azael. Yeah, Raz, you're shaking your head like you disagree. You disagree with what APA said?
I just noticed that we had co-streamers. I just noticed. I was like, surely not a larger audience is going to be seeing this. No, there will be.
Congratulations.
The worst they could get is literally my mom realizing she can use the internet and seeing this. That's the worst thing.
Far worse things on the internet of you doing.
Yeah, true.
That's a fact.
Back to C9.
All right, go for it.
I'm going to go through a few plays because I felt like their series against TL was actually one of the best performances I think we've seen from them this split. I'm going to go through a couple early plays. The first is just a really quick, easy punish on TL's bot lane. They've been known to, you're going to have to bear with me, my drawing is going to be bad because it's not with my dominant hand, but the TL bot lane has been known to really, really push up heavily in this 2v2. So I just like the response from Blabber to go for this early gank, something that we've seen Jarvan's doing a little bit more frequently. Just a complete wraparound gank to make a play onto Yeon and Core because they're so far pushed up. Yeon is going to end up dying here. So despite the aggro that Sven did, or the damage that Sven ended up taking into that fight, he ends up getting the kill onto that. Now, this is another one that's a little bit further on in the game, but another early play that really helped set up C9 for success. You'll note that in mid lane, TF is going to be fainting kind of down to here to port and respond to this play that TL are trying to make on the bot side of the map, right? So another thing to point out that's really important here is that Sven is low, but Yeon is also low, and he is going to be kind of zoned out of this fight for the majority of it, which actually affects their ability to even go for this dive in the first place. Look at how low Yeon is. APA, like I said, is going to come port in here, gold card stun onto Jose. They're going to be able to clean up that kill. And I just really liked overall in this game their use of the TF to attack side lanes and respond to a play like this, where TL had overloaded and were trying to make a bot lane dive. I think these types of champions, APA, just generally from his time on TL, now on C9, is really good at playing to side lanes with. And I thought last week was the best that C9 looked because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think their ability to play through sides, you're completely right. It felt like that's just a transition that he had when he was already on Team Liquid. But B, their team fighting is so much better now. And I think that's something that has always been a question mark, is like, okay, how is your team fighting this week? Especially when just the week prior to that, I think they struggled a lot versus like FlyQuest specifically. Yeah. And that's where a lot of my kind of questions stem from. It's like, okay, a lot of team fights you're mechanically playing poorly versus a team that is literally solely mechanically driven. Sure. So I I just don't see it. And to me, it is a mistake to choose FlyQuest simply because if you have two choices between Team Liquid and Fly, who would you choose? It's a tough call. It's a tough call.
It's a coin flip, actually. But so probably FlyQuest because they've beaten them 3 times before.
Okay.
Even though they had just recently beaten Team Liquid, but those games were close. And I'd say Cloud9's played a lot of close games. I look at the standings and I see undefeated Cloud9 and then Lion and TL at 5-2. But it's felt close the whole time, and I kind of wanted to dig into why. A lot of it is because Cloud9 wins the close games and they win from behind. So I had our stats guy look into this, and actually, these are just games when they were down over 2,000 gold at some point and won. One of them was against Lion, one of them was against Team Liquid, one of them was against Fly.
Yeah.
So this is kind of how they're undefeated.
Yeah.
They lose these games. They have an average win rate when down by 2,000 gold. They're not 7-0. They're right in the pack with everybody else. In fact, the 4-3 record when down 2,000 gold or more is a higher win rate than any other team in the LCS, LEC, or LCK.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
And in that game too versus FlyQuest that's on that graph was literally at their base.
Yeah.
And it was just one decision away where FlyQuest could have won that series 2-0 and it turned on them easily.
So on one hand, they're clutch. On the other hand, it's dicey. It's close.
Yeah.
But we had fans give a lane-by-lane matchup. So the way this worked, it was the LCS Discord. It's just a yes or no. Who would you take in each of these 5 roles? 9 out of 10 people would take Thanatos over Gakkos, and then we have the rest of the spread. Reactions?
I mean, look, you're right. It's just about people choosing one or the other. So there's way more people choosing like Thanatos versus Gakkos. But it is not that big of a difference. In terms of Gakkos, when he's playing carries, is incredibly good at carries. I think top lane matchup for me is the most interesting if Gakkos is able to get his Jace matchup specifically.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the big reason, I think Thanatos is the undisputed best top in the LCS right now. And the big thing for me as to why I would pick Thanatos is not just because of his laning, but because I feel like he's improved so much in terms of coordination, in terms of his front lining on like tanks, which was something that was missing from his play when he initially came in. We're just tracking Rez. Though the thing that surprises me a little bit is the discrepancy in jungle, just because I thought more people would be going for Griffin, even though some of his mistakes are like very glaring and obvious. I think he's so creative and he's learned so much. Like if you look at him from the beginning part of the split or last split to now, I think he's evolved a lot as a player.
There is one part of this head-to-head that is just flatly wrong. Quad is the best mid laner of the split, by the way. Quad is very good. I feel like his laning phase is incredible. He has a really wide plethora of champions that he's willing to play. I feel like Cassio is the strongest it's been in some time, and he is the Cassio control mage player. I think this team is going to live and die by playing through their exceptional carries. So for me, yes, makes sense that Masu is getting the love that he is, but it doesn't make sense that Quad right now has 33%, where I feel like he is just a better mid laner than APA this split.
We should pull up the predictions because I think this shows a good reflection of where Cloud9 has been strong and weak, right? Generally speaking. Thanatos and Vulcan are probably both going to win first team All-Pro. We don't know the results of that, but we voted ourselves. I will say, if this series turns, it's because Gakkos can match Thanatos.
Yes.
And if Griffin can close that gap onto Blabber, potentially with things like Shen or Nasus, I think the series just looks extremely different if Thanatos isn't consistently winning lane. And I think Gakkos has actually had an insane glow up throughout this split. So even just looking at this, you can see a world where FlyQuest would be able to win this. And Raz, you're the one actually, if we do total number of games, this would be almost a tie series.
Yeah. The funny thing is, even though I have it as a 3-1, that doesn't mean it's like going to be like a stomp. I think every game is going to be close. I just think that right now FlyQuest is the stronger team fighting team. I think all of the aspects of playing the map, or specifically being able to play around scuttle crabs or playing around like major objectives, that I felt like FlyQuest was really lagging behind in C9. They have closed the gap in that one as well.
Yeah.
Like I think this is going to be one of those days that you think an upset is going to happen.
I think the biggest thing for me is whether or not FlyQuest gets nervous. This is the conversation I had with ThinkCard as well. He's like, we're so young. This is a high-pressure environment. They're going to be really amped, and Cloud9 is very experienced. Because I think FlyQuest, when they're at their best, they're actually so good. They play so close to the edge. Their mechanics are so high, and I think their macro is improved. But Cloud9 has had that clutch factor the entire year, aside from the one final that they lost to Lion.
But there's one guarantee. There's a lot of question marks of who's going to win. Is it going to be a FlyQuest win? Is it going to be a Cloud9 dominant performance? They're undefeated, all these things. But we're going to get some damn good team fights. It's going to be a lost goal lead there. It's going to be a clown fiesta there. So what better way to start the damn games with a... Start the damn games, please. Get this off my face. Get this off.
After a fierce regular season, the LCS now sets its sights towards the Spring Championship at ASU's Mullet Arena. And you know the only thing hotter than a June weekend in Arizona? The LCS playoffs.
You can have your expectations, you can have your predictions. Shopify Rebellion says we just kicked your ass.
What's different about playoffs compared to regular season, the stakes are higher, the pressure's on, and the temperature rises.
He's just going in solo. Again, look at contracts.
Sentinels is the team that's heating up going into playoff because I feel like we're finally playing as a team. I think compared to regular season, that's what I play for as a pro player. There's more stake to it. Playoff is all about how you handle that heat.
In the end, it's just gonna come down to a one-team fight.
And who he finds a monster engage.
When you're heating up and you're feeling very locked in, let's say, you're like, wow, I just played a really good game of League of Legends. It was super clean. I don't think I did any stupid shit. Even though we're young, I think we'll be able to handle the heat.
Griffin taking up the damage on the other side, and Zinni's gonna be the target now. Quad looking for him. Griffin's gonna go unstoppable as they knock down Seos. FlyQuest are gonna get it done here.
Team Liquid should bring the heat by being aggressive. I think when the stage is like very, very tense, you know, you tend to play like more natural, you tend to do better, so that's what I normally do. Playoff es sobre quién juega mejor, y Team Liquid siempre la rompe en playoffs.
So Jose's gonna walk forward, flash, he stalls impact straight into the wall and bail right after. Saint is dead before the fight even starts.
Cloud9's gonna bring the heat by playing Lulu, Seraphine, Karma, and buffing my teammates. My last name is literally Laflamme, so I think we'll do all right.
Ombak gets caught in the tempered fate. Vulcan's Bard is doing so much work in this first game. This is just tragedy.
How is Lion going to bring the heat in playoffs? Don't overcomplicate things. Just play.
Here comes the paranoia, but the big shockwave just going on a solo mission. Castle does not look like he is winning this fight. Inspired goes unstoppable.
I don't really care who's the best and who's the worst team in the league. I just hope that they will have fun playing against me in the finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS as we are well on our way along the road to Arizona. It is the first weekend here for the playoffs. It's time for best of fives. It's time for higher stakes. It's time for C9 versus FlyQuest to open up the bracket stage. I'm Captain Flowers here with Kobe and Azael to bring you all the action.
I feel like all of our top 4 teams, whenever they play, is going to be bangers, no matter what the matchups are. No matter what the matchups are, so I'm super excited here. And it was actually really close, so close that on the podcast pros that Raz did this last week, the pros they had on there with Dark Wings and Castle were both saying this match between Cloud9 and FlyQuest is going to be so close that it actually comes down to the coaches and it comes down to who drafts better. And they were like, oh yeah, and like who wakes up and can just have a better morning and play slightly better because it is kind of, they're attributing that to how much FlyQuest have improved. So I'm very excited to actually see this matchup, and it does put more emphasis on the draft
if a lot of the other pro players do think that has the possibility of swinging here. Of course, everybody's thinking about Nasus, and FlyQuest had a pretty big weekend last weekend. So we'll see as we get deep into Fearless if they do have some fun power picks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be really interesting, right? You know, I talked to Masu, I talked to APA before the games, and, you know, Masu was kind of emphasizing that, you know, it's their success in scrims is often based off their hands, based off their aggression, and that sometimes that doesn't go well on stage. Sometimes it can bite them in the butt, but we also heard from Inspired, he called them the most frustrating team, the team he likes playing against the least because they are so aggressive. You know, you really have to be careful about not overstepping against FlyQuest because they will fight you at every turn.
FlyQuest is such a fun team to watch, and me and Kobe were legitimately talking about this backstage before the games began today. Even if they're not the best, even if people aren't considering them one of the top 1 or 2 teams in the league, they're still so much fun to watch because they will play so aggressively. So now that we're into the draft, let's go ahead and take a look. Orianna, Nautilus, Jarvan, banned by FlyQuest. It's the Varus, the Karma, and the Mbessa, banned by C9, as we have the first pick, Cassio from C9, answered by Lucian Melio immediately for Fly.
Yeah, Lucian Melio is really rising in priority because people are just saying, we can blind this, you can't play the Ashe Seraphine into it. We feel that it's a good answer, so that's kind of just denying that style of pick. Corki Nami then going to be the answer for Sven and Vulcan. And I do think that APA going for this early Cassio is interesting because you're taking this away from Quad in a best-of-5 series. He's never going to get that. It is also one of the most played for APA and an absolute comfort pick, and it will not be countered in the first 3. So now C9 even has the ability to throw down some protection bans if they need.
I do like that we're seeing them kind of play right into the style of drafts that we think are strong for them. FlyQuest, you're mentioning aggression flowers, and they slam the Lucian again. Masu loves going super aggressive with this combo, especially with Emilio to back him up, and then getting you know, the carry for Gakkos, the Rumble, opening them up for some Rumble comps here. So we are going to get the aggression from FlyQuest here in game number 1. Let's take a look at the jungle pool, though, because Jarvan, you know, is widely considered like super strong and like borderline OP on the patch right now. And so he's the only one that has been taken out. So you still get all the other power picks, you know, like the Pantheon and stuff floating around. But you're getting targets here from Cloud9 instead because of Griffin's, you know, Griffin's love for playing jungle Shen. They actually might signal, hey, we want to go Vi, so maybe that's why they're banning out the Shen. It has been used by FlyQuest pretty heavily to counter that champ, and so FlyQuest say, okay, fine. Your Shen ban means you're wanting to go Vi, so we're going to answer.
Exactly. It's a jungle for a jungle, that targeted Shen ban you're talking about. On the FlyQuest side, their first ban in the second half, also the Aurora. They know that they've already locked in that Rumble like you're talking about, a power pick for Gakkos. Look, Thanatos is not afraid to play the Aurora top. It is a flex pick, but some top laners in our league just really, they don't have reps on it, they aren't experienced with it, or maybe they're just not good at performing on it, but Thanatos is not in any of those categories, so they want to remove that option. Nocturne also going to be another jungle ban here for C9 in the second half. Back over to the FlyQuest side. No, nobody's believing that. Come on, Masu. Just go ahead and show us what you're actually...
Cog mid? I honestly...
Outrange the Cassio?
I give it a little bit of credence. We have seen this pop up a little bit. You know, Insanity has played it even in NACL, but it is instead going to be, you know, more standard pick.
You said the right word, insanity. That is not happening. We are playing Victor from Arcane. That is what happens.
I give it a little bit of belief. I've seen it around.
Laser the wave, cast your ult in a team fight, and hope it gets big.
We're going to remember this in game number 5.
Yeah,
game number 5 of Fearless.
All right.
He'll come crawling back.
All right. Tell you what, if they play Kog'Maw mid in game number 5, you guys can put a sock in a blender, and I'll drink the soup.
I will make that. Yeah. Okay. Sock soup.
What a weird day. I got to put makeup on Raz, and then we get to make a sock smoothie for flowers.
I'm willing to give Quad 5,000 RP to pick Kog'Maw. You want to pitch in?
Say that. You know, you're not supposed to say that.
He didn't say we can't bribe him. You got 5K?
Actually, like,
anyone in chat want to watch flowers drink sock soup? Can we get a poll or something?
Let's crowdfund this.
Yeah, let's crowdfund this.
All of chat will help us.
Everyone in chat.
Hey, over on the other side,
a little bit of RP.
Flowers playing Lee Sin in game 1, by the way.
Lee Sin, legitimately, I think he's so strong with the buff. for W buff to always get the shield and just being always 7 seconds is insane. This champion has really high skill expression, but it's also the general win rate right now, even in solo queue, is through the roof. I think it actually just got put over the edge.
I'm completely with you, but the producer just said something very funny, and now I have to repeat it.
Okay.
He said we should actually be crowdfunding the socks for this.
Oh Lord, no, no.
Well,
sock from a fresh pack of socks. I ain't wearing some dude's sock that he's had on his foot for the last 7 days. No, sir.
I don't know. I'm kind of down with that. All right. We're going to take the sock voting and the crowdfunding, give it a little break, and we're actually going to ask chat for some serious feedback here, because the story I was talking about with how important the draft will be, we want to ask you who will win based on the draft right now. Spam either Cloud9 to C9 or FLY for FlyQuest, because both of these coaching staffs have been very, very vocal about their strategies and how good they are at drafting, and they have also both celebrated very early during games even, and we've had coach cams on them. So very excited for this one, with the possibilities of this series going deep. And let us know throughout the entire series. We'll be tracking who you thought won each draft before the game.
I feel like it's honestly pretty even just from my own kind of preferences here. I don't think Emilio gets a lot of value. You know, it's really just the Petrifying Gaze. If you can be positioned to actually cleanse a Petrifying Gaze, that's about it. So I feel like Emilio, when it's not against hard CC, is not nearly as strong. And I do think that could work against FlyQuest a bit here.
Well, yeah, we'll see. Maybe the benefits, because a lot of people love the range boost and the extra synergy with Lucian. We'll see. I think I definitely agree. It depends on, can they get the early lead and then transition him into the mid lane where they get poked to get to objectives first, because they're the team that doesn't have the tank. They don't have easy setup for these objectives with frontline. So they are going to want, that classic Lucian in mid lane, getting mid lane priority to help them, go to the objectives early. And then we'll see, can Cloud9 with their more traditional team comp.
Ooh, instant action here in the bottom lane as Masu loses out on the 2v2 trade. But I like what you're bringing up about not having the true tank on the side of FlyQuest, because I'm not going to lie, gentlemen, I just think Sion is OP. He's the best tank in the game. He dies, he becomes a carry, he scales infinitely because of how Soul Furnace works with stacking health. Whenever you have this character and the enemy team does not have anything even remotely resembling his archetype, I feel like it's a weighted game.
Yeah, it is really, really difficult. And I mean, to make matters worse, all top laners know if you mess up your laning phase, you can actually just lose 1v1 early to Sion as well. Like, this character is really, really strong. And this is the result from Twitch chat. 59% saying C9.
And look at that. This is our, gift from last week, where the coaches during the game were doing a little cheers, Red Bull cheers.
Yeah.
The FlyQuest one, they did a handshake. It was 2 weeks ago, and they were kind of celebrating. So we'll see if Cloud9's kind of more traditional team comp here with the, Sion on front line, and then the dual carries with Cassio and Corki is going to be able to find the advantage for their team fights. I still have my eye on the creativity possible here with Lee Sin.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the bot lane a little bit, just because that early trade looked like it went so favored to C9, but Nami is so mana hungry that it's actually becoming a little bit problematic. Vulcan had gotten quite low on mana, so they actually just had to fully back up, let them get the reset, and now Thanatos getting a nice little chase down and farming some first strike gold.
Yep, Gatkos is getting a little bit of momentum there, but again, it's not a big deal. Sion very tanky. Scuttlecrab's about to spawn. Both junglers completing their full clears, both on the bottom half of the map, but considering the bot laners recalled on the FlyQuest side, about to recall here on the C9 side, there's not going to be a fight.
And, the lane that you're talking about here with the bottom side too, though, kind of following up on the aggression Flowers was looking for FlyQuest.
Yes.
And the draft with the early slam on the Lucian Melio really has paid off, because Masu got the early back, so he runs back to lane really quickly here to get another push. And Corki, your first back is just tier, so not the combat power there. And so we'll see about the follow-up, because now with the junglers, both finishing their first clears and stuff, they're going to have some time to go back on down to the other side. I will say that early investment in Control Ward as well up behind the Raptor Pit does help out a little bit for Cloud9. trying to track, but both junglers are headed top side right now anyway.
All right, as the junglers head up here to the top side, let's see if Blabber can find himself an angle. He is on top of a ward. Gakos knows this. He's waiting for Griffin to arrive, maybe to bait a 2v2, but no, looks like we're not going to get anything. And since we're still just farming, here was C9 coach Inero last week on why Cloud9 chose FlyQuest as their first round opponent.
But we are selecting Fly. There was a lot of back and forth amongst us, all of yesterday and today.
Wait, who had the supreme decision?
Me.
Okay, so when we took you guys, that's going to be your fault.
I just love that reaction from Griffin. He has so much confidence no matter what. He's like, I gotta know who to blame and who to blame.
Ooh, bottom side, Masu does take a little bit of damage, but Sven and Vulcan also both at about half HP. FlyQuest are unafraid.
Yeah, so the FlyQuest, they're keeping up their aggression on bottom side, kind of as expected here with the Lucian Milio, but also in the mid lane, APA, got his own little lead over there with the Cassio being able to push in early, and the lane that is in the advantage for C9.
This bot lane, though, they have double summoner advantage. They just force Sven and Vulcan to base, and they're already up 10 CS. They are kind of cooking them right now in the 2v2, and it was not what I was expecting from this matchup. So Masu and Cryogen just playing it so aggressive, and I love how they're playing it around these timings. Every time bone plating is up, they're going in, they're getting the maximum from these runes, and Blabber, this is spotted, so trying to take this dragon.
Yeah, and remember, it's exactly what you were talking about during the draft. It's Lucian Milio picked first for FlyQuest. They wanted to draft this because they're saying you can't pick Ashe Seraphine into it. The Corki Nami is the response, and your response is getting blasted? That's, I don't know, maybe chat's been having a couple of drinks here with the 59 versus 41 draft favoring.
This lane phase action here and the confidence of Masu and Cryogen has been on display all year long. And it's been really fun to watch for this bottom lane. So, yeah, I do like that they had the confidence to go for the aggressive matchup here and play it that way. The Zoomers, as you can see, the Zoomers are off to an early start, an early lead even maybe.
Yeah, we wanted to track this. The bot lane race to Arizona. The Boomers versus the Zoomers here, fighting it out in the bot lane. And a little scrap over here.
Man, I really want Vulcan's hat. That's a damn nice hat. Anyway, Blabber going in, looking for the play onto Griffin as he tries to turn it around, but no, it's first blood, and they give it over to APA's Cassio.
This is a classic here, especially with the Blabber-Griffin matchup. Bottom lane still going.
Yeah, Sven has to flash away. He's only got 100 HP, but Masu flashes forward with a double shot. FlyQuest make things even across the lane.
Okay, so Masu and Cryogen do bail out the fail play from Griffin, but I was going to say, that is the classic death for Griffin, especially even versus Blabber, was over Raptors over and over in the previous matchup that they did have, though. And he goes for it, gets kicked there. The Lee Sin mobility really paying off. But then again, back to draft, as I was saying, that's why they slammed this Lucian Milio, so they can go aggressive like this.
Yeah, Griffin is going to be able to go in. I kind of feel like Quad should have just committed more to it. Maybe if he actually flashes in, he doesn't get any autos down on the Cassio. I feel like it could have been closer, but then down on the other side of the map, Masu goes forward, chunks out Sven. They get down his Valk, and once that's gone, they know they want to go really, really aggressive here.
You can see Sven and Vulcan just not having the respect they need to have. Sven flashes away, and Masu's ready to follow. I feel like Sven has been one of the big points of critique for C9, despite their overall success throughout this season, and it's because of moments like that.
And we said we wanted to track this bot lane 2v2, and it feels like we have an early leader in the race.
We definitely do. I mean, they're able to get their own 2v2 kill for themselves.
C9 doesn't even have real horses.
Where are they? Those little sticks lagging behind. All right, Zoomer. Okay, so is
both
this
sides have 4 legs, but one side has horse legs, and the other side has people legs.
Wait, Raptor gank.
Okay, hold on, Blabber again, making a huge play with the Dragon's Rage as APA talks his smack in the all chat, and he and Blabber are again making moves in the mid lane.
Wait, is all chat right before the jungler comes to gank too? That is diabolical.
That is calling your shot.
That is diabolical. I mean, you try and get in their heads, but I mean, they're demolishing now the jungle mid 2v2. which was desynced. Griffin, though, looking for more.
Oh, he flashes over the wall, the wind becomes lightning, and now Sven is going to be your target yet again. C9 summoning up a teleport as the culling fires off. FlyQuest trying to back away. APA has arrived. Doesn't look like he'll be able to slither his way towards any sort of a counter kill, so everybody walks away, no dead bodies.
Yeah, after the plays around mid lane not working out, Jungler's like, all right, I'm going to go to my winning lane, try and play around there instead, since it's not working playing around with Quad, but they get the teleport. That's about it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, it's very, very close. Even though there is that mid-jungle lead for C9, they're kind of naturally winning on both of the side lanes. First Strike helping out a little bit, for Gatkos up on that top side, and the bot lane 2v2 going really well here for Masu and Cryogen. So the question kind of becomes, which lane can carry harder? How are these team fights going to go? Because we are setting ourselves up for a really close mid-game.
Yeah, and since you've got the Melio in your pocket here for Masu, I do think he's going to have a good chance, of being able to carry. But we'll have to see about the first couple objectives, especially if there's a good Scion flank from Thanatos. A good Scion ultimate to create a lot of space for them and construct a better team fight. They certainly have plenty of wards around the bottom half of the map for Masu to play confidently, and he did just hit his Essence Reaver spike, so he is at a really nice bursty spike right now. Blabber, though, maybe he's trying to come put this bot side of the map in check a little.
Yeah, it looks like he's actually trying to wait and maybe catch someone in transition.
Wrapping behind the Raptors here. Genius.
Yeah, Blabber again looking for the play. Dragon's Rage knocks him right back to the petrifying gaze. It's a wombo combo of the highest degree as Griffin falls again. Meanwhile, bottom side, C9's bot lane might be behind, but they're staying alive.
All right, I got to ask chat now. Who do you believe in more? Is it jungle diff or is it bot lane diff? Because the jungle diff is resulting...
There's numbers on the screen. The Cassiopeia is more ahead than both Masu and Cryogen put together, Kobe. As now the fight over the dragon begins. C9 have control over the pit. Masu and Cryogen, they're feeling strong, they're feeling powerful, and then they look at the rest of the scoreboard, they press tab, and they're not feeling so great. They back away.
Yeah, that's a tough thing.
The thing about jungle diff, it gets you objectives.
Yep, jungle diff gets you objectives, and as Sven and Vulcan, they don't need to fight them, right? They just need to actually mitigate their loss. They are behind, but they can just chill and allow Blabber and APA to keep running the game. Blabber has been so good with these early kicks. The combo with the Cassio, so nice to see that. The Dragon's Rage into that Petrifying Gaze time and time again here, getting multiple kills. And Blabber already had that early Eclipse. They already had the early Roa. Just now, the first item is going to be completed there for Griffin.
And to me, it's a victory of planning. It's not even like a miracle just happened here. It was all about tracking and putting the ward in, knowing the Raptor timing and wrapping around. Blabber goes here through the enemy jungle, no vision, wraps around on the Raptor timing. Not only does he defend his own Raptor play from Griffin, but then attacks Griffin's Raptor play, and APA is the beneficiary with this scaling Cassiopeia build. Is really, really big stuff again in this Blabber versus Griffin matchup.
It's also just interesting because, in pro play, there's a 99% of the time Sundered Sky is actually purchased. And that is not like an exaggeration. That is the literal number, the amount of time that it is purchased.
Hold on. Down here in the bottom side, Sven has to get away yet again as Masu gets healed up by the cozy campfire. Melio is such a silly champion. I feel ridiculous calling out these names. Isaac, now that you're also a play-by-play caster, you can share in the ridiculousness.
You don't love getting a warm hug? Sounds kind of nice, doesn't it?
Breath of Life is at least...
Sit by the cozy campfire, get a warm hug.
Sounding, but all the rest of it is nonsense.
Some Ultra Mega Fire Kicks.
I mean, that's my favorite one, actually.
Ultra Mega Fire Kick is very silly.
I kind of like it.
It's
a different vibe.
He's a very silly character.
Yeah.
Okay, he also already has his Ardent Sensor done. We know how much Lucian benefits from these Enchanter supports that can buff him up. So Masu and Cryogen are having a great time. But on the other side, Imperial Mandate also finished for Vulcan. So both of our Enchanters are ready to enchant, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's Nami's core build. It's Nami's full build, actually.
She's like Yone. One item.
Flash burned here.
Oh.
Masu just dashes in, and immediately another summoner spell down.
I love how aggressive they're playing, because the last time Culling was up, he got Vulcan's Flash. Now Culling's up again, instantly gets Sven's Flash. They are just playing around these timings so effectively, and they're keeping the pressure on. They are keeping some hope here right now for FlyQuest as APA is moving down there.
Yeah, APA is coming down, and I want to go back to what we were talking about in draft, how this is a great strategy in general, just as a takeaway to remove the Cassiopeia from Quad, since that's his signature champ. APA also plays it a lot, but you're looking at this right now. This is the largest individual gold lead in the game. APA's Cassiopeia is nothing to be scoffed at.
All right, we get our break point now. Lucian into mid lane finally. They rotate him over. This is the point I was talking about for trying to get the mid lane prio into rotating up to topside plays. I guess we still have quite a while for the Drake, so maybe no action for another minute and 40 seconds or something here, but they've got the setup ready. And Gakkos as well on the Rumble is going to have an opportunity now to get some screen time. We haven't really seen the top laners much as it's just been farming, but he has a lot of power for the mid-game dragon fights. This is where Rumble could really, really shine. Unfortunately, FlyQuest doesn't have the comp to like help him with a lot of CC to keep people on his ultimate, but he is still going to have the possibilities for big damage output here with his Leandries and his extra needlessly large rod.
Yeah, it feels like so much of the fight to me is going to come down to the start for FlyQuest. You know, can you get a good culling? Can you get a good equalizer? You know, chunk people out before that fight starts. Push back C9 before they can kind of get their setup, because C9 is going to have some really good sustained damage.
And Masu doing the, earlier work that we saw to get the flash on Sven down before this dragon fight could really open that up, because Cassio and Corki here are going to be, well, Blabber. Let's see if this actually works. They're just hovering around, not going to have the trigger pulled yet, but honestly, I really do think they can try and put some more pressure onto these carries and just kind of work around the Scion, this FlyQuest team. If they get good flank angles here, are going to put a lot of pressure, and Amelia ult means that he can keep Lucian looking very aggressive in his positioning.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you try to full send it onto Masu, you have the Breath of Life, you have the heal, you have the barrier, you have multiple charges of shields. That is a lot of health to work through. And FlyQuest feeling confident to just take this Herald because Sion ulted down to bot to farm. Yeah, Sion could still TP, but Sion without ulti, much less threatening. So C9 not even going to contest this. Can't find a pick mid. And FlyQuest down 1K, down 2 dragons. This next fight, so important.
All right, Dragon aggroed by the Sonic Wave. C9 not going to fully commit to this here just yet. FlyQuest is nearby. Keep your eyes on the Rumble. TP also coming in from Quad, making his way down here. Thanatos has teleport if C9 want to full commit to this. Sven backing away for now. Loses about 40% of his HP. FlyQuest, control over the Drake, down to half health. APA looking for his entry into the fight. Blabber, keep your eyes on the Lee Sin. He wants to try to go in, goes for the kick onto Griffin, but the Dragon is going to be secured by FlyQuest. C9 looking for a little bit more as the Herald tries to get Masu away to safety. Thanatos has already arrived. Summoner spells committed by C9. But ultimately for naught as FlyQuest stopped the stack.
That was really well played there by Griffin. He just pops out with the Crescent Guard, knocks away the Lee Sin as he was going for that Dragon's Rage kick, and secures the smite very easily as a result.
Yeah, they had really good positioning early for FlyQuest. Again, getting there first helps so much, and kind of allowed the chunk on Sven too. Half health, and the Corki already had no flash, so Masu.
Oh, Masu's in a little bit of trouble now though. Cozy Campfire, keeping him healed up enough, but big chunk there into the health bar.
Exciting bursts of damage here through the mid, but
it'd be more exciting if somebody died.
Yeah, okay. We need a good finale for the for the excitement, huh? An explosive one.
How many shows end with a bad finale? Right? Think back to Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones, yeah. Sure, at least one.
This one could be Breaking Bad.
Okay, all right. Well, let's...
or The Wire.
Oh, The Wire. I did enjoy The Wire. The Wire is great television. If you guys haven't seen The Wire, you need to watch it right now. I'm just going to go ahead and recommend it.
I was just checking back because it felt like Thanatos showed up to that fight so late, but he was just waiting for the ultimate cooldown to come off. So, again, it's a couple knock-on effects because he uses the ult to get down bot to catch a little bit more farm. That meant they gave up Herald. That also meant that they were pretty late to the Dragon. But remember, we are back in the Riot Games Arena next week, and tickets are on sale. Now head to lcs.tixer.com to get your tickets today. We want to see you, and so do the pros.
I think that's a really good point you were making, though, because this team does depend a lot on structure to their team fight, and a couple of seconds can make the difference in everything. If you have that sign here, there's your whole front line, especially if your Corki has been chunked and had no flash, and your Cassio really needs some space to work with.
Yeah.
APA can pump. He's got a really good lead, and he has both.
Pumping.
He's ticked over to 10 stacks for his Rod of Ages now. So like
pumping stacks.
If you keep him safe and give him some space to work with a well-structured team fight, then that
give him a warm hug and he can pump.
Maybe a cozy campfire for him to pump about.
Yes. APA has been spotted on word there, but yeah, no, it's crazy. I mean, Cyan now moving towards mid. They're trying to set up a potential flank here. FlyQuest looks like they are ready for it. They have spotted them coming in.
But keep your eyes on Blabber. Remember, Lee Sin, displacement is one of the strongest effects in all of League of Legends. To make an enemy character move when they don't want to, very, very strong. And if Blabber can find the angle, that is how C9 makes plays. But FlyQuest spotting them out here, trying to set a trap at the red buff, so C9 has to retreat.
Yep, and they are just well aware of what is going on here. Gakos is playing very safe down on this bot side. He is going to back off for sure after killing that wave. APA reveals again, so just playing it smart.
And Gakos up 1,000 gold despite both top laners being 0, 0, and 0. And this has kind of been the story of Gakos throughout the year, is this guy is really good on carries. It's his tank play that lacks. And so far, having a good showing so far on Rumble, but he's got to make sure that once it's finally time for the top laners to get involved, that equalizer lands straight. His overheat is well managed. Top side now, Thanatos going in. Tries to make the charge towards Quad, flash away from the Victor, keeping him alive for now. FlyQuest trying to make sure they can rescue their mid laner, but Monster's already going to take a lot of damage. Blabber goes for the kick, nicely done yet again! Griffin between two enemies as Quad dies. Vulcan grabbing the kill on that one. Monster tries to get away, but no, APA's in a killing spree. Gakos tries to get something done, but it will not matter. That is 3-0 C9. The game was at a pivotal point, and it breaks in C9's favor.
Much better planning from Cloud9 on this one. They are there ahead of time. They make the trailing side lane play here with both solo laners going top to get the early advantage. And even though FlyQuest try and teleport over to save the play with the Rumble teleport, because look at this pincer from Cloud9, they get the Victor flash and they force him down in a really bad spot. Rumble just ults, teleports up to the top side, so pretty easy collapsing. Man, that Nami ultimate was just insane.
Huge.
Catches all of them, but a really good little pincer from Cloud9. They set up the play early. You could see on the mini-map as Cassio was trailing down the Sion lane, and then they go Sion ultimate and force Victor into the river. So FlyQuest, in a reaction here, tried to save the play, but Cloud9, with the better planning, pull it off and get the Baron. And those rewards are so big because there's so much standing gold in all of these towers that they can mine a lot.
Yeah, they absolutely can. I mean, I talked about the importance of the start of the fight, and the start of the fight was just horrible for them. It's Quad having to flash away. It's Masu getting chunked out. It's, FlyQuest not in position there. So great play from C9, and Blabber has just been on one in this game.
Yeah.
Really looking good, looking so decisive. Lee Sin back in the meta, and now he has his Sundered Sky done, probably working in towards a GA as that third item, and he is just crushing it.
I really love... Oh, hold on. I don't love when I'm down to 100 HP, nearly getting bursted by the enemy bot lane duo, but I really love when Lee Sin is back in the meta for jungling because he is so skill expressive. Because a poorly played Lee Sin is crap. He doesn't do anything, but a well-played Lee Sin, a Lee Sin like what Blabber is doing so far, makes plays out of nothing.
And the jungle matchup is going to be so important throughout this series. Blabber obviously dominating in the first one. This is Griffin versus Inspired and Blabber, who a lot of people are looking at as some of the very best junglers in the league, top teams in the league. When you think back to Lock-In, he got dominated by these junglers. That was the story of the series. More recently, yes, they did lose to Cloud9 1-2, but that was still a way more competitive series from Griffin. He was in there, giving as good as he got.
Now, here in the top side, we got another play coming in from C9 as Gakos just drops. Blabber goes on a killing spree here. 3-0-4 on the Lee Sin. 100% kill participation. Maintaining that stat as FlyQuest. Honestly, gentlemen, they are just scrambling to survive at this point. It's a C9 6,500 gold lead.
Yeah, Cloud9, basically this game, almost everything except for the bottom lane was exceptional from them. Blabber's planning, being able to defend his own Raptors against Griffin, who very often tries to go for these plays, and kicking him back into the Cassio. You could definitely say, hey, maybe if Quad was on the same page there and had flashed over, maybe they could have gone 1-for-1. But still, regardless, then going for the second Raptor play, Blabber's playing, and then to go punish Griffin there again. And getting Griffin kind of 2 deaths around Raptors early on in the game helped, and maybe...
Oh, Blabber goes in, trying to find the kill. Masu also taken very low. Griffin staying alive right now thanks to the Crescent Guard, but he finally falls. APA and Blabber have way too much damage. Masu is down to 400 HP. The Lucian has to get all the way away. Gakko's trying to survive as Blabber and APA go over the wall. They are unafraid entirely of what FlyQuest can try to respond with. As C9 gonna walk it out here. APA just walks through with the Void Grubs, tanking most of the damage. Blabber there with a safeguard. Quad now, staying decently healthy, but no, Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. Blabber forces him back yet again as Cryogen down to 50 HP, dies to APA as he wants even more. Masu and Quad trying to escape, but no. Frost Bomb takes out Masu. Quad flashing underneath the tier 2 turret here on the top side as Blabber will finally remove the last vestiges of HP from the tier 3 turret. Nope, never mind. They're going to go after Gakko's first. It's actually the turret destroyed by Vulcan of all people, as C9 11-1 are showing why they were the top seed heading into playoffs here. They picked FlyQuest. Griffin said, oh yeah, well, we're going to know who's responsible once we beat you guys. That sure didn't happen in game number 1. It was a Blabber and APA masterclass here from the mid-jungle duo as they just continue patting the stats here a little bit longer. Decimating Smash finds its target. Blabber goes unstoppable, 12-1. GG, Cloud9 take the first game.
APA said when I was interviewing him, it was going to be better gameplay from C9 here today, and it was definitely that in game number 1. They slammed him.
Powerful, powerful showing from C9, definitely making FlyQuest sweat a little bit. And now we're going to go ahead, send things back over to the lounge, break it all down.
Player of the game is Blabber. Spam chat with Blabber. He's the player of the game.
Blabberfish 2.
Don't even want him to look.
Actually, don't type Blabberfish 2 because that might not.
Yeah, that might not
I hope it would
register.
get caught in our filter.
Yeah, I mean, Blabber is in it, and it's spelled correctly.
Just like all the misspellings of Griffin. Either way, Griffin was key in Blabber's takeover here.
True.
Because it all started when Griffin decided to test Blabber. Look at this. Level 6 versus level 5. Griffin thinks I can invade Blabber, but keep in mind the mid lane condition was no ult on Victor to an ult on Cassio. Blabber gets the smite on the big Raptor and hits 6. This is where it becomes difficult for Griffin to take this fight. He doesn't have mid on APA. Remember, this is kind of all flipped early on from not having the smite. So once this happens, though, they kick him into the Cassio ult. Quad doesn't want to flash over the wall because he doesn't have spells, and first blood. But what happened after and how APA finishes this is what's most impressive. So since they already have mid taken over, watch this ward that APA is able to place, and they now play around this ward to get the next kill. They see Griffin taking Raptors, and when that happens, Blabber decides to change his jungle pathing to continue and kill Quad. Knowing they have the ward here, Blabber pats down, sneaks in behind him, and I want to just go over this play because it's beautiful. They will place the miasma on top of Quad for Blabber to fly over the wall. So really awesome stuff. Watch this play through one more time as Blabber loops around. Miasma, kick, Q, dead. But it doesn't end there. They continue to punish. They keep the jungle littered with wards. Blabber places control ward afterwards, loops behind Griffin while he's on his Raptors. APA had already pushed in the wave, goes into fog, and they get yet another kill. So the mid jungle was totally dominated by Blabber and APA. And then even the very last fight that blew open the entire game was a team effort, but again, they had an alley-oop onto Griffin. So what you're watching for is this kick into Miasma, into ult, into a dead Griffin. And another thing to track as I play through this clip is watch what Vulcan does with his bubbles and his tidal waves, because this was just a beautiful fight played out by the C9 boys. One shot Griffin, triple knock up of the tidal wave. They get the kill, they get Baron, and really just close that game out. 6 for 6 player of the game, I think well deserved.
Yeah, 100% co-participation from Blabber. It seemed like they had a really clear idea of how they wanted to play with the Cassio specifically. And I know, yes, Quad, you'd already pointed out, is a Cassio player. This is also one of APA's most played champs. It's the 6th most played. He has a 61% win rate on it now.
Makes sense that also APA is sharing quite a bit of it because of the fact that it is an alley-oop, it is a two-man party, and the fact that that was a consistent strategy I didn't even think of.
Yeah.
That was something that was just incredible.
You don't guaranteed get the stun, but you can still kick him into the miasma, and then he's done for.
Yes.
Looking at the overall damage in this one, Masu did do as well as he could with the Lucian. 24,000 damage in laning phase. They did have a 2v2 kill right there. But, you know, APA, 17,000 damage on Victor, to only the 12,000 damage from Cassio, but it's all about the damage that matters. If we check out the damage on kills, it was how well they were able to convert into those kills. So very well done by C9 across the board.
And that, at that point, that's a shock and awe, because I feel like just hearing from the coach's side from C9, being extremely confident in like saying that, hey, 2 weeks ago when we played against FlyQuest, yes, it was close, but we felt like we were playing really like dogs in team fights. Like mechanically, we were not playing well. And then this is the time where both mechanically playing well, the strategy is playing well. It gets a great idea of how well Blabber has been playing all split long, and this is all basically encompassed in one game.
So do you think Cloud9 should have picked FlyQuest? Raz said they should have picked FlyQuest. That game looked pretty good. As we had to break, take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat. Raz is dead for now.
We're chasing Victor. Victor's on flash in river.
Guys, looks in. Slowly, okay?
But team, go forward. Victor no flash too.
Looks in.
Go forward.
I got a good wave here.
Zen dead.
Got an insane wave.
Can we Baron?
Yeah, we can.
I got him. Let's go Baron.
Okay. Nice, guys.
I think that's it.
Insane,
All right, shopkeeper time. What are we doing for this build?
First pick, 564 miles of range.
This should last us a while. What's next?
Lane economy is key.
Okay, how about 30 miles to the gallon then? It's a high tempo pick.
We can't neglect power. How about 329 HP?
We can buy one more item. What about vision?
The map's fully lit. We're not missing anything.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
And Rez, hey, support means support. No running off this time.
That was just a one-time thing!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gurgan 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys, apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Morning, Griffin.
Who are you?
Who am I? I'm Quad. We've been playing together for 7 months now.
You're not Quad. Quad's Korean.
You seriously never noticed? I don't know what to tell you, bro.
All right then, Quad. Why don't you tell me about the scrim we played yesterday then?
Bro, we played Liquid before the player break, 5-0. Then we played Sentinels, 4-1, gave them as well. What more do you want?
How? How did you know? That is very sensitive information. Only for FlyQuest players, not outsiders.
Bro, come on. I'm trying to play my fucking solo queue, man.
You don't work here! You're not Quad!
Yo, what up, Masu?
What's up? Don't forget to work on your weight today in streams.
Yeah, I'll do.
So Quad is at a K-pop concert today, and Navi is bootcamping in our office, so we asked Alexi to sub in for scrims.
I don't know who you are, but you are not Quad! This is Quad! This is Quad! What the fuck?
Welcome back to the LCS playoffs. FlyQuest, clearly deserving of an Oscar for that one. Just absolutely incredible acting as we head in to our second game. And honestly, they're really going to have to lock in. Whether or not Quad is Korean or Swedish, it does not matter. He's going to have to perform better because Blabber and APA absolutely ran the show in game number 1.
I was going to say, do you think that Swedish Squad would have let APA do as much as he did?
I don't know. I mean, Korean Quad is pretty good at League of Legends, so if he was getting beat down, then you got to give the credit over to APA and Blabber, who had a great game number 1 here. You know, and one of those questions for FlyQuest is always their unpredictability in draft, their ability to bring out surprise picks, to be really flexible here. And I liked what C9 brought out, you know, really utilizing this Lee Sin plus Cassio combo so effectively. Blabber hadn't played it all split. Of course, it got those big buffs, and he just immediately brings it out, and it looks like he never missed a day on it.
Yeah, he looked really good. I also liked how, you know, APA would go up and ward Griffin's Raptors as well to set up, you know, some of these plays where Blabber could then have the necessary information to wrap around, avoid their vision, and continue to win the mid-jungle duo. So both those two working together, looking very good, as he said, Flowers.
Okay, so we're just about done with the bans here in the first half. Orianna and Karma banned out by C9 FlyQuest, getting rid of the APA Ziggs alongside the Varus and Anivia power picks. And Bessa going to be the final ban here from C9 as FlyQuest did select first pick here in the draft. So we'll see what they want to go with.
Yeah, so Jarvan was banned last time, not going to be banned this game. And does feel like it might just be that first pick for FlyQuest. Yeah, it's up and available. They traded it for the Ambessa, if I'm recalling correctly, for the swap ban from game 1. And so going to be able to grab it here.
I think that also might have something to do with Rumble no longer being pickable because of Fearless. You can't make the spicy hot pot anymore, so it drops some of Jarvan's team comp power.
So even though Karma is still banned, you have Ashe Seraphine and Caitlyn Bard also both available. And so if you want to invest into the Caitlyn Bard answer here with the Jarvan on your side, it puts a lot of pressure on low mobility carries. And guess what? That's exactly what Ashe and Seraphine are. So this is exactly what I expected here. If you're giving over that opportunity, the dangerous power of Ashe and Seraphine. The drawback is, okay, they don't have their own, you know, mobility and dashes and stuff, so you punish them with the champs that are like Jarvan and Bard to blow their, you know, summoner spells, and then Caitlyn with the hard push for the lane.
Yeah, I mean, Caitlyn Bard has been very effective in the LCS, and it's going to be interesting to see how FlyQuest does. I mean, they won the 2v2 last game. They were the ones blind picking. Now it is going to be C9 blind picking, and FlyQuest are going to have their opportunity to try to counter that 2v2. And so we'll see if they can perform even better as APA going to take some comfort, get themselves even more engaged. And now I feel like FlyQuest just need to ban out some of the bruiser options to kind of pair alongside that, because FlyQuest clearly want to limit the front line that C9 is going to be drafting alongside this comp.
And since we have bottom lanes drafted for both sides, but mid lane drafted for C9, jungle drafted for FlyQuest, I expect to see differences in the roles you're banning here in the second half. You can already see C9 banning away that Twisted Fate, which can cause a problem for Annie. He can get to the other lanes faster. He can participate more in team fight type scenarios or skirmishes. Meanwhile, on FlyQuest side, they're saying, all right, we got Jarvan. This is a really high power champion. Let's remove some of the high powered answers. Wukong, the first one.
I will say when
Wait, you can't practice that. They were practicing that in scrims, remember?
The Swedish quad is foiled.
Yeah, it got leaked.
That's why you don't put out content like that telling people you're practicing in scrims.
Oh, we're going to play this. Maybe you shouldn't ban it.
I will say, okay, so here we go. We get the instant Nefiri or a carry jungle threat here for Blabber. It gives you a lot of options to also still go for invades because Nefiri has so much mobility and the ability to like avoid punishment if enemy laners collapse too, with your mobility as well as your untargeted ability here. So could try and put even more pressure on him.
I was talking to Ovalie recently, and she's been grinding solo queue again, and I woke up one morning to 20 Discord messages that started with, WTF is Nefiri, what's going on? As a player who plays squishy enchanter type of champions, this character can really be a problem diving onto those high-value targets. So Caitlyn, Bard, Jace, all very good for Nefiri to lock on.
Absolutely, and I'm just thinking about for Masu here, it's not just the Nefiri, it's Flash Tibbers plus Nefiri plus the Encore. That is very difficult, and Thanatos, he's going to be able to get the counterpick, the answer of the York into the Jace. It's a matchup I really, really like. I do think it is quite strong. And FlyQuest looking to try to play through side lanes, clearly with Ryze, Jace, a good ganking jungler, and a Bard moving around the map. But C9 now have a really strong side laner of their own.
Yeah, FlyQuest, they just love the style where you're pushing everywhere. You're keeping up the pressure the whole game, and if you can keep up the pressure everywhere, it looks great. You suffocate your opponents, you get your early lead, you're snowballing. It makes it easy for you to go to objectives because you're already pushing all the lanes, so then you can rotate first and go over there, and you can set up your Caitlyn traps. But if you kind of get cracked on that and the enemy is able to get some early game gold or objectives, then it can kind of all fall apart. And when it does fall apart, it falls apart in like a spectacular way. So we'll see. Can they keep up the pressure? Siege with the Caitlyn Bard, rotate over, sieging with the extra range and damage that they have. They've once again indexed quite heavily into the damage. We'll see if the Bard as well as the Jarvan can also punish these champions that don't have flashes here, the bottom lane and the mid lane especially, for APA as well as for Sven and Vulcan. And FlyQuest, if they can bounce back here, because game number one, Blabber was really able to orchestrate most of it and kind of dictate a lot of the early game. Basically all of the first 3 kills in the game were around them, around mid and jungle.
Yeah, and I think that for FlyQuest, you are looking at Cryogen. Oh, goodness, that is... Lord have mercy, that is not what I wanted to see. If I want to see a close series. Yeah, that brush is... are you guys still okay from that?
No. What do you mean still okay? I was never okay.
Okay,
he's trying to psyops us with
that.
one.
What is that?
all right. My bad.
That's a traumatic BLG
Masu
series.
has the base, by the way.
Yeah, Masu is having a real bad time. Down to 125 HP, forced to recall level 1 as Caitlyn.
I feel, again, this is another instance of really good planning from Cloud9. I feel like they've gotten a lot of advantages from forethought here. Bottom lane, they know it's going to be, dangerous for them to deal with, both because Cryogen and Masu are both very good, but also the Caitlyn Bard, hard one to deal with. So they invested in having APA go down there, and the investment paid off.
All right. Well, as the investment pays off nice and early, we've got Raz standing by for an interview with Cloud9 coach Anero.
That's right, Anero. And you just came on by, and you saw the fact that both subs were burned by Masu and was sent back to base. Talk about the impact of that.
It's obviously pretty nice. Ash Sheriff and Caitlyn Bard is kind of a battle, both sides. Whoever wins this, it's pretty nice for the game. More important than normal. It's not just whatever bot lane. You really want things to swing in your favor. I think in this, I can't see before, but because we got pushed, we had the opportunity to look for something like this, which we're planning before the game if we got shoved. was pretty nice. Like, it pretty much set up our like win condition early in this game, and if we get cruising, then life is good.
And talk about game one, because the idea of Lee Sin and Casio, the moment that got cruising and just kicking into miasma, that was ridiculous. Just how much prep did you have? Okay, you can also just talk about what the hell's happening here.
I don't know what's really going to happen here outside of he's going to lose some HP. But yeah, for the last game, we were practicing that comp a pretty good amount through the week. We're pretty happy that we got that, like, just all together. We have that one in our draft sheet, so we were like, damn, okay, nice. We really smurfed through this. Yeah, it's annoying, you know? Lee Sin kicks you, you get put into a miasma, Casio ulti. Your life is kind of ruined. It just sucks. Like, it's hard to play against for the other team. Lee Sin's been, like, jumping up in priority in a lot of different, like, matchups, a lot of different games. Same with, like, an inferior like this, so. Yeah, I mean, it's just strong for Blabber, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Yeah.
Blabber's the type of guy to love these types of champions, so we've been abusing him pretty hard. Pretty good for us.
And before we send you off, give this bad boy a good luck squeeze.
Yeah,
Just
I got you, big
yeah, I
dog.
got. Back to the casters.
What the hell?
I love that.
I feel like that was too personal. We should watch that.
I don't want to see that again.
It's a good thing Raz's close spends with an arrow. You know? They're just close like that.
Yeah.
But back to this game and the planning from Cloud9. Again, they had really good early game planning that starts with level 1 with the Annie going down there, and then Blabber followed up on it.
And now Cryogen under pressure yet again, down to 200 HP. The Caitlyn Bard, the answer to the Ashe Seraphine, struggling here early on once again because of the level 1 planning from Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, Masu's still level 2, and the enemy ADC is level 4, so I'll let you do the math.
Yeah, I'm not a mathematician, Isaac, but 4 bigger than 2, yes, sir. Like, that's about how it works. As C9 is up 700 gold here. The only lead FlyQuest currently possesses individually across the lanes is there in the top side, but you would expect that when Gakkos is playing the Jace. This is the second game out of 2 that Gakkos is on a carry, but now FlyQuest making the move down here in the bottom side. Cryogen flashes forward, tries to find the Tempered Feint, ain't gonna get it, but Sven's already in some trouble. Quad putting down the damage, and Sven dies. FlyQuest find their kill.
Really nice roam here from Quad, you know, utilizing some of the pressure that he had in mid lane, gets down towards bot, but there is going to be a cost. He's going to be losing minions. He's going to lose 1 plate, and the kill went to Cryogen. So it doesn't really help Masu much at all. Masu didn't even get an assist from that, and it's 39 CS to 19. Masu's only buy is still just a cull off the back of this.
And he's not even level 6 for Quad, so he can't like realm warp back to the minions earlier or anything. So as you said, you had a turret plate and a minion wave. Cryogen, though, he's going to try and at least make a visit.
Okay.
Hello.
That was a visit. He said hello. He got his electrocute. That's it. Bye-bye. APA going to go ahead, take his recall here right now. Cloud9 still 700 gold ahead.
So this bot lane that is going to be the war zone that Inero is talking about down here, and clearly, you know, both teams investing heavily in with resources. Going so nicely for Sven here with the early boots makes a really big difference on Ashe, the mobility difference.
So I'm going to ask you guys' opinion on this because it's very rare to see a Caitlyn down almost 30 CS early on in the game, and Masu has opted to just go for a call when he recalled. He needs to try to catch up, and that's how he's choosing to do it. Do you guys agree with this or no? Because I feel like call is normally what you pick in a lane that's not highly contested.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reality is he had 450 gold. What are you going to do, right? You can buy 1 longsword, or you can buy a cull. So he's kind of like, well, I'm already screwed. I can't fight him with a longsword, so I may as well buy a cull and hope that I get some random kills or I get some random plates and we can come back in the game.
Well, FlyQuest at least going to secure themselves the first Drake here, 6 minutes and 15 seconds into the game, so pretty early on that one. As looking across the board, it's, oh, okay.
The horse is on the other foot. C9 is taking the lead in the bot lane race to Arizona.
See, the elderly, they start a little slower, but, you know, game number 2, now you get a little help. They're intelligent. They call their Annie mid laner, give them a little burst, double summoner spells blown, and a lot of damage early.
They got their morning stretches in. They took a nice little walk, you know, had some coffee.
You guys know that both of these dudes are younger than all 3 of us, right?
Yeah.
And you're talking about them like
Did you get your morning stretches in?
No!
Well, no wonder you're not in tip-top shape. It can show.
All right, fine. I'll make sure I stretch tomorrow before we have our games. As bottom lane, it's once again problems here for Cryogen. Goes on a magical journey through the wall, stays alive here with about 200 HP. But once more, it's Vulcan and Sven making their way forward, finding themselves barraging the turret, picking up that second plate as Blabber jumps over the wall into the Dragon Pit and looks to invade the enemy jungle.
Yeah, the thing too about getting your bot lane ahead early when you're playing Ashe, you have Hawk shots also to help follow up. So jungle invades are going to keep on coming, lots of extra pressure, but look at Griffin coming down the lane. So Griffin, avoiding any sort of jungle presence from Cloud9, comes down the lane to look for something. And since he's got a Bard to help him, okay, a little bit of damage there. Vulcan fires off the Encore, locks up Cryogen, and FlyQuest, as soon as they know Blabber's around, they're backing off.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Vulcan. He just needed to buy time because Sven is the one with no flash. Vulcan has flash. He can flash the Cataclysm. He's going to be okay. APA, Blabber, they were cheating down to try to protect, so this was a good window to look for there from FlyQuest, but C9 had it read like a book, and we're joking about the age of the rosters, but there is a big difference in the ages of the roster and the experience. In all of Tier 1, FlyQuest is the youngest roster, period. Not just in the LCS, everywhere in the world for Tier 1, they are the youngest roster. And Cloud9 is one of the oldest. It's about, I think, 57 or something like that rosters. So they are one of the ones with the most experience here.
Ooh, Tempered Fate forces the flash out of Sven, and now Vulcan is going to be the target. They full commit onto it. FlyQuest grab themselves their second kill, bring this game back to a close gold state, but C9 still trying to get something back. This teleport's going to arrive very late, though. Early game teleports are slow, and that just means that FlyQuest are getting away with it. Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, technically, yeah, Blabber is getting the Void grubs, but all the attention paid down towards bottom lane's not over. Yeah, it's not done yet as Sven gets picked off. C9 got a little bit too comfy, thinking everything was done. FlyQuest hang around and pick up another kill. Now topside, they're going to go for the counterplay dive. Okay, they want to immediately stoke the tower aggro with Blabber because he can use the Call of the Pack to get himself away. Nicely done. Thanatos staying alive even though the turret is heated up. C9 strike back. Grubs could be really good for a Yorick later on too. Help out with some of the turret plate taking for themselves. But FlyQuest, they kind of answered with all of the early thought that Cloud9 put into bottom lane. Griffin, so much attention. He had just gone for his Gromp and then went back down bottom lane to go for this dive. Then they also invest quad again to go down there. So they're really trying to get the bot lane back on track. And they accomplished that. They wiped out the Sven gold lead that he had accrued from the early game plays that Cloud9 had set up. And so, Masu is basically right back on track here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, that's really nicely done. They're having a horse race down there, and Griffin and Quad came down in an SUV and just sideswiped them.
Kerblam. Well, we've got the Voltaic Cyclosword completed for Blabber. This item has been very, very strong since it got adjusted, and on a champion like Nefiri that can use it well, it's really scary. It certainly is. I mean, Nefiri, very, very popular too, also benefiting a lot from kind of the change in meta. So I want to see what Blabber can do this game because he had such a good game number one and a good start to this one. But Griffin's rebuttal has been quite nice on bottom side, and Griffin will be fairly tanky on the Jarvan. Just go with the classic Sundered Sky and try and start out a lot of these plays. Azale, you mentioned from draft, you were looking at FlyQuest playing some side lanes and being very, very aggressive here with Bard plus Ryze plus Jarvan. There's a lot of gank angles to go after if they can start some of the side lanes pushing.
Yeah, and I mean, they've done a good job after Masu got put so far behind, getting down there multiple times, putting pressure on him. But we haven't really talked much about top lane. In last game, it was just Thanatos playing a tank, not really dying or anything. But this time, it is Thanatos on a carry, and it's Thanatos with that gold lead in a matchup that is beneficial for him. So, we'll see what kind of impact he can have, because he has been so good. I feel like the gap between Thanatos and the next best top laner is bigger than the gap between the first and second place of any other role.
Okay, so update on what's going on right now. Apparently, Blabber's keyboard disconnected from the computer. So they are trying to make sure that that is, once again, solidly reconnected. I don't really have to explain how difficult it is to play League of Legends, clicking your abilities. So definitely got to make sure that one works.
Yeah. Hopefully he can get that fixed very quickly and get us right back into game. This is going to be an exciting one. I mean, the second game already feeling, kind of more competitive than that first. But APA, I feel like has just been playing so well. When I think back to last week as well, when I think back to, their series against TL was in a really good spot, and APA was finding these crazy flanks on Annie, catching out Jose, who have been having an insane game. And now this level 1 in game 2, yeah, he gives up a little bit in lane to do it, but that was a huge advantage that they built. And you look back to game 1, his pair up with Blabber, he was looking excellent there. And they are just kind of cruising so far.
Yeah, definitely is going to be a big, playmaker for this game too.
Ooh, Sven gets caught here by the Tempered Fate. Realm Warp about to arrive. FlyQuest, wham, bam, gets it done there. They commit some resources, but it pays off.
That's why Bard is always so heavily prioritized into the Ashe Seraphine. And that was a beautiful combo. Crouchen now is under attack from Blabber, though. He should be able to Magical Journey to safety. Yeah, but you just easily hit your ultimate, and then if Caitlyn is in range, trap combo, instantly dead Sven. Timing on Dragon 2 is perfect for them, so the time they chose to make this play in this attempt at the pick also just works out for the game plan.
I mean, Caitlyn has been kind of the counterplay to Stasis, Zhonya's, whatever you want to call it, since people have been using it frequently in League of Legends. So pairing her together with a champion that can force your opponent into stasis, just very, very powerful combo. You can see, however, multiple first items being completed across lots of different roles as Gakkos and Cryogen trying to maintain a position of defense here on the top side. Griffin also showing up, but C9 is committing more men. It's a 4-man play to enable Thanatos to take the tier 1 turret. Meanwhile, Sven ghosting away from Masu over here in the mid lane, just trying to stay alive. Level 7 versus level 9. Sven doesn't win these, but he shoots off the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Blabber jumps over the wall and immediately finds his way onto the carry, but he has to back away as Masu does have reinforcements arriving.
Masu is such an aggressive Caitlyn. Are you kidding me? He nets over the wall, chasing Sven, who had flash on, and blows both summoner spells since Blabber is there. But man, he...
Oh, okay. All right, he's cool. I was worried there for a second. I was like, is APA just going to full send this? No.
I mean, this is exactly what Masu's talking about in the interview, right? Where he's like, we're going to hands check people. Sometimes it goes really well. Sometimes they know you're going to try it and it doesn't go as well. Well, this time he goes for the hands check, trying to chase after Sven, and Blabber is there, ends up losing both his summoners. And honestly, if Blabber hadn't been playing with as much respect as he had, he might have just been able to kill Masu.
Whew. Exciting stuff, though.
Indeed.
You like the action flowers, even
Yes,
if no kills resulted from that one. Really did like it, and it still speaks to how these teams like to play their league. Let's take a look, though. It might have some ramifications for that Dragon. I mean, that flash timer is going to be very, very close with it. 3 minutes ahead of time here for the third one, and even though third is not Soul, it's such an early third that could put a lot of pressure on them.
And as our teams are fighting for control over this bot side river, reminder that it's very likely that a couple of these teams, maybe both of these teams, maybe neither of these teams, if everything goes
at least one
crazy.
of them. That would be personally guarantee it.
Yeah, I can almost guarantee at least one of them is going to be in the Mullet Arena in Arizona, June 13th and 14th here for our LCS Spring Finals. You can grab your tickets right now, scan that QR code. Oh no, is it Blabber's keyboard again? God bless it. Oh, no, wait, that said APA has left the game. That's not good.
He's looking under his desk as well.
His monitor also shows literally nothing. So.
Oh, yeah, the monitor looked like it turned off. You need that, too.
Yeah, you should probably have your monitor on to play League, unless you're playing Yuumi.
That's
optional.
Sometimes, though, you do get those teammates. You're like, I wonder, is that monitor off?
Yeah, it's just like, okay, monitor off, foot pedal on, music, Yuumi gameplay.
We're going to go through the whole checklist today. We did the keyboard already, monitor now. What's going to be the next?
Mouse has to happen.
Headset.
Yeah. Yep.
Chair.
Yeah. What if the chair? Oh. If we ever do this pan out and some dude's chair literally breaks and he falls over, we're Looney Tunes at that point.
So APA's computer, his whole computer crashed. So that's even.
Oh. I've been struggling with that myself recently. I can't even get through a whole game of League of Legends without my graphics card randomly just going crazy and destroying the entire computer.
But you got a new one coming, you said, delivered soon?
It should get here. I actually think it might be at the house right now. So I go
Don't
home
tell people someone's going to go be a porch pirate.
No.
That computer is long gone, buddy.
One of the boys is at the house. He's going to bring it inside.
Guarding it with his life.
I already made sure of this. I was thinking ahead.
I want to release information like that.
No. We're good. We're good.
That's an expensive delivery.
package.
To be,
Yeah.
Losing a graphics card in this economy? That'll set you back 20 years.
Bro, buying a graphics card in this economy sent me back 20 years. I'm a peasant living in a hole.
Flowers, his retirement plan now has got to get to at least 90.
My retirement plan is one day I will die, and then I'll be done. That's it.
So you just move around the date of the death?
I'm just like, okay, I gotta be.
I'm retiring early. Yeah,
it's all right.
That gives a whole new meaning to early retirement.
that holy. Anyways,
this got rather grim.
I was gonna say back on the positive look of it though. To me, my favorite gifts of all time have all been video game related, just because you get so much joy and like you almost get like adrenaline if you're looking forward to going home and there's either like a new video game or console or computer or something that actually is. It doesn't matter if there was like a giant pile of cash or something worth the same value. I don't care. The video game really hits different.
Oh, this is actually really funny. Vulcan in chat goes, "Did you have PTSD, Masu, at the bush?" And Masu just immediately all caps, ha ha ha.
And he says, "I got flashbacks." Okay, so
he flashed real quick.
While Masu has his 1,000-yard stare into the bottom lane tri-brush, we have been informed that the pause is going to take about 5 minutes to get everything reset. So we're going to toss things back over to the analysts until we get back in the game.
So we were just watching this whole early game because it was a little wild to us that Cloud9 got that first dive off, but then FlyQuest pulled themselves back into the game. So we're going to speed through the game for what happened. Emily, you were mentioning level 1.
All the way back.
Yeah, all the way back to the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, there we go. So APA is just waiting here, and Masu runs immediately into him, right? And I think he thought he was safe because the rest of FlyQuest had seen Blabber up in the Raptor area. But yeah, that is what actually ends up setting up this dive because he has to back. They're able to push in the wave, and then Blabber does this neat wraparound onto bot lane and kills Masu.
And they get the first kill. But here's where I think it gets super interesting because it's like the butterfly effect of this dive. So it's a 3-camp to bot lane gank from Blabber, and Griffin essentially then gets to just do a full 7-camp clear. He takes Gromp, he takes Blue, he takes Scuttle, and Blabber, after that mid move, just takes Wolves and his own Raptor respawn. But then, watch this, Griffin goes to take his Blue, gets the Blue, gets out, and crucially pulls APA's timer, which allows the quad roam to go bot lane, which eventually killed Vulcan. And just like the continued knock-on effect becomes really interesting here because now Griffin's 11 CS ahead of Blabber. The mid roam has at least equalized the experience if it hasn't equalized the CS, and Griffin ends up being stronger in the game. So he takes Drake off of this. Then they start just playing hard around bottom lane. Griffin's level 6 at this point. He still has an advantage on Blabber, and it's really still all about this bottom lane and how can FlyQuest find their way back. Zven hit level 6. They tried to all in onto Crouchen. Didn't get it. Game is ready, so we get to toss back before the really fun stuff happened, but I'll TLDR it. Griffin used his experience advantage to continue to send bottom lane, eventually getting this dive, and after this is when the game really started to put Zven further behind, but we got to get to the game, so Casters, take it away.
That's crazy.
Thank you very much, Jat and Clown Raz, who has such a stoic look on his face.
He's so
but such
serious.
Silly makeup. Kobe, you did a wonderful job.
You did. It was beautiful stuff.
Why so serious, Raz?
You want to know how I got these scores? I lost fantasy by 200 points, and my father. Anyway, let's.
That was good, but it should have been. You want to know how I got these whiskers?
You want to know how I got these Ulu whiskers on my cheek? No, it's okay. All right, I got to get back into this, otherwise I'm going to lose my mind. Anyway, Cryogen might just lose his life here. No, he's fine. He gets away with a nice self-McHale's. Stays safe.
So, even though we had the pause, if you think back to what happened right before the pause, we had Masu losing both summoner spells, and now we come back and Crouchen loses the McHale's cooldown and the heal cooldown. Cloud9 in the last of game time, 45 seconds, just took away most of the utility of the bottom lane from FlyQuest here with just a couple of quick plays. So maybe that does open up an opportunity for them to punish, because you have Ashe Arrow, Seraphine ult, Annie ult. This team has such strong engage.
So, Isaac, I want to ask you this question specifically because I know that you are a top lane aficionado, mostly because everyone hates playing top lane and you're the only person who will play it in most lobbies. But I know that you're a Yorick player, you're a Yorick understander. If you take the Yorick out of this equation, right, that is the single big lead for C9, FlyQuest is actually up almost 2,000 gold. So what is the C9 play to enable winning through Thanatos here?
I mean, if I'm Yorick, I don't really want to actually group for fights. I think you want to play for gold. If the Jace is going to go to a fight, it's a little bit tougher because they have the 2 early dragons. But if you could get this next dragon, buy time for Yorick to split push, I think that really is the way to have success.
Okay.
I would be heavily pushing. I would be asking for wards, and I would be asking for Blabber to stand behind me. So when they come for a gank, you easily win those 2v2s. I don't think there's a 2v2 on the map that Blabber and Thanatos can lose.
And they do have the Void Grubs, even though they aren't super strong right now. They're getting a buff, but it is nice. A little bit of extra damage there for trying to get some more split push money for himself. He has the Maiden summoned, and right back out to that top side. So we'll take a look at the timer, because 30 seconds on that dragon that you're talking about.
So, Flowers, you asked me a question. Now I got a question for you, because I know you have some really strong opinions about top laners and about All-Pro. So FlyQuest has all of these leads, but Thanatos has all the gold leads for C9. So what do you think is going to be the bigger advantage?
I think that having Thanatos as your top laner is the biggest advantage that you can have, because I don't think it's anything even close. It was so hard for me to vote on this category because I wanted to pick Thanatos 3 times. I don't think anybody else...
So you disguised him.
Yeah, exactly. So I picked Thanatos
work
first.
Here.
Second, I voted for Cloud9's top laner. And third, I picked Thanatos for the couple of games that they have lost in the series that they ultimately did win. So this guy is just such a difference maker. He's such an X factor that it's hard for me to not believe in him.
It's hard to argue with that. I mean, he has just been killing it. I feel like at the start of the split, there was a lot of talk about, Morgan and if he was going to be able to really compete with him. And I do feel like Thanatos has really separated himself out from the rest of the crowd. Has just been so good, because it's not just his carry play, it's his tank play as well. He's actually undefeated on Sion now.
Okay, Griffin forced back here, losing half HP to APA's burst. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered. Isn't that right, Dr. Azael? C9, they grab this dragon. It delays the FlyQuest stack. It means that Thanatos doesn't have to group with everybody. They just punch their ticket to a Yorick split push game.
Exactly. That's so big, being able to take that one dragon. So now the soul pressure is off. You're going to have about 30 minutes in this game before they're really threatening soul, as long as you can keep some pressure up. So it's going to give a lot of time for Thanatos to get up there, and it becomes a nightmare for junglers too, because when you're this far ahead on the Yorick, you can move in, take camps away really effectively, and just start to snowball that lead and get yourself to a point where if you have to show up for the team fight, you are ready to go.
Especially since Yorick is a juggernaut, and Jarvan, as an engaged champion, has a lot of his power budget in his ability to close the gap and start the fight. That's exactly what a Juggernaut wants you to do. If that Jarvan ever tries to jump on you, you turn around and hit him in the head with a shovel. As someone who's been hit in the head with a shovel, I can tell you right now,
don't recommend it.
It hurts a lot.
You eventually recovered, but it took a while.
Yeah, exactly.
So we saw Flowers all-pro vote for top lane, but we want to know who runs the Rift. You do. Vote for Kia MVP and your Kia all-pro. Scan that QR code and do your fan duty here. Submit your fan votes. Let us know who you think should be winning these awards.
We need to hear from you as well. We submitted all of ours. Back into this game, though, Infinity Edge done for Masu now, and the summoner spells are all back. So we kind of waited out that period where they had no flash, no cleanse, no Mikhails, no heal for themselves. And now the FlyQuest bottom lane is much more capable at fighting with the side lane pick.
Oh, beautiful shot coming in from Sven. The enchanted crystal arrow weaves a spell, and Gakkos is already down. However, Vulcan gets locked up inside the rune prison. Now Quad's got to try to get away. Cryogen looking to protect him as FlyQuest make it an even trade here.
Wow, that was really well played from FlyQuest getting up there. I thought the Quad was going to die for sure, but this is the cost. Yorick crushes towers, and this is exactly what you want if you are the Yorick player. You want action on the other side of the map. You want time alone here to be able to push up, farm plates, and just like that, he is up 1.6k.
Yeah, and you want your enemy team to burn through their teleport summoner spells. Not only do they kill off the enemy top laner, but no teleport on Ryze now, having burned that one. Much more freedom for Thanatos.
All right, Thanatos is off to the races. 2,000 gold lead here when the Yorick Spear of Shojin also completed. So fighting him was bad earlier.
I'm looking again. I'm still looking. Over here. Okay. Connection. Oh, nice. 13 on foot. I have TP. Yeah,
Drop me, let's get me.
Guys, look,
Depart.
Yeah, nope. I don't want to use TP there.
I can cancel.
Yeah,
They one shot.
I don't want to use TP there.
I think now. Don't go.
I'm gonna push bottom. Nice, Thanos. Nice.
I'll hit you. He's cooked as soon as the arrow hit him was exactly what I thought.
Yeah, so they get their kill on the enemy top laner, even though they lose support in order to do it. Still, the extra payment for Thanatos does make it worth there for Cloud9, and now rotating on over, they continue the siege.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really nice sidestep from Cryogen to be able to actually dodge that Encore. Him and Quad played it well to get one back, but this arrow going to go wide. Would have been a cleanse down for sure on Masu if it hits him. Cloud9, though, like you say, is very, very happy about it. They get the full tower on bot side. APA even got a plate or two from that top lane, a tier 2. So Cloud9 keeping that pressure up. And FlyQuest, even if they grab this next dragon, it's still a long time until they can threaten Soul and actually force Thanatos to group.
So Spear of Shojin done now for both Thanatos and Blabber, which means, at least the way that I'm looking at it, if FlyQuest doesn't start off a fight instantly bursting someone down, once you have all 4 stacks on Spear, your cooldowns are coming up so quickly that I feel like the extended fight naturally has to favor you, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a high consistent damage.
Okay, meanwhile, consistent damage not required. Cryogen found in his own jungle, and C9 gets the pick. Now Griffin's got to be careful. Thanatos finds a little bit more damage there with the ghouls, but C9 going to take the tier 1 turret.
Shout out to the observers too. Turning off the lights there, showing the vision from FlyQuest's side. And then APA is able to sneak into the brush, makes the bursty play again. Nice proto belt move from APA, and the vision control here for Cloud9 closing in around FlyQuest. You can tell how dangerous it is getting for them, and they're not really able to play this comp how they want to.
Proto Belt is under a lot of criticism these days because everyone has been mind-controlled by Chovy to build it on literally every champion in the game. Proto Belt Garen mid at this point is not out of the realm of conceivable possibilities, but APA making it work here on the Annie.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense here on the Annie. Your job is to really set up fights. It's effective at doing that. And Cryogen, that's his first death. He has been playing with fire for a long time. He has been the one tasked with getting vision back, being able to move up and put himself in these dangerous spots. Masu.
Okay, Thanatos moving forward, finds Masu there with the Dark Procession, but Thanatos just going to walk away from that one. Perfectly walks in between the traps as well.
And he actually desynced himself from his Maiden and has the Maiden still pushing bot. So while he's making a play towards mid, trying to push out Caitlyn, he's pushing bottom and helping out with the Dragon. Flowers, your votes are making a lot of sense. I mean, get to a top laner who can do 3 things at once.
What can I say? I'm good at voting. I'm the best.
That's what you can say.
Did you see the smile on his face, too? He is
yeah.
very happy with himself.
Guess what? I voted for the right guy. This dude is really good. He owns the top lane. 1-0-0. He's got his last Whisper in inventory as well. About to evolve that one here with his next item completion. And it's just going to mean that nobody can endure the relentless onslaught of the Yorick.
And while releasing the Maiden is pretty cool and can give you that side lane pressure, it also means he's now without his ult for about a minute and a half, right? So there is that kind of period of weakness. Exactly. He is Maidenless, unfortunately. Been there. It's tough.
I'm currently there, so same, bro. I can relate.
You can relate.
Kobe just like, don't worry, guys. I got this.
Kobe's been through much more than 90 seconds without a Maiden.
Oh, no. Dude.
Wait, I'm already down, bro.
He threw himself on the grenade, and you're just throwing another one on top of him?
I'm sorry, buddy. It was right there.
That was diabolical.
He's supposed to help, Where's the setup, right?
Yeah, that
Kobe
was,
can get a Maiden anytime he wants,
Yeah, okay, yeah, all right.
He already got a cat today. Next he'll have a Maiden.
All right, okay. It's okay, buddy. I'm still on your team. I got you. You're all right.
At least I'll always have Raz as my Yumi kitten.
Exactly. Well, he may be maidenless, but he has his Discord kitten that will run down mid.
Raz.
So, I really need a team fight. I don't know what to do from here. We do have C9 with control over the map right now, trying to choke FlyQuest out of vision, invading the enemy jungle, sitting down some wards. You can see things are very dark for FlyQuest right now. Thank you very much, observers. They have a couple of wards in the enemy jungle, but just around that red buff pit. It's not like they're doing a whole lot of work. And look at the Dragons. I always like looking at Drakes to tell the story of a game and who controls the map, because FlyQuest had the first two, but ever since the map changed, it's C9 in control.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, they have had that side lane pressure with Thanatos for a long time. He pushes up. He makes it a lot more difficult to actually get vision in that area. And now that Cryogen did finally die once playing for vision, it's a lot scarier for him to be solo checking, because Griffin is trying to keep his farm up. He has been farming as efficiently as he can. And that means that it's Cryogen just on solo missions constantly, who is really in danger.
And it means that FlyQuest, they don't have a lot of options of like where to fight or how to fight, because literally all of their players on their team are like, yo, Cryogen, please Mikhail's me for this fight. There's so much CC on Cloud9. The approach is really easy for them, and the structure and kind of pathway to victory here does look a lot easier to execute. They send their wait.
Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto the enemy jungler. Griffin gets himself away for now. Tempered Fate stopping C9 from going any further. Thanatos arrives, ready to push. FlyQuest have to back away because Griffin is almost dead. Barely hanging on here, as FlyQuest will set up the traps to prevent a chase through the jungle.
Yeah, anybody who gets it is like, you got to Mikhail's me now. I got to get out of here. And he barely survives, even with them investing a decent amount to get him out of there. And so Dragon number 2, Cloud9 is easily, wait a second.
Whoa, Realm Warp coming in. FlyQuest trying to find a pick here. Okay, that was, honestly, I respect the cheeky attempt from APA to just recall in the brush, but the Scryer's plant finds him out.
I think that was actually his teleport in the brush, it looked like. So he's down a teleport. He did not have his ultimate up and available, so not like you're going to fight your way out. So they're going to force now, because not only is he dead, when he respawns, he can't TP.
Okay, I like this from FlyQuest. Forcing the Baron, forcing the issue. C9 has to respond here in a 4v5. Thanatos caught in a bad spot. This is exactly what FlyQuest need. Masu goes on a killing spree. FlyQuest now with a 5v3. Sven, Vulcan, and Blabber trying to do something about the Baron. FlyQuest, it's only Quad that's actually hurt. Sven tries to flash away, but Griffin goes in, goes after him. Griffin gonna be taken low, but it's Vulcan taken out. Griffin finally dies. Sven's gonna follow though, as Blabber tries to get away over the wall. A double kill. Back over to Masu, making an ace for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest, they see the angle, they make a pick and immediately force on Barry. They get so much more. Huge gold swing in their favor.
These guys have no fear, man. Look at the instant flash from Gakkos. They see Thanatos, no hesitation, Ghostblade pop, flashes over the wall. They full send it. They are not concerned at all. They think this is the best moment to go for the play, so they are going to full send it. And then this engage on his Sven, flash, force out the flash from Sven. In comes the Cataclysm.
And you see Cryogen, just as the ult from Seraphine was coming forward, he flashes, makes sure that he's going to connect. They go for the magical journey, get inside for the last kill as well to chase them all down. And the coaches are on the edge of their seats as well. It even earns them the 3rd dragon here. FlyQuest, honestly too, sometimes if you feel the game kind of collapsing around you, I feel like the last couple of fights, they were like, there's not a lot of ways for us to approach, and we really are just trying to survive and escape the Cloud9 engages. They just full send on the side lane, but now Baron is under attack again.
Yep. Blue Trinket dropped from FlyQuest into the pit. They see C9 doing it, but C9 has hella DPS on this thing. Griffin is over the wall. It could be a smite fight. Tempered Fate down onto the jungler over the wall. And FlyQuest with a beautiful combo, steal it away. Griffin has to sacrifice his own life to do it, but Fly will take that trade. Hold on, Blabber jumping in. Blabber That was terrible. Blabber just sends himself straight into the grave. Makes it a 4v4 on the map.
Cryogen with a sick play. I thought he was just going to Bard ult the Baron and delay it. Instead, he Bard ults all of C9. They go over the wall. Caitlyn with the rapid fire shot onto the Baron, helps secure it for Griffin, and they just steal it from them with neither solo laner there. That was insane.
What a heist. I mean, back-to-back huge plays from FlyQuest. Here they go, and look at that. Honestly, that little circle looked like it was inside Baron's tummy, but it didn't hit Baron either. So they go in, and here's the burst they're talking about. From 1600, boom, they combo. Holy. And then Griffin EQs the chase. It feels like at this point, Blabber's kind of enraged, and they chase after. So they do get the one counter kill, and they chase down Griffin, but then he also dies too.
Look at burst. Nice. Run. Make kills.
Yeah. They might look at me more.
It's good fight, by the way.
Yeah.
Don't be scared.
I think that's it. We got it.
And think back to at the start of the day when we played our teaser video for the road to Arizona, hearing from the players, talking about what makes them want to turn up the heat going towards the playoffs. And Griffin talked about that feeling when you're just playing a really good game of League of Legends. And that was a really good play right there as Masu protected now by the Tempered Fate, getting himself away for now, still getting chased down by the dogs, and APA into the back line with a big Tibbers as Quad gets bursted down next. C9 have found their counterpunch, and FlyQuest teeth are on the floor.
What an insane counter! APA teleports behind, comes from the flank. Sven on the side in the fog of war to hide his Ash Arrow, hits it, and now Cloud9, they're the ones that are actually looking to end.
That's game. They're going to end here, I think. That was it. There was no cleanse from Masu. There was no Mikhails from Cryogen. They catch Masu, and then the brilliant TP flank from APA. Just like that.
No matter how good of a board game you play, you are not going to defend 1v5. Nobody on FlyQuest alive. C9. No matter how dark it looks, they find their way back in. 32 minutes into the game, C9 goes to match point.
That is insane. They find the window. I don't think Masu saw it coming because he had his flash, but there was no cleanse, no Mikhails. Maybe he thought Mikhails was up and he was going to be safe to tank it. I don't know. But he gets caught. He gets killed. APA makes sure of it on the flank. That was sick. APA kills him with the rocket belt, gets a two-man Tibbers right after. Beautiful.
All right, Lounge, how you feeling now at the end of that exciting game?
That was insane.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
That was
Just
so
talking.
fun. Let's go, APA. I can't clap, but good job.
You got to watch out for him. He's going to teleport on a wall behind you and end the game. We were just making this whole segment about how fast FlyQuest play, about how they're coming together, and then APA ends the game. So check this out. We were trying to figure out what happened. This ward from Vulcan was placed while the Baron, while FlyQuest was resetting for the Baron. So then they full group on mid lane, and this is, I'm kind of rewatching this for the first time, how he snuck up on them so well. So he's going to be teleporting onto this ward. The minion wave crosses, and I want to see how much does FlyQuest see. So the Bard ult and the fight has started. Meanwhile, the teleport is coming in behind them, and they actually don't see APA until then. Oh my God, then he just one-shots them.
That's so good.
So clean. I mean, watching the fight from the side that wasn't on Annie was a beautiful Bard ult into cage. Even if Masu has flash, he's still basically one shot before, boom, he kills him again. Oh my God. So that's won the game, but it's still the middle of the series because like we still want to show what FlyQuest was doing to pull this off. APA wins player of the game, by the way, for that flame.
Yeah, easily.
Just insane.
Easily. And for me, what was very interesting is like, yes, the game was very touch and go for a little bit. And I feel like this fight that was happening in this jungle, you kind of see the conclusion of it. C9 completely pushing them off. Griffin coming out with a hair in his teeth. Like, he was very, very close to dying. But you think the play is over. APA grabs this wave. We got a plan on our mind. Quad has teleport. He has his ulti. So you realm warps him right on top of APA. This is their vision. They get an idea, trying to cut him off on Tribush. And now you're trapped. And so while the game was looking good immediately for C9 in this stage, they get APA. They then, as you can see, look immediately for Baron, double TP for this play.
They play so fast.
Extremely fast. You can't even really gather your thoughts. The fact that Thanatos is trying to investigate, sees Cryogen, then Gekko's immediately Yomu's, flashes over the pig pen, and then gets straight on top of Thanatos. So you're like instantly, from one play happening from the bot side of the map, double TP towards Baron, and then instantly kills Thanatos, who is trying to be the first man on the scene. And you think, okay, surely they're just going to do the objective. No, we're going for more of the fight. Instantly, it's Griffin that Den, flash EQs, follows up with an ulti. Now Sven is stuck in a different pig pen. And I just felt like FlyQuest is doing an incredible job because in the early parts of the game, when we were in the pause, we talked about how they dragged themselves back in with their creativity. And then you find this moment where they drag themselves back in with their aggression and creativity. Unfortunately, C9 is quite creative themselves.
Well, I mean, Griffin died. The other fight that you didn't show was that sick Bartle out of Cryogen onto C9. So Blabber could not smite the Baron.
True.
Griffin comes away with the smite. APA gets it for the sick anti-flank. But what a game. Like, that was insane. Like, that play was insane. We didn't even get to show it because so much was happening.
We could spend 20 minutes going over this game. The early game was insane. The fights that FlyQuest did to pull back were insane, and then it was just over. So now we're in the situation where C9 is up 2-0.
Yeah.
I thought FlyQuest played really well in so many places in that game, but now they have to win 3 games in a row.
That's bad.
To stay in the upper bracket. So they got their work cut out for them. Also, don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats or less gold. Because, I mean, if FlyQuest is going to make it a long one, you definitely need to order now. Because it's over soon. It's over soon if Cloud9 keeps it up. Game 3 is up after the break.
Go Caitlyn, guys.
I'm team time. Play slow. Wait for me.
Yeah. Caitlyn no flash. Caitlyn no flash. Caitlyn no flash.
Reverse.
Yeah, right.
I got 3.
Look, driving next.
Happy that way, guys.
Yeah. Yo, go to mid. We can end. We win like this? Nice.
What makes a Kia MVP? In my opinion, the Kia MVP should have strong leadership and good playmaking.
Inspired goes unstoppable.
What I think makes a Kia MVP is consistently dominating.
And contracts on the side surprises Ignar. Ignar is just getting deleted.
An MVP candidate specifically, I think good leadership probably will matter the most to be able to uplift the level of the team.
Can't finish him off. Griffin, taunt, flash, gets the kill back.
You have to be a good laner.
Thanatos is about to try to give Fudge another death, chasing after him here in the 1v1, and he just claps him.
This person should be able to play different styles.
FBI's immediately quickness up, charm down. Jose Daejeon with the double kill for Team Liquid.
Laning matter, teamfight matter, of course everything matter, but I feel like it's most matter to me is like inspired to people. Like everyone think they're MVP, instant think you're tech player.
Is into a twisted advance, actually not have enough damage. Flash away from FBI to follow up from Inspired.
C9 wants to clean up more of these kills, and Vulcan with the 2-man binding.
Castle trying to get the push here, and he's gonna look, he's gonna flash forward, and Impact does not react.
The resurrection for Dokla. He gets alive and he gets away, but no, he's finally taken down. A triple come back over to Berserker on the Corki. Yon steps forward. Berserker guns him down. Ace for Lion.
So who is the Kia MVP?
I don't know. That's for you to decide. Cast your votes now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You
No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait for the wave to go by, and then I'm 2v on. I'm on arrow here in second killing. I'm 2v now, guys.
Go Caitlyn, guys.
I'm 2v behind. Play slow, wait for me. Yeah.
Caitlyn no flash yet. Caitlyn no flash yet. Caitlyn no flash.
Rise.
Yeah, rise.
I got 3.
Look, driving next.
Happy W, guys.
Yeah. They'll go to mid.
Just
we can end.
C9! No matter how dark it looks, they find their way back in.
Basic. What do you want to do? Turn? I want to push bot deep. I think Thanos going bottom deep.
Yes, sir, big dude.
In you from mid, I think. Yeah. Straight. Are you buying the kill still?
Cheers.
You are?
Cheers.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I'm drinking water.
Okay, we're not going to see it, but as little cheers there.
They got the cheers.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
That's gonna be a meme. 100%. I wasn't asking for an actual cheers, by the way. That shit was on you.
No, I know.
I love that we got more lore behind the cheers. Of Tom being like, oh, I know it's going to be a meme. That's on you, Nick. With the cheers.
I love it, man. Just having some bulls with the boys.
Yeah,
you know?
having some bulls. I mean, honestly, again, in the moment when it happened, I was like, that's going to be the top post on the Reddit. It could be on this series, too. If Cloud9 keep on winning, all the Cloud9 fans are going to be cheersing each other. If it's a 3-0...
And last game was competitive. We saw that crazy Baron play from FlyQuest that looked like that should have been the suplex of the motion of the game so far. But then Cloud9 just immediately reverse it, move to match point. FlyQuest got a reverse sweep here, or it's lower bracket city for the Greenleaf team. Now, let's go ahead and hop into draft here for our third time today, as we do have the Varus and Nocturne picks banned out by FlyQuest alongside that pocket pick Ziggs, keeping that away from APA. Orianna and Karma going to continue to be banned here by C9. FlyQuest did elect for first pick yet again. Remember, they also did that in game number 2 after losing the first game. Anivia, final ban from C9.
Honestly, I'm kind of feeling now some, like, if you want to go towards a more powerful mid jungle, because that definitely has been an issue, You know, like a Pantheon for point and click, and then some sort of, you know, kill looking lane to try and do a Pantheon Talia or something like that. For our bottom lane, though, obviously the early Lulu priority for our hyper carries is going to be the battle. And if bottom lane is going to be hyper carries, Flowers, you can try and keep them in check with a Twisted Fate to teleport on down there.
I actually really like this. API, I feel like we were just kind of talking off camera about how good he is playing on these engaged champs, right? He has been fantastic in the ante, in big moments. I think his TF really kind of fits that style as well. It kind of combines the two. He loves playing side lanes and split push when he was big on Trist and Ziggs and even Asol. And now this allows him to set up his teammates to roam. It really feels like it fits APA's identity as a player.
Yeah, definitely has been. And we got the comms listening. Last time he played Twisted Fate was so funny because that was a game where Blabber did the engage mid lane on Jarvan. And, you know, APA had some nice comms where he's like, keeping it focused on our win con. He was like, you know, we can play it slower, just play around my gold card timers. We don't always have to rush in. So this time around, they'll be calibrated and play around those gold cards.
And if we're talking about hyper carries and Twisted Fate being drafted to go down there and deal with them, Nautilus also drafted by C9 to point and click that hyper valuable AD carry pick, whatever it might be, and make sure that it gets locked up. However, FlyQuest are going to go ahead and lock in a very early Sylas for themselves. Twisted Fate is normally a difficult champion to follow across the map. However, if he's in range and you see him start to do his card thingy, you just steal it and follow him. It's not that big of a deal. So FlyQuest will be happy to take that one as the Sivir is locked in.
Nautilus is also a great ultimate to steal, and they're taking the Sivir for themselves, which is one of the AD carries that deals best with a stolen Nautilus ult. So, you know, there is going to be a great target for the stolen Nautilus ult, for the TF ult. So I think Sylas makes a lot of sense here. And Sylas is also always interesting to me because it kind of limits certain picks. Like, you don't have to exactly. You're not going to play Alistar. You're not going to play Malphite. There's some of these picks that just are kind of taken off the table.
And I also really like the Sivir just into Twisted Fate, having Spell Shield or you know, be ready here. Senna for Sven down on the bottom side with Svenna on the bottom side here to be stacking up and looking for the scaling and the extra range.
Well, we know that Sivir is very strong when she's able to fire into the entire enemy team because of the ricochets, because of how much damage she can do. But if Senna is allowed to play the game that Senna wants to play, Sivir's never going to toss a boomerang at all because Senna's going to shoot her from halfway across the screen.
And the Nasus ban here, pretty interesting. I do think Nasus would be strong against a comp like this that is relatively low consistent damage so far. Wither obviously very powerful against both the TF as well as the Senna. So they are paying respect to Griffin's pocket pick. Obviously was massive on the Nasus. I think it went legendary on it, went godlike. And we're going to get some responses here with the Vayne ban. So I wonder what pick they're trying to open up for Gakos, because this feels like a protection ban for topside.
Yeah, some type of melee that Vayne is just going to bully on top side of the map. Maybe they are actually going to stick Gakos on a tank this time around, since they have tried without front lines and have lost 2 games. So maybe they're just going to stick him on something a little bit beefier.
I mean, that's what I normally think. If you're going to ban Vayne away, you're probably wanting to play some kind of a frontliner, right?
Like that's or something. Maybe.
Yeah, like that's what Vayne abuses. I know this as someone who only played an immobile purple Scorp that would walk at you for over a decade. Vayne is not a playable matchup at any point of the game, so we're going to have the Nasus and the Gnar banned out by C9. Does FlyQuest want to ban another potential lane bully top laner, or do they just feel confident with the Vayne ban? Okay, they're going to ban out the Renekton instead.
Yeah, so Gnar has been banned away. You know, they were worried on the C9 side that Gakos was actually just going to be playing the Gnar. But the top lane pool is getting whittled down quite a bit. It is some of those tanks that are still kind of, you know, notably absent from the bans, both from Fearless bans as well as from the pick and ban in this game in particular. And this would be interesting, you know, if they want to go with that Mbessa. Of course, it could be top, it could be jungle. It is a flexible pick. It is a powerful one, and it's also a bit of a denial from Griffin, who is someone who really loves to play it himself. And also Gakos is good at it too.
And the compensation buffs that they gave Mbessa after increasing the cast time on her ultimate were really good. So she just like jumped right back up to being a very good carry threat. And Mbessa, whether it's jungle or top lane, I love playing with a Twisted Fate. So you've got a carry, whether it's jungle or whether it's top, having a Twisted Fate and a Nautilus for more CC to set you up and make it easier for your ult to land, even though it is a bit longer of a cast time now, does kind of solve that problem. And so regardless, Gakkos knows I'm going to have to blind pick here since you have the flex, so I will go with that Cassante. This, I will say, is Gakkos' best performing tank for sure.
Because he's not an actual tank. He turns into an entirely different class of character by pressing a button.
He is a little bit of a
tank adjacent.
A cheat code. Oh, Shyvana makes her way in.
Whoa.
Super hype. Okay.
All right, you guys talk for a second. I got to Google what her abilities are called now.
Yeah, Shyvana got the buffs to buff up her bruiser build as well. So going to be a very exciting one here for Griffin. See if he can be. I mean, they've built comps around him carrying before, and since they have a Lulu, which is something they could use with Nasus as well, they decide, you know what, it's fine. I'll be with the Shyvana as well.
So spam in chat right now. Who is going to win this game based on the draft? Put in either C9 or Fly for FlyQuest. Vote now. You guys got it right in game number 1. So I'm curious who you're going to predict in this game as we get another new pick here from Griffin. Very exciting. I'm interested to see if we are going to get more of that bruiser style or if we're going to get the AP hybrid that a lot of people that I have been seeing are playing. The kind of Duskin, Dawn, and Riftmaker route, that has been popular, but, Kobe's pulled up the win rates, and it does look like Bruiser's performing a lot better for the most part.
Yeah, the Trinity Force. So Kraken, I think, is a little too squishy, but you could go the Trinity Force with the Spear of Sojin. Has been really popular and really been taken off.
Yeah, that's the ones that I'm seeing in my high elo spectates. Unfortunately, because of my computer problems that I was talking about the other day, I can only watch about half a game at a time before the computer crashes. So I'm not getting to see all of the Shyvana performances. But I'm getting to see part of them. Sometimes I get the first half of the game, sometimes I get the second half. But the big thing about new Shyvana, the third attack of the Q when you're in dragon form is massive damage. And I feel like the character's performance largely depends on whether or not you can get those high value third Qs.
And she's super snowball. Like, this is a champion where if you've got money and you're in a good condition in the game, then you can carry. But if you get behind, you become a sitting duck, and you're kind of just a target here for the enemy team. So definitely don't want to have any unnecessary deaths over Raptors like we saw in game number 1. Sometimes on Shyvana, you want to be greedy and you want to get good farm, and Raptors are very juicy because she just deletes them. But you do have to be careful. So the mind games and the wards around these jungle camps are going to be big, because if Blabber gets some early kills on Mbessa, then he's going to be carrying hard from the other side.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool to see Griffin bring this out. It's only the 4th time in Tier 1 that it has been brought out in jungle, has been played a handful of times in top lane as well. And it seems like it is mostly just the kind of that AD bruiser style, though we have had people mixing it up a bit. But right now we have Raz standing by with ThinkCard. Let's hear about it.
That's right, got Coach ThinkCard with me now. Once again, incredibly creative player in Griffin, going with the Shyvana pick. Can you talk me through the option here? I'm sure you guys have practiced it quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good scaling. I'd say it's punishable early. If Blabber wanted to invade at level 1, he could and kind of take our Raptors, but Blabber's doing just a pretty standard clear, so already we're kind of avoiding that part of the game, and as long as he can get Triforce and get his camps, he's going to be really strong this game.
And then just talking about the previous game, because you guys found yourselves in a deficit early, but you guys were able to scrap it back to an even state. And you're actually just even talking about this level 1. Do you feel like this is pretty impactful, and how impactful is this 2v2 for you right now?
I mean, if we don't get pushed in this lane, something's kind of wrong. So I'm happy that we're getting pushed. We have Saber Lulu against all this. Last game, yeah, we were able to crawl our way back, but still we made a lot of mistakes mid-game, especially when we're running Bard. We should kind of be able to have an advantage between objectives. But we definitely were in a winning spot. Made one mistake, game was over. So the challenge is bouncing back with the squad that is this young.
And so just tell me, with this composition, what do you guys want to do to be able to fight back and get a reverse sweep going?
Yeah, so we just need the Saber to scale well this game. He's kind of going to be able to 1v9 with Lulu. Also, Shyvana Lulu is going to be a really good combo, and we have Silas to be able to ulti to actually make sure we get engaged with the Null Assault. If we can get a really good swap timer this game with Grubs and make sure that Cassante can be weak side and just get a lot of gold onto our carries, the game's going to be in a good spot.
Appreciate it. Before I send you back, good luck, Squeeze. Back to the casters.
Man,
the good luck squeeze.
Just squeezing your bro's nose.
Yeah.
You know?
Give him a little
nothing
tweak.
wrong with
Give
that.
him a little squeak.
Yeah.
I'm going to move on, because you know what? We did not talk about in the end of the draft because of the fact that the Shyvana was the main story. It's Thanatos with the Twisted Fate top lane versus having it mid. Now here in the bottom side, Griffin's coming around for the gank. Sven and Vulcan got to be a little bit careful here. Vulcan locking up Cryogen, pulls him back in here with the dredge line. Honestly, Vulcan doing a lot of work. Sven fires back here too. Cryogen is low. What a mess from FlyQuest! Good lord! Vulcan with a flash forward. He wants to find even more. APA arrives here with the teleport, forces the flash out of Griffin. Fly! We have got to bring that one back to the drawing board.
I mean, they didn't even get the flash off of Sven. They lose their Sivir flash. They lose Shyvana flash. They give a kill, not just to the Nautilus. Instead, it's to the Senna. That is a disaster start here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Cryogen thinks he can just walk past Vulcan here, and Vulcan says, "You shall not pass," locks him up, and since he's close to tower, hooks him back in. Free damage, free damage, free damage, just waiting. Sven plays the range, hits the root, free damage. I want to highlight something that Thomas just said on the interview with Raz as well. Think our
Thomas,
Shyvana. Yeah, you know we're close.
Yeah.
He calls him Tom.
Yeah, you know, they
Big T.
Yeah, they hang out every
Shyvana,
Friday.
this is a scaling, is weak early, and your ganks are not big, so he goes into bottom side. It also kind of delayed him getting back to the Krugs a little bit there for second clear. It's not going to be a huge delay, but you're not going to have a super big impact there. You basically, all you do early, you can kind of run at people and maybe Q them once like he did, and that's about all you're bringing. The idea, of course, is to zone them off some CS at the tower. You know, you're pushing the bottom lane back. You want to make them pay for it. But it all goes completely wrong so early on in the game that you have to have strong mental, at least, for FlyQuest to come back, since they're already at basically series point in this one.
And I mean, it was going good in the bottom lane until that point. We saw Masu and Cryogen have the push, crash about 2 waves worth of minions into the turret, and because of the way the health worked with Sven trying to poke back at them, Sven didn't farm half of it. The turret ate half of the minions. They were in a great spot, but now that Senna that you set behind in terms of farm has a kill to his name? That sucks.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Everything kind of going C9's way, but I want to talk about the top lane a little bit because, yeah, we never even got to talk about it. The Hwei was the last pick. They flex this TF up towards top, which we've seen from Keen and from Wonder, and Knock has played it. So it is this ADTF that he's going to be playing up on the top side, which does kind of print money here. And Gatkos is playing a tank, which he has had way less success on, but we might have a fight here, so we're going to have to hold our horses potentially.
Okay.
Flapper's only level 5, though, I think.
Horses are being held.
Yeah.
Level 6 here on APA, but it looks like, nah, C9 doesn't want to full commit to this. Griffin, not only with the level 6, has all of his fury, ready to transform into that dragon form. And remember what I said earlier, the dragon form unlocking the 3rd Q, that's the big damage. Even if Flabber tries to go in, he is most likely guaranteed to die.
Yeah, so right back on track there. At least the dragon stacking for FlyQuest back on track, but Sven is also going to stack pretty well this game after the extra influx of gold from his kill. You can get to a quicker static shiv, means much quicker control of the minion wave. As far as the ADTF2, it is really funny. You know, they banned the Vayne up there, and you still get forced into the arranged matchup on top side. And since you can take the Ghost and Flash with the extra mobility summoner spell here, really annoying to deal with. But trailing lane gank right now, coming from Griffin. We'll see if they can get the setup.
Yeah, and this is Gatkos on tanks versus carries. So Gatkos overall his stats, and then Gatkos only on carries. You can see his stats are actually very similar to Thanatos. He has incredible stats when he's playing carries only, which he did the last 2 games, but they lost with that. He has not really been able to perform on tanks. It's been less about the lane and more about his mistakes in teamfights, in my view. I do agree with what you guys were saying earlier, that K'Sante is kind of like his best tank because it can kind of play that diving style that he is so good at. But it is now Thanatos getting the carry matchup here. Gatkos going to be on the back end, and we'll see how he can perform, because when you're in a matchup like this, you are not going to win the 1v1 unless there are some massive mistakes from Thanatos. So you've got to show up in team fights. That is really your only shot.
Back!
Okay, Griffin once again showing his face here in the bottom lane.
Tower shot.
As FlyQuest crash the wave, Griffin goes for the ulti, gets the flash out of Vulcan, but that's all FlyQuest are going to take.
Not bad. I mean, you get the flash, you get the ghost. It's at least something. You know, he's staying efficient, with his farming. So Just going to be going right back to farming here. Gets down there. Didn't waste a lot of time. I don't really mind it.
I also want to see how much was lost mid, if anything was lost mid there for APA with the Hui as well. It looks like it was Cannon Wave, so got right back. And Grubs for Blabber should still go his way, even though Quad is going to look at them. So not much you can do since your jungler showed on bottom side of the map. And then Bessa continues to farm as well.
He can look, but he can't touch.
Yeah, you can look. You can place a ward in there. Everybody can look, but no one's touching.
Except for Blabber.
Boys. Okay, let's... Grubs have been slain. Yes, Blabber has taken the Grubs. And those are secured by C9, who already have a 1.2 thousand gold lead. You can see the recall being channeled now by Geckos as Cryogen and Masu have made their way up into the top side of the map. It's not like they have anything to fight for in the bottom river right now. Still 2 minutes until the next dragon shows up.
Real question is, how much do you count the TF passive gold for? You know, is that like real gold, or is that like some clearly fake money, you know, some monopoly money coming up there? You know, are we counting that in the gold lead? Or are we giving it like half credit?
This dude's insider trading like he's part of the government, man. Like there is nothing legitimate about that TF passive money.
It is really funny because people, when they're watching Pro League, are accustomed kind of judging the value and like the power of a team with the scoreboard, with the gold at top, as we have him walking down bottom side here to overload this side instead. 5 people actually on the way from Cloud9. They're truly overloading. Hui was even walking over, but he's recalling now. Geckos has 4 members.
Yep, it's the 4-man play. Thanatos going to eat the early tower aggro. Geckos staying alive for now. Tries to survive it. Ain't no way. C9 going to grab their second kill of the game, but now Griffin has showed his face and has to use his ultimate defensively just to escape as Vulcan hits him with the dredge line.
Yeah, that sucks, having to use that ult defensively there. Takes a while to charge back up. Masu and Cryogen are pushing on the top side. Geckos played that about as well as he could. You know, he timed the Pathmaker with the gold card. He's trying to outplay, but there's 4 members there. There's not a lot you can do. So at the end of the day, he does fall down, and they're just staying around here trying to push for that first tower gold. Not going to get it on that wave, but FlyQuest is sending their bot lane down to answer.
Yep, going to have the rotation answer here again, but also look at the super deep lane wards too. So information and the exact timings coming in for Cloud9. There you go. Static shift completed after that recall there for Sven. And now you truly get to accelerate this champion.
All right, boys. I'm worried. I'm not going to lie to you. FlyQuest already down 0-2 here in the series. Game number 2 was so close. Even though game number 1 was a stomp, it felt like FlyQuest really had some energy, some motion, some momentum in that second game there towards the end, and then the brakes got slammed. And now here in game number 3, 11 minutes in, they're down almost 2,000 gold. How do you stop this?
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be about the team fights, right? It's going to be about the scaling options that they have down on the bot side with the Sivir Lulu. Yes, the gold lead is big, but you can kind of just ignore Thanatos and hope for 4v4s. That is kind of what you are looking at, I think. And
okay,
Griffin is in the area. Maybe we're going to get a fight.
Okay, APA pops the blast cone, wants to make sure that Griffin can't use that. Ooh, APA missing Spiraling Despair. That's FlyQuest seeing their opportunity to go in. Vulcan going to be your target here. It's Quad, steals away the Nautilus ultimate and buries him with his own move. Nicely played there by FlyQuest to finally get their first kill, but it's still C9 securing the objective.
Yeah, they get the objective, and they do get out. It costs Blabber a flash, and it's still Griffin used one to engage too, so pretty close on the summoner spells, and it's just the 1 kill worth of gold for the objective.
And it's kind of that rule in League of Legends where sometimes the threat of an ability, hold on now, Masu in some danger. Blabber coming down here into the bottom side, looking to make the move, but he only finds the public execution towards Cryogen. Lulu just killed Ambessa. That's not part of the lore in Arcane, as Quad gets a kill in the mid lane as well. APA falls. FlyQuest succeeding in 2 separate places. Thanatos tries to get the dive on the Quad here in mid lane. Cloud9 turns to Clown9. Raz honked the nose again. FlyQuest popping off.
You asked how to come back. How about a series of plays like that? Masu flashing away from the ult from Ambessa. They get the kill in the 2v2 down bot side. Then they get a 2v1 kill on APA. Then Thanatos ult mid trying to kill Quad under the tower. But he's got a stun, he's got Kingslayer. That thing heals you for so much. And Thanatos finds out about it.
Just hands diff. Hands diff. Everyone keeps saying that for this FlyQuest team. Just fight them. Teleport up to the top side, though. Gakos in trouble.
Yeah, Gakos decides to go all out. He knows he's not getting away, so he has to try to at least get something back. APA connecting the Spiraling Despair there. Gakos, he's going to try to TP out.
Oh,
he survived. You got to be kidding me. Gakos stays alive because of the shield. He does not fall.
Doesn't burn down to any sort of dot, like you say. When you arrive with that TP, you get the big shield on the other side. Gets back to base. That is crazy because it's not like he just wasted his TP. It was a trade on the other side as well. That was the top lane TP from Thanatos, and he does not have actual teleport summoners, so that was his role quest one. And this is way back to that earlier kill here as APA was going aggressive onto Quad. But in comes Griffin. They're trading incredibly low. Quad just flashes forward, finishes him off. And then Thanatos is saying, all right, I can get it back. But look at the Rocket Belt to build space. Then the flash comes through. The Senna ult misses as he was expecting him to keep running.
Oh, shit, sorry. Stars flashed.
Yeah, Silas flashed, and then they tried to fully commit even more tower dive and also give over another.
Did he call his flash in that 1v1? Because didn't Quad flash after?
I'm not sure exactly about the timing. I do not know. However, they are calling it, and the Silas flash is down. Honestly, game still very even overall in terms of gold, but now here comes the dive. FlyQuest lining it up, beautifully done. Quad with a stolen public execution. He has now killed Vulcan with a Nautilus ult. He has now killed Blabber with an Ambessa ult. He is making sure these guys learn their lesson.
Quad ate his Wheaties for sure. He's popping off now, snowballing these kills. 6 stacks Dark Seal for this Silas. He is going to scale like a monster as well. And has some very good ults to steal. You know, you highlight it. It does feel bad to get killed by your own.
Yeah.
He's done that multiple times. And also, it feels bad if he steals a Nautilus ult, and then he's the big engage against your team. Quad is going to play a pivotal role in this FlyQuest team comp later on as well. So very, very beneficial to be popping off right now.
And, I mean, he kind of has to steal one of those engage ultis because otherwise your only engage is the Shyvana ulti, which now has that 0.75 second fear on it. But Cassante is not a true engage. You kind of have to walk into him and allow him to do Cassante things. Sivir and Lulu are not going to hard engage. Silas can't do it unless he has that stolen ulti. C9 now looking to take control over the Herald. However, APA does not have Spiraling Despair down here on the bottom side. Quad going after Thanatos. Twisted Fate can go ahead and drop a gold card and just teleport himself away there with his ultimate. Thanatos' Twisted Fate not doing a whole lot so far this game as FlyQuest ready to collapse here from the Rift Herald. It is slain by Blabber, but he can't get to the eye.
Quad making money moves around the map. He just beats up the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate is going to have to give him some distance and then teleports over to the other fight that's going on. Kill someone there.
He can look but not touch at the grubs this time. He's touching Blabber. He's taking him down.
I am
looking like he is taking over this game as well.
I am over here. I'm not touching that. Okay, let's...
just did.
Let's... FlyQuest is up 1,500 gold in a game that they were previously down 1.7K. It's been a 3,000 gold swing over the course of the last 5 minutes or so, largely based off of Cloud9 overcommitting, trying to make plays in the mid lane. Remember, both APA and Thanatos chose to fight Quad. Guess the play in the bottom lane? That was FlyQuest making a move. But 2 out of those first 3 were a C9 blunder.
Yeah. And looks like they might be make more moves here. Masu always looking to trade here on his Ven. Dragon stacked up though. With the control, wherever Silas is, you got to give them some space, some room. Split pushes is getting some distance, but honestly, Gakos can just catch the wave anyway. So FlyQuest have it really under control here. Nice moves now. This is why you always love watching this team as they overchair. Okay.
Not quite. C9 staying alive for now. However, Griffin with the Dragon's Descent flies into the C9 lines, and Vulcan is already dead. C9 just seems completely scrambled.
Yeah, they are just not able to deal with this whatsoever, and they didn't even have to spend a lot to do it. Really just the Shyvana ult. They held on to the Stolen Nautilus ult. They didn't use Sivir ult. They didn't use a lot, and they are pushing mid here. Going to be able to knock down this tower as well. APA is pushing on the side lane, but the top lane tier 1 probably going to fall to Gakos. FlyQuest taking full control over this game. They have the Dragon lead. It's an incredibly strong soul.
Ooh, but now Griffin in some danger. Gets caught out there by the gold card, flashes over the wall, and Blabber aims crooked there on the public execution. So now they got to use the Hex Gates to try to catch up. But FlyQuest is working to protect their top laner, and that just means, or their jungler, excuse me, and that just means Blabber is forced to flash back over the wall.
Yeah, Blabber always really wants to punish Griffin after Griffin starts taking off, it looks like, in these games, and wanted to Hex Gate over to chase him, but the rest of the teammates were there, so he immediately has to flash back over. Now a teleport in for a teleport flank mid.
Sven knocked up by the stolen Nautilus ulti, and here comes Gakko. C9 got to try to get out as the Twisted Fate ulti ready to channel. Blabber is already down. FlyQuest has woken up here in game number 3. It is a combination of FlyQuest excellence and C9 foolishness that has brought us to a 3,000 gold lead for Fly.
I mean, FlyQuest will challenge you anytime you want to fight. They are down to fight. Quad had the outplays in the 1v1 in the mid lane, then had the outplay on a Thanatos, then had another outplay in bot lane on Thanatos again. TP's in. They're finding play after play after play. And I think you got to give a lot of credit to FlyQuest for this, especially after how last game ended, such a devastating fashion for them.
And I want to bring back up the jungle matchup here because it actually has been so good for scaling here for Griffin. I mean, Shyvana, we talked about, all right, you start a little slow and you're going to scale on up here as the bruiser. Griffin has absolutely taken over. Every time they make these plays, he's also taking jungle camps, because Shyvana can delete them. And so the jungle CS discrepancy as well is kind of ballooning for him. And now you're at your peak, your 2-item power spike with the tenacity from your Merc Treads. So you can just stay in there, stick on people. You have 3-level advantage over Blabber and the 2-item power spike. It's another big carry, like bruiser jungle champ for Griffin, which he really gets to shine. And has a support on his team. The little Lulu can definitely help out the melee carries.
Absolutely, and those stats that were on your screen were from both of their last week's stats. You know, both had monstrous week 7s, final week of the regular season, really showing up big for their team. And Griffin, again here, showing that he can go toe-to-toe with Blabber. He has gotten so much better from lock-in, where the entire story of the series was just, well, look at the jungle diff, right? You know, it was him not being able to compete with these top-level players. And here he is, like you're saying, on a champion, scaling well, in a great spot, up almost 50 CS, has 60 stacks of the scale mail passive, so that is, you know, really going to make him a lot more tanky than you would assume with this build as well.
38.8 thousand gold for FlyQuest, 2,500 above their counterparts in C9. Sven's stacks right now.
Oh, looking kind of low.
Yeah, this is not a Senna that is primed to hyper carry the game.
And we talked about TF and kind of the fake gold from TF passive. You know, it is kind of like, you know, champions bounce around that, but he has over 850 gold from his passive, and he's only up 860 gold. So basically, he doesn't even really have much of a lead over Gakko. So, you know, the champion is balanced around having more gold in the kit.
Yeah, and it's all about how you're going to use it too. So rapid fire is done. Does that actually make a difference? Is he going to have a good, thank you, observers. Is he going to have a good opportunity to play around gold card timings and they're going to like layer their point and click CC? It seems very difficult for this game.
Well, I mean, also, Twisted Fate feels at his most powerful when there's a lot of good targets for the gold card to hit. Cassante is not a good target. Shyvana is not a good target. Sivir is not a good target. Lulu can ult Sylas if he gets targeted. I just feel like there's not as many opportunities for Thanatos in this game as you would normally want for a Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and that Sylas is jacked, too. We kind of looked away and we're like, oh, look
hangs
at
out
this.
with the coolest dudes.
Yeah.
Goes to the hottest clubs.
Oh, yeah.
Wears the freshest clothes.
I mean, it hangs out with Griffin, right? We're all talking about the Shyvana carry, but the origins of this were with the Sylas, and he's got his like fully stacked Dark Seal, so all the extra value, and he's split pushing right now, getting a lot of extra money. They're kind of trading with top and bottom side at the moment. Eventually, the extra person here for Cloud9, they do get the actual tower itself, and they've clearly opted to, okay, fine, you know what? We can't fight you. You're stronger than us. We're not going to fight this, so we'll try and get the tower gold instead for Cloud9, but this is great news for FlyQuest.
Yeah. I mean, Hex Soul is terrifying, right? And I think about Sivir popping ult, getting sped up by Lulu, running at you with Hex Soul. That is a nightmare. You know, that is really, really difficult to deal with. So, you know, C9 definitely in a tough spot, but even from a more difficult spot last game, after FlyQuest had that great Baron play, take that Baron, one play ended the game. So FlyQuest, cannot be comfortable here. C9 definitely have the ability to bring it right back with one great team fight. And Griffin trying to keep that pressure on.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job at it. Smites away the Gromp. Again, just invading the enemy jungle. Blabber has Sundering Sky plus Voltaic, but it just doesn't feel like a powerful Ambessa as a teleport arrives into the bottom lane here from Gatgos, seeing if he can maybe find some sort of a flank angle here on a C9. Quad stealing away the Spiraling Despair as the ulti from the Twisted Fate is about to come in. C9 firing back right now. Vulcan staying alive only for a moment. Abscond. Abduct finds the target. Thanatos about to drop here as well. C9's team fight just sucks. FlyQuest engage all the way. They find their mark, and they find it 3 separate times.
It's beautiful. It starts with Griffin just bullying Blabber out of his jungle. He steals a Gromp in front of his face and then watches him recall from top lane and says, all right, boys, let's go engage on C9. Their jungler is in the fountain. And they just get the teleport here from the Cassante. So you can see Blabber now walking from base because he was pushed out, as we were talking about. And their teleport in from Gatgos means they just pincer the people in mid.
Yep, and Gatgos, knows Thanatos is pretty much dead to right, so he just goes right past him, forces the flash onto Sven. They get even more. As soon as Blabber is dead, it is eyes on the Baron there in the Pagoda moment. Going to be able to claim that Baron. No need for a steal when you're running the game. You get that Baron uncontested.
I love how FlyQuest, when they do have the momentum, they're feeling themselves. They keep making play after play after play. They're taking these. They will use that advantage like blunt force trauma, like run straight into you, push you out, and then force the play, immediately get this Baron, and now pushing to try and get even more of a secure hold. If they can get these secondary towers too before the dragon comes up, because we have a slight pause.
Man, Blabber is having a real stinker of a game. 0-5-1 on this Ambessa. And it's not like we're talking about a jungler that brings a lot of utility to the table, something like a Maokai or a Sejuani. When you're behind on Ambessa, you are a granny cannon minion. A Granon minion. And that is not where you want to be. C9, I said it during the team fight, their team fighting ability is just bad. And big reason is because Ambessa is entirely irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a tough situation for Blabber. He didn't get ahead early. A lot of their early fights went bad, but also their 2v2 was kind of losing bot. Both their solo lanes, ended up dying to Quad, and everything kind of started to really snowball in FlyQuest's favor. So the plays that he can look for are pretty few and far between. Griffin's farming his jungle, making his options very, very limited. And when you're playing this Ambessa plus Nautilus looking for that hard engage, but you're way behind in gold, most of your fights are going to look bad.
Yeah, if Griffin's been farming Blabber's jungle and his own, he's level 17 right now. That is 4 levels over Blabber. And Blabber, if this is to be believed, the UI right here isn't even close to ticking over his next level. So,
yeah.
And we just did see Shyvana, I guess the 17 has not updated on the scoreboard, but we saw her.
He is level 17.
Yeah, we saw her in the river. And so that is like a very real whole 4-level lead. Do you know how hard that is to do right now in the current state of like comeback experience for jungle?
Yeah,
Junglers complain about it all the time, like, how come I can't blast this guy harder? Well, Griffin is blasting that hard because he's farming so much of Blabber's jungle.
Sure, dude.
It's hard to get your catch-up experience if all your camps are gone and you don't get like kills.
That's true. Yeah, there's
what are you catching up?
What are you catching up with? You got nothing over there. I mean, it is crazy. 3K gold lead. He has more farm than anyone on C9. Yep. That's a rare thing to see. More farm than the 80 carries.
A jungle flame horizon is so rare, he could actually do it.
The only person with more farm than him is his own Sivir, who literally auto-attacks the entire wave at once.
Now I'm invested. This is all I care about now for this game. I think that FlyQuest are for sure going to win. I just want to see Griffin Mega CS.
If FlyQuest lose this game, all 5 players, League of Legends isn't their calling. They need to just go put in their application for Major League Baseball, become pitchers, because that's a hell of a throwing arm.
FlyQuest loses game, it really hurts their chances in this series, I will say.
It does.
Yeah.
It's great tidings.
They still have a very pivotal moment. The Dragon Soul, we'll say 25 seconds in the future here, Flowers. So let's even see, will Cloud9 try and contest? Because it's so late now. I'm kind of thinking maybe they won't even go. Yeah, recall here for Sven, so
yeah,
it looks like they decided not.
Yep.
Okay, he canceled his recall. I mean, it's a Hex Soul, so you feel really bad giving it, but also it's pretty hard for them.
They see nothing.
Dude,
yeah.
You've got Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, Shield Bow Sivir versus Senna with Static Shiv, Cleaver, and a Serpent's Fang. There is no comparison in the damage output between these characters.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is with Mikhail's, with the Lulu behind you, with Barrier, with even Shield Bow, you have to get so much damage on Masu to be able to kill him. I just don't think C9 have the burst to actually kill off this Sivir in any realistic situation. You know, even if he doesn't spell shield the gold card, he has to use it on something else. There's the Mikhail's, there's the Wild Growth, there's the shield, the heal, the barrier. There's just so many tools. It is going to be very, very difficult for them to kill off Masu, and that's ignoring Griffin and Quad, who are monstrously strong.
I was talking so much earlier about how impressed I am with Thanatos. And you guys know I'm a pretty prolific hater of the stuff that I'm a hater of. I am also a high-ranking member.
He hates deep.
Yes, I am a high-ranking member of the Twisted Fate Haters Club, specifically the C9 Twisted Fate Haters Club. And to be able to make Thanatos look unimpactful, this champion is truly doggy doo-doo. I don't ever want to see his goofy hat in this game with this team ever again.
Let me remind you of Flowers All-Pro votes
I
here.
know, all 3 votes now feel silly.
Now he's
foolish,
raging out.
Nonsense. Yes, I am
He's
crashing
lashing out at him.
Twisted Fate is so garbage, he makes my goat look backyard, barnyard wash.
I mean, I will say, it has not been working out for them, but some of it was some self-inflicted wounds with that alt mid lane that did not work out. You know, Quad having the big outplay, putting him behind, and Quad now finding him again.
Yep, Quad's going after him. He steals away the ulti, ready to try to chase if he needs to. Goes for the abduct, doesn't find him, but now he jumps right on top of where Thanatos is running. Yes, there's a gold card, but Quad is still after him. Flash for flash. The whips, the chains, the pain. Quad picks up another one.
Yeah, you're not getting away, buddy. I don't think APA is getting away either.
Nope, APA's Hui has also not found any success at all this game. 0, 2, and 0. Cloud9 only has 2 kills to their name, and APA has not been a participant in either one.
And I gotta say, the more we're watching this series, the more it feels like Masu is leaving Sven in the dust. He has been playing so well throughout this series here again, in a really good position. It does feel like they have this one wrapped up.
Yep. FlyQuest going for the end of the game right now. Both C9 solo laners dead for more than 20 seconds as Blabber and Sven try to clear away the minions. The next wave already about to arrive. Griffin has his rage bar fully filled. Does have Death's Dance as well, and he drags himself into the middle of the fight immediately with a Dragon's Descent. Griffin's going to take a ton of damage, but the first Nexus Turret is already down, as is Blabber. FlyQuest full sending, FlyQuest ending. C9 Nexus will not stand. 14-3. FlyQuest hit back, and we got ourselves a series.
Man, when FlyQuest pop off, they pop off, man. It looks so good. I'm glad we're getting some more distance in this series. Let's send it over to the analysts.
Spam chat with that player of the game, guys. It's between the Griffin, who would not stop farming, or Quad, who would not stop murdering people. However,
I'm pro-violence.
However, Raz is in a clown outfit today and has done both coach interviews. And I'll just say, you coined it the lucky squeeze, Raz?
Yes.
Yeah.
Specifically the
Can you
lucky
explain
squeeze.
what's been happening with the lucky squeeze?
Is undefeated now.
Of course, every coach is going to have a level of anxiety and hopefulness that their team wins. So I give them a little bit of comfort. Lucky squeeze.
Yeah.
If you get the
Now
squeeze
I'm
off,
lucky.
you do win.
You'll win.
You'll
Emily,
win.
she subs in. She wins nose diff. 2-0 record. But this game, we got to see the LCS's first jungle Shyvana, and the game was actually close. I wanted to show where the difference came in for the jungle Shyvana to be able to get a large lead. It was pretty close in CS up until this point. I mean, Griffin had gotten second scuttle to get the first Drake, but it really turned when Blabber goes for this 2v2 with Masu and Cryogen. And it's less about the execution of this fight. I mean, the ultimate catching Cryo instead of Masu was a little bit unfortunate for him. He ends up falling. And then also, Quad makes an outplay. So those are 2 small outplays. But then it's more about what does FlyQuest do once they have an advantage to make it game winning. And this is where I'm going to really speed it up and just watch Griffin power farm Blabber. So he knows his jungle's gone. He takes both camps. He flies away. It continues. He knows Blabber spent a lot of time trying to kill Gakkos. So at this point, he says, I'm going to continue to make his life a living hell. And not only does he full clear Blabber's jungle, he full clears his own jungle, and he also full clears Blabber. Because a lot went wrong for C9, where Thanatos at the end of the previous play had used a TF ultimate and flash, so C9's overloading the top side, and Blabber thinks he needs to catch this wave. But instead, he ends up getting dove and dies again, which allows Griffin to just continue to cycle the jungle and keep Blabber in a permanent bad place. So really impressive game.
Small shout out to Cryogen. It felt like whenever there were windows of opportunity, he was getting in there, getting deep wards, and further allowing the vision for Griffin to just continuously farm Blabber's camps.
Yeah, and also I think just using Shyvana ulti and the fear that comes along with it to have any level of follow-up is incredible. Like that bot lane dive, being able to have the like Silas stealing the Mbessa ult, knowing that the Mbessa ult is nerfed to be a longer channel time, but that does not matter if you're like basically using Shyvana ulti to be able to make use of it. Like there are so many things, but we need to revisit the head-to-head that we had at the beginning of the day.
I need to explain this. This was a vote by the LCS Discord before the series.
Yes.
And now we're going to draw what we feel like has happened so far in this series. Group project.
Okay.
So top lane, this last game for Thanatos hasn't been that good on the TF, but he still played pretty well overall. So I'm actually putting this like maybe here. Thanatos has been favored over Gakkos. What do you guys think?
I agree.
I agree with that. Like I thought, I thought
you're there as well.
I don't even think Gakkos in particular has been playing like super, super poorly, but Thanatos had been getting the better of him until this game.
The jungle's interesting. Game one, Griffin flipped the game. Like after game one, it's over here. But this last game, you could honestly say it's over here as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And then game two was close. So I'd say we got this here, and then is it like a 50-50 right now?
I'm going 50-50.
Yeah, why not?
I'm going 50-50.
Griffin's played awesome.
I'm aligning with that.
We're recency biased off this last game.
I mean,
but this series, game two could have gone either way.
Here's another crazy one is APA, who I thought, again, like his Annie flank was massive.
Yeah.
I thought he played well in game one.
Where are we going?
Dude, I'm going 60.
Quad had like a monstrous
I'm doing
game.
65 for quad.
65 quad is Raz's call.
Okay.
Right here. I'm favoring the Casio and personally the Casio and the Annie flank.
Like
I'm like right here.
Quad had
one
would
good
say
game.
like 60 for
yeah.
APA.
Okay, there it is.
40 for quad.
Okay, we got a difference.
All right, where are we going? Are we going right on the line?
I think this is like further in
Masu he got caught in game two. If he doesn't die on Caitlyn at the end of that game,
I appreciate your
I'm still putting it around here. You're putting
I
it like
think this
here?
has been heavily Masu favored.
Is this Emily? Emily's going here?
Emily?
No,
Emily's
like
crossing out Zden's career?
80-20. What?
Emily!
No.
She's 80-20. Okay, Emily's right here.
It's like 80-20.
Right here.
Yeah, like no.
Okay.
It's just a little bit more, yeah.
Give me a 35.
All right, last one. Cryogen versus Vulcan. What are we doing?
Ooh,
Vulcan's been good.
Yeah, Vulcan's been good. I think Cryogen hasn't had many mistakes as well. I'm actually kind of 50-50 on this one at the moment.
Yeah, I'm putting it
I'm a little, I'd say like 60-40. I think Cryogen, that last game, again, as Lulu, he was getting in, he was getting really deep vision. I also thought he got caught out at times previously, so yeah. Closer than you might have thought.
We thought pre-series, or at least what Discord thought. Raz did predict FlyQuest to win the series.
Oh, God.
And honestly, if that game two goes differently, we're having a very different conversation right now.
Yeah, it's 2-1.
Yeah, that's where my heart was going, because I feel like FlyQuest is a very active team. Quad ends up winning it, makes a lot of sense. It was just basically you and Captain Flowers were aligned. And I wonder where the chat is taking this. But
we like power farming junglers, but Quad is the one who had the solo kills and the 1v1s on the side lanes.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
And I think to the point that you made at the beginning of the day, the overall macro from C9 has been what has been the most impressive. Like the early games have been starting out very well.
Yeah.
What I didn't expect that would have helped me is how, like, FlyQuest is very creative in being able to find windows. When they have a small window, super decisive to find a play and crawl themselves back into a game. The problem is C9 is just as good. Now, thank God we're not having a sweep.
Yeah.
But we need a reverse sweep. We need one.
I really love how FlyQuest, as soon as they see an opportunity, they immediately pounce on it. Their teleport usage has been really interesting and creative. A lot of their like initial side lane collapses have been really interesting and creative. Just in that past game, their Hexgate usage was really like good. So I just love how unified they are in recognizing, okay, we have a window, we're immediately doing this. However, before we go, during LCS Spring Split, you right there could win a trip to a League of Legends event. Save your MasterCard as your card on file and make a purchase from the in-client store for a chance to win.
And
we are going to game 4.
Chance to win. I feel like FlyQuest is going to win. So we'll get an idea
Raz
of that one.
believes in FlyQuest.
I'm doubling down.
Give yourself a lucky squeeze.
Lucky squeeze for Fly.
Hopefully we go to Silver Scrapes. Please, take it away. We're going straight to an ad break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first best of 5 here in the LCS playoffs for Spring Split 2026. C9 started off with a strong 2-0 lead, brought themselves to match point ASAP, but FlyQuest punched back in game number 3, got themselves on the board, and we're going to game 4.
We are. I mean, we have seen a trend in this series. Whoever plays the tank top lane wins the game. Even though it was a very
play TF.
Yeah, it was a tricky like, ooh, we're gonna pick the Hui and flex the TF into top lane, but it made their team comp pretty weird. Obviously, all of the hands checks did not go their way, and so that
focused on the tanks.
Into it,
I'm focused on the fact that whatever coach squeezes Raz's nose has also won the game.
And neither of them got to squeeze his nose.
It's a honk dip.
So now it's fair game. Anybody could win.
Anyone could go over there
Raz
at any moment and squeeze his nose.
Oh, true. Raz honked his own nose, so maybe he finds a way to get up there.
Raz is going to get subbed in?
Raz is going to win. Raz is going to win this game. All right,
We're going to get sued for match fixing. We get Raz's Zoe in one of these games.
Nasus is not going to win this game, though. What if, does Griffin have any more bruiser carry jungles that you'd like to see? Because deep into Fearless, he's going to get targeted.
Pantheon. Pantheon's still up and available. You know, bring it full circle, ban out the other ones. Now we can get the Pantheon.
They'll never expect one of the meta champs.
No.
All right, well, C9 do have first pick this time. Remember that in games 2 and 3, FlyQuest had the option to choose, and they chose first pick both times. So the draft is going to be a little bit different here this time around since C9 have the first pick and they're playing from red side. It's the Ziggs APA target ban plus the Orianna and Varus power pick bans from Fly as C9 ban out the Anivia alongside 2 of Griffin's more unique junglers in the Shen and Nest.
I've got another one for you. Remember back in Lock-In, he brought out the Volibear.
I do like Volibear, but I don't like him right now. He's not been after Freak got done with him.
I love how anytime Volibear gets nerfed, I will walk into the caster green room and Kobe will look sad, and I'll say, "Hey Kobe, what's wrong?" He'll be like, "Freak nerf Volibear again."
You know what I do think is about time for? Some Nocturne comp angle, though. Because the deeper you get into Fearless, the more impactful these like Nocturne and like Nico, flanking style comps can get. And so both teams are splitting right now. The Ezreal. Oh, nice. There you go. It is about time.
Receive.
They're splitting up the Ezreal Karma because that lane is super OP. And they get the Nocturne for the hard engage onto it.
Well, the stats just popped up when it was locked in, and for the amount of draft presence this character has, for the amount of bans that often get spent on him, his win rate is ass. 3 and 8? That is just not, that's a 27, 28% win rate. This champion does not win in the LCS.
Blame the players, Flowers.
Yes. Okay, players, you gotta play some better
Maybe
Nocturne.
the coaching staff, maybe that. But Nocturne, again, like the good pairings with it are a lot of these other engaged champs that really benefit from the darkness also, like the Nico that I mentioned. But you can also get solo laners that can look for flank angles and be like assassination solo lanes as well. So you can get some really, really exciting team comps. But on the side of Cloud9, they take what has become right back into the meta, the Wukong team fighting here. So Wukong plus Aurora is really, really good engage.
And I also really like it because Aurora is a flex pick for them. And I do think it's a good denial from FlyQuest because I always see Aurora as a great pairing with Nocturne. So I do think it's actually really cool because it's a good blind pick. You can flex it. But it is going to be the Nico pairing with the Ezreal. Very common when the Karma gets split from it. It's another champ that can help to bully lane, that can help to poke. I am a little bit concerned about where C9 is going to go for AD carries, though, because now FlyQuest could throw some bans towards some of the strong laners like Jhin even, and make it so this 2v2 becomes really rough.
I love seeing Jhin banned because now I don't have to watch Jhin do 0 damage the whole game.
Fair, but you might have to watch an AD carry get absolutely pounded into oblivion because Jin's a pretty good laner, and a lot of the best AD carries, laners, safe laners, are already getting kind of banned away.
And I do really like what you brought up, though, about how Aurora is a true flex pick for Cloud9, because even though it is a flex pick in general, I feel like a lot of teams aren't comfortable putting it top side, but Thanatos certainly is.
The other thing, too, you can look for a good laning AD carry, or you could look for an AD carry with a jump, but those are getting really few and far between. So I think the plan from FlyQuest is really good to steal away the Ezreal. Corki's already been played, so you can't have that. You can't even have like Sivir Spell Shield, and you're gonna send Nocturne Nico engages at whatever Sven picks.
Yeah.
It's gonna be difficult to to keep him safe, even though you do have the Karma speed up and shields. And so they're opting to also ban the Misfortune, which is another strong laner and has good AoE for the team fight here. So laying on another.
The only AD carry that Sven has played that is not banned is Yunara. And Karma Yunara sounds like trash against this lane. So I am curious where he's going to go. There's tons of AD carries that you can go to. You could be like, all right, we're just going to play on the back end and go Smolder. We're going to play defensive, try to scale. You can go a lot of different angles. You can go still just a hyper carry like Yunara or Felios or something along those lines. But those are weaker laners, right? So I am kind of struggling to think about where he would want to go unless he wants to go really kind of into left field and go a mage. Champions like Mel can be really popular.
Okay, we've got the Taliyah locked in alongside that Nocturne, though. So honestly, some very long-range power here for FlyQuest. You've got the semi-global ultimates with Paranoia and Weaver's Wall put together alongside Ezreal's True Shot Barrage that can contribute from anywhere. FlyQuest have some artillery here in this draft.
Yeah, some ability to make picks on side lanes later on, too, with those abilities you're mentioning. I really like the rocks. The rock field from Taliyah here good against
Unraveled
Aurora.
Earth.
Good, yeah, good Unraveled Earth. Good against.
You heard him. He likes the rocks.
I like the rocks. The rocks that she throws and the rocks she leaves on the ground too.
Yeah,
all
the
good.
rocks. Don't back down. You like the rocks.
Wukong and Aurora is both pretty good against those, and we still end up getting the Yunara anyway. Karma isn't the same enchanter as Lulu, but is going to try and serve that purpose.
Yuck. I don't like the Yunara here. I agree with you, Isaac. I feel like this lane
Quinn counter pick.
Whoa! Okay, so we said we like seeing Gakgos on carries. We don't want to see him on tanks, and he picks the solo queue counter to Renekton in the Quinn.
You go play side lanes, then you got to really play those side lanes, Flowers. Holy moly. FlyQuest always goes so much damage, so little health.
Yeah, no plays for it, obviously in the LCS so far this split. It's only been played twice globally, once by Knock-Knocko and once in another league. So, has not been getting a lot of play, but this is the old school counter pick. I've never really seen it do that well in pro, even when it becomes a bit meta. Usually they kind of struggle. Gonna be curious to see if it is cleanse, which is kind of the more common. Generally flash cleanse is what we would see. In solo queue, you see a lot of ignite flash and people just kind of deal with that. But if you are not playing cleanse, it can be problematic if you're getting ganked. Now, spam chat, which team won the draft, C9 or Fly? You guys have guessed C9 twice. You were right one time, wrong one time. The win rate has plummeted for the fans in chat.
Personally, I think most fans are really going to be scared to bet on Quinn, excuse me. So I think that they probably will bet Cloud9 again. Also, Cloud9 probably has a bigger fan base getting those votes in. But
what about the rocks?
But them rocks, though.
How many Twitch chatters like rocks, like Kobe?
Do you like rocks? That's my new, actually, that's
Do you like rocks?
Do you like rocks?
The
Vote for Fly.
Might also betray you, though, because a diehard fan loves nothing more than to hate when their team has a bad draft. So if you think that it's bad, you're going to be spamming "I hate this" more than anyone else.
True.
True. Okay, so this comp, though, is so all in on playing squishy, but playing very aggressive with high damage in spreading the map. You have Quinn's split push. You have Nocturne to punish side laners. You have the Talia to surf over and make picks as well. And then even when you get to the objectives, you're going to have Nocturne Darkness to allow Nico's engage. It's like really hard sometimes to do Nico engage from support Nico because you're squishy. But with that extra vision control that you have, if they can get their leads and use the high damage that they have, then maybe they can push us to a game 5.
Bad barrier there from Masu. Didn't block a whole lot of damage. But I'm thinking back to last year. And I believe it was last year where we heard from Inero in an interview, and he said he's good for 2 drafts. And we're on game 4 now. Game 3 was obviously the one that they lost. So if Inero is correct about his own drafting, this could be a bad sign for C9.
All right, well, we're watching this early game. Raz is standing by with Cloud9's coach. I will dominate, I believe.
You are right, but there's a lot of trading bot side, so I want to ask your immediate opinion on that.
Well, I think this last trade wasn't good for us. Before that, it was good. I mean, normally Karma will eventually be good in these types of lanes because you will be able to poke them out. You can trade on your shield. So yeah, we'll just see how it ends up going throughout the game. I think that in this game specifically, I don't think their team fight is that strong. I mean, they're playing more of like a side lane game with Quinn and stuff like that. So hopefully we can get there and we can get some real team fights this game.
Let's talk about that Quinn a little bit, because I know you guys, when you selected, or you guys selected FlyQuest as an opponent, you gave a lot of credit to their drafting abilities. Just thoughts going into the Quinn? Well, Nero did. But what are your thoughts?
I mean, the Quinn is something that's like an old school counter to Renekton. We've seen this before. Yeah. Quinn with Cleanse, and then Quinn got some buffs, like there was mana buffs on ult. But it's a champion that has a lot of risk associated with it. It's not that good in team fights versus things like Aurora and Wukong, right? So you have to really like make the game funny. You got to use your mobility and stuff to be able to get some type of lead in the game. So it's a risky pick, but it's definitely something that can be powerful in a game like this. It's just a different style than what we decided to go for.
All right, appreciate the conversation. Going to send this one to the cast. Before I do, though, a lucky squeeze. Thank you. Take it away, guys. That was a good squeeze. That was a good squeeze.
So if Raz doesn't do an interview with the FlyQuest coaching staff, then that's just,
This is biased.
Yeah, I mean, did he just rig the whole game
this
right there?
2 squeezes to 1 in favor of Cloud9.
Blabber with a possible angle here, runs into the control ward though, so Ezreal, plenty of mobility, just backs right off there.
Ooh, that is...
FlyQuest, they won with the Quinn
They
draft.
like rocks.
There you go.
I
Actually,
think
that was the decider for sure.
There was.
Fans probably just like fun drafts that aren't the same champions that they see so commonly.
So when this comp wins, it looks so cool because you're just like dominating these lanes and you get Nocturne going to all the... Okay.
FlyQuest making the move up here in the top side, but no, sir, not going to work out. Thanatos does survive. He doesn't have to spend the flash. However, it's important to note he has already teleported back into lane, so now he's stuck at half HP, so Griffin still gets value out of the gank.
Yeah, absolutely does. But that was well played by Thanatos. Saves his flash by, you can see Griffin was trying to juke back to dodge the slice so he doesn't get the reset on the dice, but does tag him with it, so holds onto his flash, because if he backstep that and you miss, then you definitely have to flash as Thanatos, and maybe you're just dead because the Fear Tether could come through.
Okay, Sven firing back versus Masu and Cryogen both. Vulcan attaches the tether, but Cryogen with a flash away stays alive.
Yeah, this is spicy.
Yeah, heavy trading down here. Both junglers, you always look for those on the way when these summoner spells are getting blown, and they're pretty far away. Both are also like level 6 farming junglers, so both these bottom lanes feel pretty confident at the moment. Still, you've got the flashes. Or you have one of the flashes here for Masu on FlyQuest side, but very, very close. So want to see when you actually do get your gank, or even the mid lane roam down there could be the thing that tips it.
That was a fast cleanse, man. He didn't even move, and that's a flash from Thanatos. So I know you're making a funny face, Flowers. I have seen a lot of players, Renekton players, like to actually do this trade because when they hit 6, you slice dice in, you try to get it on top of them, you get the stun, they feel that they can just win the all-in from there. So a lot of Renekton players I've seen feel it's actually a positive trade to trade out that flash early and then have the sun either call up your jungler or look for the level 6 all-in.
Okay, I believe you, but at the same time,
doesn't always work. There's risk.
I still have my doubts because it's such a big cooldown difference between the two summoner spells. So that just means the pressure is on Thanatos to make that pay off.
And Quinn, post level 6, can just mount up and bird fly right back out here, so it doesn't lose quite as much as you would think, even though it got bullied out of lane.
One of my favorite types of flying, the bird flying.
The bird
flying. Up. Behind enemy lines. That's the This is twice today now. I've had to look up champion ability names because we're playing characters that nobody ever played. I think that's the most I've ever had to look up in a single
Thank you, FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest pulling out some curveballs here for me. As C9 have control over the bot side river. Blabber going to go ahead and pick up the crab there. It is a small early gold lead for FlyQuest, the majority of which is in that top lane counter pick. Vulcan does get the root there onto Cryogen, but the nice part about Neeko into Karma is even if you're going to get held up by the tether, you just send the clone backwards and it blocks the interflame.
Okay, we got pings over the red buff spawn here. So Griffin has the timer, so he's coming over to look for Blabber's red. Mid lane, look at the positioning too. The Talia would come first, but with the ward, it just pushes him right back out here, so Griffin gives up on the play.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising to me if he expected Blabber to be coming there because he used the Fear Tether on the red, and you need to save that for the fight if you're actually expecting him to come. So maybe he thought he was going to be on the other side of the map and that they could get that for free. Dom talked about how he thought that the Karma would eventually win out in these trades and get them that advantage in the lane. They are able to grab a plate there. Masu, of course, was just basing. Is up a couple CS and will be up a couple more after this. Oh, if they stopped that base, it would have been big.
Yep, that was close, but not close enough. Sven goes ahead and completes his recall. Does have the full Berserker's Greaves. Now, when you're up against Ezreal and Neeko, two champions that really just live or die by their skill shots, I like the tier 2 boots.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is a lane all about just, can you dodge the skill shots? Yes. Okay, great. You're going to do well. Can you not? All right, you're going to get slammed. That's kind of just how Ezreal lane goes. And, we touched on this earlier. This cleanse timer, very different than the flash. Cleanse is almost back up. So if Thanatos does not find a window to actually look for an all-in before the cleanse is up, then that trade was not worth it.
And he's got his Fury bar here over 50%, so he can use some empowered abilities if he decides to go for the all-in. But as you say, the timer's kind of winding down pretty quickly. And Quinn also with the extra vision hack here, able to make sure she is safe when warding and is going to have some alone time up there.
Top lane's a Minecraft house, boys, no windows. Thanatos cannot figure out how to close that gap onto the Quinn, and Gakkos is having a great time up here, plus 427 gold.
And I think there, you see him use all the Fury, so now I think it's much less likely that he tries to go for it. And the last of that cleanse timer is just going to be out, so I think the window is for sure closed. Dragon as well. Pretty easy collapse here for Cloud9 since you see Nocturne and Griffin up there farming those grubs.
That being said, even with the gold lead for Gakkos, Dom touched on it. Everyone knows it. Quinn it's tough to team fight on this champion. Unless
Yeah.
you can kind of get, around behind and get in on the AD carry and zero them out, it's very, very difficult because you're looking at Wukong, you're looking at Aurora, you're looking at all of this burst. You fly in there, you get knocked up by the Cyclone. Cleanse or not, you might just be getting one shot by the damage coming out from Aurora thereafter. So Gatghost, it is important that he builds this lead. And one of the strongest things about the Quinn is just the amount of move speed you have as you get multiple ranks into the ulti. When you're at level 16 especially, you move around the map so ridiculously fast that you can push the side lane, force someone to answer you at a tier 2, and 10 seconds later, you're showing up for a dive in mid lane.
Yeah, the specific stats, since I have it pulled up here on my monitor, 70, 100, and 130% move speed values in ulti form as you get ranks into the ability. So very, very mobile across the map here for the champion. But honestly, almost 9.5 minutes into the game and still no first blood. I'm a little surprised.
Honestly, with Wukong and Nocturne, I was thinking with the heavy trading, there was going to be a play on bottom. But as you say, they're right back into another set of full clears from top side down to bottom side. So we have a little bit longer to wait for that play.
And I feel like if you're C9, you're very happy about the fact that this game is going slow because they're playing a much more standard comp. They're playing a comp that just wants to 5v5, that doesn't want this crazy, chaotic game. FlyQuest is trying to create advantages through side lane, but Gatghost could be in trouble here. We'll see if they're sneaking around on him.
Yeah, Blabber's making his way up top. Thanatos goes for the flash, Ruthless Predator. Gatghost has already spent the cleanse, now goes for the flash, trying to get away, but Blabber's ready to follow here with the R1, R2, don't matter. First blood over to Thanatos.
There we go. The jungle is getting involved now with the flash, with the ultimate from Blabber. They can secure it. And honestly, the CS difference is not very big, so the Quinn didn't get a lot of advantage even with a long time of 1v1 laning. So Blabber bides his time. He makes it count here for Thanatos, and Thanatos is taking that gold lead.
Yeah, and Blabber even sticks around long enough to make sure that they get 2 plates off of the turret. Sometimes you don't want to knock down the turret too soon, but this time around, Thanatos would love to get out of this lane. Meanwhile, bottom side, APA coming around, looking to make play number 2 here for the C9 boys. Cryogen tries to turn it around here with a pop. Lost him, gets all 3, but the weirding misses. Cryogen staying alive for now. Meanwhile, Griffin makes his way into the back line. And FlyQuest with a massive counterpunch. Do not lose a single man. C9 with a massive blunder.
I love Nocturne Nico, man. And Cryogen is the GOAT there. Do you see him with the jukes on? Gets his ulti off to secure the engagement for Griffin on the Nocturne ultimate to come through, and Cryogen lives, and he still saves his flash.
Yeah, that is actually crazy. Sven popped ulti early. They're coming down here looking for this play, but then APA goes in, decides, you know what, we're going to go for Cryogen here. Cryogen gets forward, gets the 2-man ulti, then the sidestep on the weirding, another sidestep here on the 2-fold hex. Griffin arrives, APA can find nothing, and Kobe likes rocks. Quad arrives and helps to knock him down.
Man, the APA play there was just... I'm struggling to see what he was seeing because he goes across the veil only to jump right into the Pop Blossom, then fires his weirding to the side. It could not have gone worse. I mean, I guess he hit the 2-fold hex on Damasu, which didn't matter, but both of those spells, the W and the E from the Aurora, critical misses.
And I could kind of feel that was happening because you saw on the minimap the Nocturne was heading down lane. So FlyQuest also were looking for a bot side play anyway. And since Cloud9 had just invested Blabber and the jungle presence in your resources to topside play, it does seem a little bit greedy to try and over chase and make a long play on bottom side. Maybe you can say, all right, we just want to make a really quick one. Maybe we do a surprise, but then we back off. But to extend like that and fully commit when you know they have Nocturne and Talia, who you were highlighting, Flowers, of having that mobility across the map. And FlyQuest were clearly already looking bottom lane. That Nocturne ultimate immediately popped, and very big bounce back for FlyQuest there.
Especially knowing Blabber had just spent ult and flash on the top side, right? So he's not going to be there for you. APA tries to make a roam. This one obviously does not work out, but it's a good punch back here for FlyQuest, and it is still about a 20 CS lead there for Gatghost. So he is slightly ahead in gold, despite Thanatos getting that kill off of the double flashes being forced. So we'll see if FlyQuest can get up there and help Gatghost, because it is definitely not a matchup that you want to just kind of be even in farm and bleeding out. You want the Quinn to be able to always have the push and be able to be the one with first move. That really is the advantage of this champ.
Dragon spawning now, 3 seconds away. Meanwhile, bottom side, Sven versus Masu. Sven gets the slow there with the Arc of Ruin, forces the flash out of Masu. So with the Ezreal down to 25% HP, no flash available, no barrier either. Even if he has Trinity Force and an almost fully stacked tier, he's in no condition to fight.
Yeah, Masu just kind of overestimating his position there. You know, step forward, didn't have the shift cooldown just yet, wanted to stop the base from Sven, but got too close, and Sven punishes him very easily. That could cost them the attempt at the Dragon, because Masu's still running from base, and this is going to be gone likely before they get there.
Yeah, Cryogen's pretending to be Masu, but C9, of course, knows that he shouldn't be around here. The Infernal Drake going to be claimed there by C9 as Griffin goes in, tries to find the kill onto Blabber. True Shot Barrage comes through. Blabber very low, trying to get himself away. Tether drops down to Griffin, who's forced to flash back over the wall. Oh! A big Pop Blossom from Cryogen for the second time this game. FlyQuest are going to grab a kill off of it, but Sven gets Cryo back. Now he's going to find a second one there on the Gakkos. Sven with a double kill, trying to outplay him and slay him as Masu goes forward, needs a couple more auto attacks. Finds them, and FlyQuest get a full ace 14 minutes in.
Oh my goodness, that engage was huge. They knew Blabber had no flash, so they start. Griffin, he's like, fine, it's okay if Masu is going to be a little bit late. I'll start it early. I'll try and go for the smite timing. Even though they don't get the 50-50 flip on the smite timing, he still knows he can put the pressure onto the Wukong, force Blabber's flash over the side, and then the wrap around from Gakkos from one side and Cryogen straight up the middle with the Nico really brings the team fight together for them.
I mean, this is just beautiful from FlyQuest, and this is what teams will tell you when they say, you know what? You don't expect them to fight you because Masu just got pushed back to base. He just lost his flash. They're not supposed to be here, but they will show up and they will fight. Gakkos does TP in, accidentally uses a cleanse there. You can tell he's used to that being on the different keybind, but arrives behind, finishes off Blabber, and then this sick engage from Cryogen. Everyone piles in here. Masu and Quad are just going crazy on the other side of the fight. Griffin is just buying time for those carries. Gakkos does fall, but even with low health bars here, Quad and Masu go forward, pop in the barrier, finish off the kills. Masu barely survives, and they win big on this fight.
Good spell shield from Griffin, too, that saved his life.
Nice, guys. Holy shit.
That's the right response to have after a Pop Blossom like that. And now APA trying to get away here, but Griffin again making the moves down to the bottom side. Seismic shove seals the deal, and Quad is on a killing spree.
Nice rocks. Honestly, though, all Nocturne right there. When you're going to ult onto the Aurora, you know immediately just start running towards the center because there's not enough distance for her to break the tether on going through the side. And so Griffin still gets the tether, and they get the chase down on the kill.
And that's a difficulty, you know, when you are playing against a Hexblade Nocturne, you're getting all of the move speed from the ultimate, you're getting the move speed from your Q that you're on. It is hard to actually get away from this, even with Across the Veil, even with the Rocket Belt. APA cannot stay safe. He does get the flash off of Quad, as it is a bit of a chase down, but Quad is now on a killing spree. Quad and Masu getting very strong, and Quad in particular now almost 2,000 gold ahead here. FlyQuest really taking control over this one.
FlyQuest taking control over not just the game, but it seems like they're taking control over the series itself. Game number 3, they finally get themselves on the board, and now here in game number 4, they have a commanding lead. I believe this is by far the largest gold lead early on so far in the series, just about 17 minutes in, and it's over 4,000 in FlyQuest's favor.
And now you get the fun time of the game because it really shines when the outer towers start to go down and you have more room to play with these Nocturne, Talia, and Quinn plays. We saw one of them on the side lane, you know, punishing APA. But those will continue because the cooldowns on those abilities not that long anymore. Everybody has at least their rank 2. So ready to make the repeat plays.
And it is crazy to think back to the second game, which FlyQuest, it felt like after that Baron steal, we're on the march and Masu was Giga fed, and it felt like, hey, maybe they're actually going to win the game from this position. But Sven finds a critical arrow with Masu having no cleanse, with Cryogen having no Mikhails. They pick him off, they kill him, they just end the game just like that. If FlyQuest had won that game, you would be thinking FlyQuest are about to take this series 3-1, but that is the difference in a series like this, is these little moments, these little plays that can just completely change everything.
And we'll see, because the next fight is actually going to be really important here for Cloud9, because even though they're down almost 4,000 gold, they still have really good synergies for 5-on-5. You know, their team fight can be quite good. They really do need to mark the Nico, though. Cryogen has been quite good, and he can really be the difference maker.
Oh, Whoa, he stole it. Masu's
tilter.
True Shot Barrage stealing away the red buff. Nicely done there from the FlyQuest AD carry. 2-0-5. Trinity Force plus fully evolved Muramana. This is exactly where you want your Ezreal to be for this upcoming fight.
All right, mid lane priority though for Cloud9. They're trying to do the early work when you're trying to approach this dragon. Mid lane priority, control wards here all around it. So they're heavily invested in this team fight. This is a big one.
C9 looking to invade the enemy jungle, maybe set a trap here around the enemy red buff, but the problem is, FlyQuest already has a red buff. They're feeling all right as Thanatos goes in, drops the Stride Breaker onto Gakgos there. The Quinn forced to pop both summoner spells, and only with about 1/3 HP remaining, Gakgos is in no condition to fight.
Yeah, Gakgos had actually used his Vault just before that for the trade.
APA, got to be careful here as FlyQuest approach the Drake. C9 have control right now. Griffin only 40% HP, turns off the lights, ready to maybe ult in, but the Cloud Drake is already secured by Blabber and C9. Griffin's got to be careful, flashes back over the wall. Vulcan under pressure, C9 looking to turn it around. Masu's going to get caught. Masu shot down. Gakgos finally arrives as C9 are still fighting. Thanatos goes forward. Gakgos, no summoner spells, keep it in mind. But he gets himself away for now. So C9 going to take objective plus 1 kill.
That was actually such a big series of plays there from Thanatos. Gakgos had used his Vault in a trading pattern right before that. So then Thanatos flashes on him, stuns him to get the cleanse. But now you don't have Vault to interrupt Slice and Dice. So the Vault, you're not going to create any space with a flash. He just Slice and Dice right after him, pushes him back to base with no sums, then TPs into the fight earlier than Gakgos, kills off Masu. That was huge from Thanatos. We'll see if he does get caught in this side lane, but I mean, APA is behind him. I don't think anything's going to happen here.
Critical too. Blabber keeps getting these smites. Even when Griffin, this one was a little later, so Nocturne went in and Blabber was able to get the damage on Dragon pretty early and secure it, but Blabber getting these last 2 dragons where Griffin is trying to ult in as it gets close is very big. Dragon Soul with a Cloud Soul means all the difference. Here's another look at it. So he gets it, then they get the engage, and despite another Nico ultimate getting 3 people, there's a Crocodile with a giant shield in the middle of your team and just deleting your Ezreal, and then Blabber gets saved right there. So there's no counter kill.
Yeah. Oh, but we're right back to live, and we're right back to FlyQuest looking for a fight in the enemy jungle. Cryogen and Masu leading the way. Gakgos following right behind as Griffin ults in. Goes after Blabber, but that's not the right target. Nice ulti again from Cryogen, but it's not nice enough. Gakgos takes out Thanatos, but FlyQuest have already lost Cryo and Gakgos both. C9 continuing to chase, looking for more. Blabber commits his flash, trying to get in range, but he cannot quite do it.
The Crocodile in the bush is the deadliest. Thanatos, even though he goes down, they're trying to walk past his bush. He gets the stun off and kind of puts a stop to the engage there for FlyQuest. It's 2 for Cloud9 in their counter.
Yeah, FlyQuest are just trying to keep up the pressure here, but Thanatos really giving them some problems in these last couple of fights. I mean, Cryogen does find a really nice Pop Blossom at that Dragon fight, but then the problem is Renekton was already TPing behind you, and I think Cryogen had lost sight of that. I feel like they needed to maybe just turn on the Renekton, play it more slowly, but because Griffin went in already on the ult, Cryogen feels like he needs to follow up, then Masu's trying to pile in and follow up, and now you have no shift and Renekton's on your head, and the fight's gonna be a loss. So FlyQuest really up against it. You touched on those 50-50s. That steal going Blabber's way, in that earlier contested Dragon puts them on Soul Point, and that is huge.
It is a big deal. Speaking of big deals, the road to Arizona. That's where we're on right now. Playoffs, it's the first weekend, and it culminates in our road trip to Tempe. Going to the Mullet Arena. It'll be a great time. You can scan that QR code. Get your tickets right now. As hold on, we got a play coming out. Nice seismic shoving a Vulcan, but he lives to see another day. The shield is enough to protect him from the lethality of the True Shot Barrage as APA, meanwhile, is going to find an objective for C9 up here in the top.
Yeah, they're going to trade a bit of pressure here because FlyQuest still have bottom side pushing too and more members after forcing the Karma back to base. Vulcan is going to survive, but still going to be able to trade the secondary tower.
Yeah, that turret is not long for this world, so FlyQuest going to build that lead back up right about to 4,000, where it was earlier. A little bit less than that, but they'll still feel happy about it. FlyQuest still with a strong lead for themselves, but again, if you're not building the lead as the clock marches on, it becomes relatively less and less.
Yeah, and Cloud Soul is a real problem. You're going to give Cloud Soul to Yunara, Renekton, and Wukong?
Yeah, that's a little scary.
That is terrifying. These are 3 champions that use it ridiculously well. flat move speed is good on every champion, but these are all champions that want to go fast when they press R, and they are going to be going extremely fast if they get this next dragon.
And that means that time is ticking. FlyQuest know that it's 60 seconds until the next Drake. They have tried to contest for the previous ones, but it has not worked out. They have got to find the secret sauce now. Otherwise, C9 will be feeling like they're in a really good spot despite the gold deficit. Taking a look at where the vision is right now, you can see there's not a whole lot around that bottom side river. Neither team committing to super early positioning here just yet, as C9 will clear out the mid lane wave. That tier 1 turret still standing strong for FlyQuest, but it's C9 with river control 30 seconds away from Drake.
And Thanos just got another really good breakpoint. Hysteric's Gauge. The team fighting just goes through the roof for Renekton. You have Teleport Shield, which is massive. Then you have Hysteric's Gauge Shield. He is the biggest front line in the entire game on either side by a large margin, and he's going to get level 16. Wait a second.
Yao's under pressure already, knocked back for the Weaver's Wall. Massive pick coming out from FlyQuest, and again, a 3-man Pop Blossom. C9 just met a watery grave here in the river. Double kill of an Amasu. The clone won't matter. Blabber doesn't matter. APA doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is FlyQuest just found exactly what they needed. Blabber and APA trying to get away, but a nice vault seals their fate. FlyQuest just got an ace for nothing.
It's a 5-for-0 ace. What an engage from Cryogen, who is having an incredible series here. FlyQuest are going to head to the Baron. They get the dragon. They deny the soul. They go 5-for-0. What a series of plays.
All you need is a little bit of well-placed CC and big damage from FlyQuest. Baron will be theirs. Yeah, you don't win on this push, but holy moly, they just blew this game open.
They didn't blow it open. They just won. I know that as commentators we're not supposed to say that, but they just won. This game was close until it wasn't, and it wasn't as soon as Cryogen found that engage. Awesome stuff from FlyQuest.
Yeah, I'm ulting. Okay. Fighting hard open.
Slowly.
Ulti.
It looks good. It looks good. Watch. Look Wukong. No flash.
Look for him, please. Look for him. Has flash.
Drake and Baron.
Yeah.
Wukong very low.
Aura has ulti, right?
And the initial pick as well, so critical there. Just the leading Sven in mid, but we're going again.
Yep, FlyQuest aren't done. Griffin flies in, chasing after Blabber, not going to get the kill unless Cryogen has something to say about it. Now Thanatos also having a retreat. And yeah, Cryogen finds that big 3-man engage as the secondary part of the play, but it's Quad on his 4-0 and 10 to Leah with the Weaver's Wall perfectly placed, knocks Sven to the side, and that Ezreal is dead and buried before the rest of the team even knows it.
I say it again, I love rocks! Good job, Quad! That was insane!
I mean, Quad was playing that so well because even if Sven flashes that wall, you are flashing into Cryogen on that flank. So that was such a beautiful setup from FlyQuest here. And I think a lot of people are going to be saying, Sven, you should have flashed that wall. You shouldn't have got caught. But hey, if he flashes right into the Nico, the result is kind of the same. Quad is having a great series, though. This game now up 2.5K. You look at the whole top side of the map. That is a monstrous lead. And it really kind of is up to Sven, who the only saving grace for C9, at least Sven didn't spend Summoner after getting caught. So maybe you can have that incredible team fight now that he has that IE.
Quad the God on his Talia, and Church is in session. It don't matter if Cloud9 don't believe, because they are about to learn. This is a devastating game state. 8,500 gold lead. Baron still on FlyQuest for the next 60 seconds. The next dragon not spawning for another 2.5 minutes, and FlyQuest are going to own the map up until then. This top lane tier 2 turret still standing, the mid lane tier 2 turret as well, so FlyQuest still have some standing gold they can siege.
With all this gold, you starting to buy Guardian Angel on Nocturne. I mean, yeah, they don't have like traditional tanks, but an extra life is way more time than a tank would actually live with this much damage floating around on the Rift. So now with the Baron, with the Guardian Angel on Griffin, they're pushing in on all sides. And Cloud9, they're starting to pray for a miracle.
Okay, they lose their tier 2 turret here in the mid lane. Both those tier 2s gone now. Weaver's Wall not going to get the pick they're looking for. Blabber looking for a flank, but instead he only finds Griffin with Gakko's right behind him. Thanatos can't make his way into the fight. Cryogen trying to get away, drops a defensive Pop Blossom, but not a lot of effect on that one. Beautiful double root coming out though, as now Gakkos will finish the kill onto Blabber. FlyQuest going to try to run down the rest of C9 here. Griffin with the Guardian Angel flashing forward for the kill there. Killing spree as he takes out APA. Gakkos putting pressure onto Sven, gets the barrier out of the Yunara. Sven still with a flash, however, as FlyQuest are once more going to win a team fight without casualties.
Nice escape there from Cryogen. The double root was big, and also Gakkos was pushing down that bot lane. Look at the bot wave. No one is answering that from C9. He pushes that out, and then he just arrives so fast with the movement speed that Quinn has. I mean, look at this. It looks like you're glitching out. You're going so fast. He came over, kills off Wukong, forces the barrier and the ult from Sven, getting a lot of pressure down playing the map.
How can you not love this FlyQuest squad running jungle Shyvana, you know, throwing down the Quinn, the jungle Nasus, all these picks, the confidence that they have, and to go outside of the really big meta, and now finding a lot of success too. Over 10,000 gold, the lead you're talking about, and with the gold comes the presence on the whole map and all the vision through C9's jungle.
And Masa was talking about when I interviewed him, the pros and the cons of age, right? You're not necessarily afraid of these things going wrong for you that have gone wrong in the past. But the other side of that is you lack experience. But they have been the ones bringing out these different picks. They are the ones looking like they have the deeper bag as far as counter picks and unique strategies go here against Cloud9, which is so impressive for the youngest tier 1 team in all of League right now.
FlyQuest with 5 seconds until the Drake spawns. They again do not want to give this soul over to C9, and they're in such a powerful position to keep their opponents away from it. FlyQuest looking for any sort of poke they can find. Remember, this team does not have a true front line. It's got to be a full send, all on damage. There's your Weaver's Wall separating C9 away from Blabber, so he has to use his clone to get back over the wall. Gakko's already prepared here with the behind enemy lines, as now APA tries to make the engage, but Blabber's gonna try to escape, but Cryogen locks him up. Griffin beats him down. Rampage back over to the Nocturne as C9 try to fight, but it's not gonna work. It's already 3 kills back over to FlyQuest. Thanatos about to fall here too, wants to get one back, but he will not. Vulcan's the only one standing, and FlyQuest, they've got minions pushing down mid lane. You can see the pings right now. They're looking to take us to silver scrapes.
You can hear the music coming, man. FlyQuest have sealed the deal on this game 4.
FlyQuest looking strong for how bad game 1 was, for how close game 2 was, only to lose at the very end. They bounced back in game 3. They have owned game 4. It is a 13,000 gold lead. Remember, C9 chose this. C9 wanted this, and C9 are 1 game away from losing this. FlyQuest take game 4.
Trust in your team, trust in your picks. FlyQuest will push us to game 5. Analysts, how hyped are you?
I can ult this side. No. Hit. I can ulti. Aurora ulti. That's good. Looks fine. Aurora no flash ulti. Wukong running. I'm looking. Wukong no flash. Tank on you. Take the. No. You know. Nice. Tank on here. Yeah. Out. No flash. Penta. Just kill him. Come. Okay. Bro, what are you talking about? Just Gakko stop hitting him and he was gonna kill him. Okay, how did you see I stopped hitting? Up.
Welcome back to the deciding Game 5 of FlyQuest versus C9. Player of the game in that Game 4 was Cryogen.
Yep.
Woo! Insane engages. Quad also had some awesome moments during that game, but we've selected a few of the best Nico plays.
We really have, and I'm going to get straight into it because I love how the votes were directly towards Cryogen, getting 73% of the fan vote too, and a little bit of love to Quad. This play in particular goes to both of them, but yes, it is Cryogen for me that gets the nod. Let's go straight in. So immediately, as the play starts, I'm going to go for it. They go for the steal. They're not able to get it, but the position they're in, I think, is perfect. The ultimate from Quad just cut the fight in two, immediately makes it so the carries cannot actually participate. Yes, they have flash, but what are they flashing into? With the Nocturne ultimate coming in, they're blind as well. So it's really tough for them to be able to choose whether or not they can support, and they're working off of either peeking in their teammates' PCing, seeing how the condition of the fights are going, or just playing off of what their teammates are telling them. So as the fight gets close, yes, Blabber gets really low, but also we want to direct you up to the TP that Renekton came in from. So yes, the TP looks very good from Renekton, but he needs to wait and bide his time for the teammates to come through. Now the fight continues. Griffin is getting really low. With the Aurora ulti coming through, he decides to flash out, but two things happen immediately. Gakkos comes flying in, but he needs some support if he's going to be going in for a 1v4. So Cryogen, who's dealing with Thanatos, says, screw all that, I'm with you too. So let's play it through, and immediately, what a beautiful ultimate from Cryogen. Also takes attention away so Gakkos can then nail down APA. Also sees a really low HP Vulcan. Overall, a very clean team fight that sees the combination of a great Taliyah ulti with a great Nocturne ulti, creating confusion. And then immediately afterwards, I think Cryogen's ulti was perfect, just a cherry on top of the cake.
Amazing fight. We have another fight too, don't we?
We do have another fight. I'm gonna swap over.
I'm gonna take my nose.
I do want to mention, did your squeeze luck run out, Raz? Was 3 squeezes in a day too much?
The squeeze didn't work.
I don't know. I think maybe
Dom
it was
did the squeeze.
He did the squeeze, but he also may have he talked about the quality of the squeeze.
Oh, true. It wasn't a good squeeze.
He was gloating on the squeeze. Maybe that was too much.
I see.
That was too much? Okay. All right. So this is the second fight, and one thing we had talked about was okay, how awful is it to sometimes fight with a Quinn, right? And the answer is you're gonna wanna separate fights, just like in the first fight that Raz showcased. Here, what's going to happen is there's going to be a sick Taliyah wall. My drawing is gonna be terrible because I am not doing my dominant hand. I broke my hand, it's very sad. Well, just ignore that part. But right here, okay, Quad is prepping this Taliyah wall to go through. And most importantly, the person that gets caught on the other side of it is Sven. So he is in immediately a bad position. The rest of C9 are all over here. I've quickly learned it's easier to use highlight tool than drawing. Right here, Sven ends up dying. And the most important thing, again, is how separate this fight is, right? First of all, they isolate Sven, they kill him off, and then, guess what?
I see a Nico.
All of these guys are all grouped perfect for the Nico to come in, land a Pop Blossom, gets 3 because of the flash out, but then, they're just able to clean up the rest of the fight. And I have to say, really huge props to FlyQuest for the way that they use this Nico-Taliyah combo to separate fights. Because like you pointed out, like I pointed out at the beginning of my fight,
high five.
A 5v5. I almost did this actually. I'm gonna further break my hand. It's gonna be your fault.
That's your fault. You made the wrong choice if you did it.
But the way that they separated fights into smaller skirmishes to allow the Quinn to get in and assassinate people was really, really important.
And important things about this series, I feel like FlyQuest continues to play so fast, and I feel like they have the momentum here because they won most of game 2, I felt like, with the comeback before losing that fight to APA's anti-flank. And then they've had pretty solid wins in these last 2 games.
Yes.
So we have 1 game left to decide if Cloud9 did actually pick the wrong team, Raz. So we're going to look at a few matchups. Quad versus APA so far this series. Quad has been, I think, very good. APA's had insane highlights, though.
Yeah.
The Casio Lee game was amazing, and his anti-flank was amazing. But then Quad's Silas game and his Talia game have been exceptional.
Yeah. Quad stats are obviously looking much better. I think the big thing for me with Quad, especially in the last game, which is why I voted him player of the game for that game, was just his ability to recognize where to place the Talia wall to separate these fights was actually really huge in terms of them winning them instead of going into a straight 5v5. I think his understanding of team fighting on certain champions is just so good. And we've seen that in the Silas, in like what ults he's stealing and how he's using those as well. It's definitely a lot more even than the Discord made it out.
Yeah, and I want to look at the jungle pool specifically because when you get into a game 5, then you start scrounging for different picks. And one of the most scary things in playoffs is unironically Griffin's champion pool because he already pulled out the Shyvana. That's one thing that I didn't even know he was practicing. They're banning, C9 is banning the Nasus from him consistently, but at some point you're going to have to really second guess what your banning kind of focus is. The Mundo's been there, the Shen has been there, especially since it's been locking out the Vi. This man in front of your screen is the scariest person to be playing against in game 5 situations.
And he's gaining some aura. He got ran by Blabber completely in the lock-in.
I'm changing my predictions.
I hope so, because you're wrong already.
3-2 FlyQuest. I have to believe in them. I'm not flipping. I'm not flopping. I am staying firm with my FlyQuest belief.
I want to do it with you.
Yeah?
But I'm going to stay. I didn't think we'd be here because of a near reverse sweep. I was thinking maybe C9 loses the first game, has a sloppy game in the middle there, and then ends with game 5 with my 3-2 prediction. The momentum is feeling really strong for FlyQuest right now.
Emily.
Absolutely. No, I'm not flip-flopping.
Yeah, Emily, she never flip-flops.
I'll just stay wrong.
Then you just agreed you're wrong then. I'm going to take it to the casters. Casters, what do you guys believe in?
We believe that we are having a banger series. Welcome back here. It is game 5, FlyQuest versus Cloud9. And it's really feeling the momentum more and more in FlyQuest's favor.
I mean, it's so high. All damage, you got Quinn top, and you're able to snowball off these, Nocturne Nico ultimates that we're highlighting from draft. Really, aggressive play. They're staying true to themselves. It's just a fun story. They're playing different league from a lot of other teams. Most teams play very similar League of Legends, but FlyQuest are really indexing into their young roster, into their talent, into their hands. Will it be enough is the final question, though, because C9, those first couple of games look quite good for them. Can they bring it back? The veterans in the 5th game.
I mean, it's so exciting, right? I think most of the time people do think about age as a disadvantage here as far as not having any experience, all these new players, but a lot of the other side of it is the fact that they have their own views on the game. They are not afraid of going their own way, playing their own style, and kind of just marching to the beat of their own drum, which I really, really respect. Guys like Griffin and Geckos and Cryogen especially, who have the least experience on the team, some of the youngest players, period, in Tier 1, they are just playing what they think is correct to play, and they're not really caring about what anyone else has to say about it.
And they're also respecting Cloud9's own pocket picks. The Ziggs, they ban it again. They know this weapon in the hands of APA is very, very dangerous, so the respect is there.
Shen is up, so Shen was not banned this time. Vi is available, Shen is available. It's going to be interesting to see where we go in the jungle pool, because so much that has been limited. Thanatos, though, going to get his comfort here. I wonder if Geckos would slam, like a spicy pick like an Aurelia or something. I know people have been using the ADTF into Gnar, and also people like Vayne into Gnar. So, those are both gone, but there is possibilities here.
Well, the Callista Renata here in game number 5 for Maso and Cryogen, who have been so confident in their play and have honestly been very good in almost every single lane that we've had this series.
And you can see, up until now, Kalista had 0.0%, a big old double donut in terms of pick ban presence so far. This is a champion where I feel like when it's relevant in the meta, it's kind of pick ban tier, and when it's not relevant, it's completely gone. So seeing Masu and Cryogen pull this out, it's pretty surprising.
It is, especially because I was going to say, last game, we saw a lot of the safe picks that were available get limited in the second phase. Jhin was up. I know you're a Jhin hater. A lot of people are Jhin haters, but Jhin is a strong, safe laner, right? And so, had they been able to bring this out later, maybe could have been more powerful. We'll see how that matchup ends up going, but it's like, had you been able to thin the pool a little bit more and take away something like that Jhin and force them onto a hyper carry, then it's really, really scary. But instead, it is just going to be Jhin Alistar here as the answer from Sven and Vulcan. I definitely feel like FlyQuest bot lane has just been better throughout this series. They have been looking a lot stronger. And so you do not want to give an edge to Kalista Renata, who can run away with the game.
So the big thing that I look at whenever you're up against Renata, especially when she's drafted early, is you got to make sure you're not just sending a dive comp at the enemy team, because hostile takeover is so effective against it. So you've already got Alistar, who's going to jump in melee. Gnar, of course, likes to fight in Mega Gnar form, so that's going to be another one to send in. I want to see what kind of range C9 brings, as FlyQuest are going to bring out the Akali.
Technically, too, you can flex this Akali into a Gnar, so don't pigeonhole it into mid lane. We'll wait and see, as far as the bans go, what they want to cover.
Yeah, I mean, clearly they're just showing that they want to go full send it, on a dive comp here with the Akali blind. I think we're going to see some mid lane bans potentially here to cover for quad. Poppy, I think, is really smart when you're going to be playing both Kalista and Akali. Poppy is a nightmare to deal with, so I think that is a really, really good ban. And then I just wonder, if they're going to try to target another safe pick here from APA. Maybe something like the Galio could be problematic if you're going to go Akali blind. I feel like Galio could be a decent matchup, and also, does work pretty well against kind of just the theme that I feel like FlyQuest is drafting for.
Yeah, definitely could be the case. Syndra, so they are expecting it, like I was talking about, to go into the Gnar. Since a lot of the other, Gnar answers or counter picks have been kind of pillaged here, you could, like you're saying, go super spicy. But the better thing about Akali versus like Aurelia is that you have way more safety and mobility. I thought it would still be kind of cool to see like a Yasuo or some of those super
Yasuo,
super
Aurelia.
killer.
Dude, game 5, if you're slapping that down.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's crazy, but it's FlyQuest. If there is a team in our league to do it, it's this team for sure.
Okay.
Trundle going to be the last ban here from FlyQuest, which tells me you're probably wanting to go for a big, heavy-duty tank. Sejuani's one that immediately comes to mind because Trundle is the absolute counter.
Exactly, and you have a melee mid laner or top laner, right?
A melee solo laner.
Exactly, melee solo laner. So you could potentially have double melee solo laners paired with the Sejuani. So they are, broadcasting that they might be going for it. But no mid lane protection ban, so clearly both teams thinking this is going to be, potentially towards top. But then there is the Aurelia, so C9 is banning one for it's going mid lane and one for it's going top lane. So the flex pick is showing a lot of value, and that is one of the strengths of FlyQuest.
Yeah, really big. Oh, the Mundo here comes in, so they do get that big tank presence. And although not a lot of CC, guess what? Jhin, as great as a strong laner as he is, doesn't do great against Mundo later for trying to get through him.
Yeah, and obviously you can go things like Azir to deal with the Mundo, but Azir doesn't really want to play into Akali, right? So I feel like it's actually pretty intelligent how they're drafting out thus far. And we're going to see their draft completed, and then we're going to have the ability for FlyQuest to choose where they want the Akali to go.
When you have both Alistar and Sejuani on the same team here, it doesn't look like a lot of damage, especially because Jhin isn't going to be the primary one to go through the Mundo. Gnar, though, Thanatos Gnar on top of being Gnar. Like, he could get really big in a side lane regardless. This guy is very good at Gnar. And that champion, if you get enough money. Okay, sustained tank here for the Swain.
And I love Swain into dive comp. Swain is one of my old school favorite champions. When I'm playing mid and someone is going full dive, Swain is so good because you're saying, great, you want to dive onto my Jhin, you want to kill him off? You're going to be walking through an ulted Swain who is going to make your life a nightmare. But Kassadin would be an interesting angle here, into the Swain. I don't know if they're just kind of trying to bait here. Or if they're actually going to consider it. I don't really expect it. I just feel like you give up too much wave clear early, you're going to be constantly pushed in. So instead, it is going to be more standard, will be the Azir. So we are thinking this now means Gakos will be the one playing the Akali, Quad going to be playing the more standard Azir, and this top lane matchup, that could decide everything.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of makes sense because you're seeing so many health stackers. Everybody but Jhin is health stackers on the side of Cloud9. So FlyQuest, they really need something to cut through all of that. And it's probably one of those games where the Azir is not going to do, at least early, not very many Azir sex people back into your team. And more, you need him for the DPS, and you can use your ultimate a lot for, peeling and making the fight better for yourselves. Super hype here for game number 5.
Yep, chat, let us know, who do you think won the draft? Who's going to win the game based on the draft? Spam C9 or FlyQuest in chat. And we'll see. They're 2-1 now because they predicted FlyQuest for the last game, so they're doing pretty well.
So I believe this is, for the LCS at least, first Kalista, first Renata, and first Swain of the split so far. 3 out of 10 champs coming in for the first time is some pretty crazy stuff. Akali, of course, has been played so far, but it's almost always played middle. So honestly, I'm going to give an extra point to that too.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff here. You know, we have seen some Akali top, very little. It was played twice as an answer into the Gnar in the LEC. Lost both those games.
That doesn't count.
It was Shifters playing it as well, so it extra doesn't count. But, it is something that is out there, just not a common pick.
And again, the reason I'm looking at it early there, when they get it early, is because you have so much safety, and there's not a lot of the direct counter picks. So Akali can be just fine, and you can just scale, and you can get your level 6, and your burst damage. You can also be a champ that takes advantage of when Gnar is in a timer for mini. So you have a lot of options with this champ. You don't have to pick it and smash your lane. If you're just farming and scaling too, you're going to be a big threat. Going to have some good burst.
Don't have to, but it's fun if you do.
Very fun.
And we got Raz standing by with an interview for Coach Apollo.
That's right, I got Apollo with me. You're already just saying, oh my gosh, just looking at the early trades happening here. It's something that you want to focus on?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously picked a pretty strong bot lane in the game 5, and it's like there are not many champions left to deal with Kalista Renata. At least that's what we thought. And right now, Jhin Alistar, it's like, yeah, they pretty much just have to do their best to survive. So yeah, it's gonna be, this is kind of make or break for bot lane.
What's the message that you sent the boys as you guys are trying to get something going?
I mean, honestly, we've been, even the games that we lost, we've been playing pretty well, and we had the game 2, the game 2 throw, game 3 throw? Yeah, game 2 throw. And yeah, even so, ever since then, I feel like we've been kind of getting better and better, warming up a bit. But yeah, I mean, nothing really. I don't think we tried to stress them out. It's just up to us prepping a good draft and making sure their players are comfortable.
I like that message because this is their first game 5, I'm assuming, as a young core. But you've personally been in this situation, I'm sure, a lot of times.
Yeah, technically, I was in this situation versus C9, but I was getting reverse swept. So, I mean, it would feel really good to have the reverse sweep this time around.
All right, I don't want to take too much of your time, but just the last coach did a good luck honk, but they lost. So what do you want to do?
I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that's necessary. Thank you for giving me the option, though.
All right, I gave you the option. I'm going to send this one back to the casters.
Respectful, good respectful exchange there. He did not consent to the honk.
I don't think that's necessary.
You know what? Fair.
Great answer from Apollo. I love the memory as well. Yeah, I got reverse swept by these guys, so I would love to reverse sweep them.
That chicken is cooked.
Wait, what?
I've never seen that.
Yeah, I was about to say, boys, am I missing something? I feel like
Look at it. It hides behind the flag.
Has that always been there?
How long has that been in the game?
I have never seen that before.
I am not good at paying attention to small details like this, but hey, the chat results are in. Much closer this time around. Remember, in game number 4, it was 76% for FlyQuest. Now, 57. So they still come out on top, but much closer race.
It's also worth noting that Gakos is playing Flash Ignite. I expected Ignite, but a lot of times Akali top players will go Ignite TP. Yeah. So this is much more about, playing aggressive, and Sejuani is heading top.
So is Mundo. And so they're both doing a same timer here. Mundo now pings back to the Gromp, as does Sejuani. So when you're going back for your top-down clears, get a couple seconds to play with, see if there's going to be anything, and both of them opt into pure farm.
So producers have informed me that normally there is a bird there, but part of the chicken Swain skin is he replaces the bird with a fried chicken because he is the emperor of fried chicken. So it's all because of the Swain pick. Swain's just such a rare pick, you never actually notice it.
That's really funny because,
Hold on, bottom side, Vulcan going in. Pressure down onto the enemy AD carry. Masu getting himself away for now, but Sven and Vulcan going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, really nice combo. They get 3 summoners down for just the price of 1 here. And that is cool. I should have realized that because I remember one of the old dragon Swain skins spawns all these little dragons everywhere around the map,
little
like
hatchling
perching and stuff.
Yeah.
So that is pretty cool. A nice little detail there.
Yeah.
Why does Swain get to change the map, huh? I was thinking...
You want Volleybear to change the map? Blabber's trying to change the map by killing Quad here, but the flash backwards from FlyQuest mid laner means it ain't gonna happen. It's first blood over to Quad, and Fly aren't done just yet. APA down to 150 HP, finds the never move to drag Quad into the turret. APA stays alive, but FlyQuest come out on top.
Griffin and Quad, they get revenge for all the way back in game number 1, the mid-jungle duo that determined the stomp. Cloud9 stomped that game off of mid-jungle, and here, Griffin and Quad on 2 picks that scale very well. Mundo and Azir, they win.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna say. It's one thing if your mid-jungle gets killed by, Lee Sin and LeBlanc with Ignite. When I see my mid-jungle die to Azir Mundo, I am scared for what the future of this game is going to hold.
Yeah, and it was a good flash from Quad to avoid the engage from Blabber, and then they still can chase down easily. So they get the first blood, and it goes into the Azir's hands. Everyone's always like, we need to get our Azir to scale. Give him some money. Rarely does it happen this early, Babot.
Once more, it's Masu under pressure. Vulcan and Sven doing a great job engaging on the Callista once more. We heard from Apollo. Callista Renata. They drafted it because most of the answers are gone, but clearly C9 knows how to solve the problem.
I mean, Jhin, like I said, is one of the strongest laners. It's a great neutralizer. Jhin, you don't pick to dominate lanes, but they are finding these combos. Vulcan is engaging. The Deadly Flourish is there to follow up. Cryogen has not been able to block any of these Deadly Flourishes, and he has not also been able to handshake any of the headbutt pulverizes. That is kind of the matchup. You have to be able to deny that engage and then punish the Alistar, because if Alistar goes forward, gets handshook on that engage, all of a sudden you don't have any CC and you're getting the spear stacked on you like crazy.
Definitely has been a big factor in all of the games this series too. The bottom lane has been such a point of reliable strength for FlyQuest, but getting cracked here as Cloud9, and basically, I don't really count that as a gank. That was 2v2.
Yeah.
They did almost all the work themselves. Blabber kind of showed up to help finish off the possible
To be clear,
revive.
the bot laners counted as a gank.
Yeah, the ones receiving it for sure do.
They will be typing jungle dim.
Yeah, it's just well, enemy jungler's here. What was I supposed to do? That's the nature of the game. Okay, so we do not have the dragon taken early on by either side. Grub's still a minute away from spawning. Top side of the river, though, controlled by FlyQuest right now as Gatghost walks over to eat a couple of those yummy apples. Thanatos, 70 farm versus Gatghost's 66. But remember that most of this time has been spent pre-level 6, and it's really post-ulti that Akali gets that true pressure onto the Gnar.
Yeah, and Akali also is holding that wave, or was holding that wave a little bit, so is going to go just slightly ahead. And yeah, it's about that kill threat later on. The question really is going to be, can you kill off this Jhin effectively without just getting roasted by all of the CC, all these meatballs that Cloud9 have drafted for? Because it is going to be very difficult to fight through them.
All right, they're walking into the river here. Griffin and Quad from the top side. Cryogen and Masu from the bottom side. It's a pincer.
Okay, FlyQuest ready to try to fight for it, but immediately C9 going in after Griffin. They want to burst down the Mundo, staying alive right now with a maximum dosage, but it's not enough. Sven takes the kill. The Mundo falls. Griffin's out of the picture as C9 maintain control over the bottom side river.
When they try and pull a pincer on you, you just immediately attack one side that is approaching. All of Cloud9 in unison turn right up onto Griffin, and even though he's Mundo, they don't care. They know he didn't have a flash from the mid lane play, and so they can kill this Mundo. Just turn on one of the sides and immediately commit to gain your advantage, and then you can just take the objective afterwards.
And Alistar is good versus Mundo for the same reason that Alistar is good versus Sivir, right? Because the spell shield just eats the knockback, and then you get knocked straight up. And the same thing happens here when you go for that combo. Nice dodge by Gatghost. So he's able to just engage and kind of just ignore that passive. And even with a really well-timed Heart Zapper, Griffin had that up for all the damage coming in. He still could not survive, couldn't get enough health back from that ultimate coming out of the CC. And Sven was able to finish him off. And now has a completed Ghostblade here already for Sven. So it's going to be a lot harder to lock down.
Yeah, this Jhin with a nearly 1,000 individual gold lead. C9 up a single kill, but the gold overall tied here between the two teams, as there's also a sizable lead for Quad in the mid lane on this Azir. You guys touched on it earlier when we saw the first 2v2 over in mid. Getting this hyper-scaling mid laner, this powerful carry off to this start. Great sign for FlyQuest, and you can see right there, Quad has already purchased his Nashor's Tooth 9 minutes and 23 seconds into the game.
Yep, Quad doing great. Top side on fire. He just hops away.
Literally. He's ignited, but not quite going to find a kill here. Gakkos, though, no more smoke available, as Thanatos is going to try to attack these minions a couple times, charge up the Narvar, throws out the Boomerang. Meanwhile, down here in the bottom lane, 2v2 continues up in the top side. Gakkos flashing away from the Glacial Prison, staying alive for now as the curtain call opens up in the bottom lane. Masu trying to get away, needs to escape outside of the edge. Masu, he bleeds down to the Deathfire Torch, and that means Sven goes on a killing spree. Beautifully done. Cryogen forced all the way back as well.
And once again, our bot lane race, now it's going back the other way. The C9 veterans in game number 5 are smashing it.
That is really big stuff there. Masu just tried to straight up run out, and the Deathfire Touch ends up taking him down. That third shot, Sven connected 3 in a row. It felt like Masu just wasn't even trying to dodge. He was just beelining it.
Ooh, nice shuffle there from Quad, trying to throw APA away. Has to flash, though, as the Swain tries to make sure he can stay in range, but it's not quite going to work. Summoner Spell, though, spent by both mid laners.
Yeah, Quad was happy to take the 1v1, but this ward over the wall there spotted the Sejuani coming in, and that's why he has to then go for the disengage. Knows he has got to run for the hills. Blabber has his Protoplasm Harness ready to go, and C9 want to just keep forcing fights. They are very strong right now.
They want to fight around this fed Jhin. I called it Deathfire Torch on accident. Deathfire Touch, though, is an incredibly powerful keystone for a champion who naturally just scales his AD so high by virtue of how his kit works. It can do such deceptively high damage.
And let's see, Griffin is eyeballing a topside play again. Maybe get some vision on the next spawn of Raptors. He did have the timer because when Blabber showed bottom for the previous bottom gank, Griffin did actually steal his Raptors and took the timer there and took the payment. So we'll see. With the mid lane push again, I expect him to grab those, but Blabber's kind of circulating around the other side just for the crab anyway, so he's not really going to care that much.
Thanatos jumping in here. Finds a quick combo onto Gakkos, but the Akali getting away for now. Thanatos just jumps on him, though. If the Akali is the answer to the Gnar, the answer's marked wrong. Thanatos gets the 1v1.
Has the flash advantage thanks to that earlier gank from Blabber and utilizes it there very effectively. Flashes in, finishes off that kill. And when Akali falls behind in the matchup like this, it does become very difficult.
Okay, bottom side, engage once again, coming out from Vulcan. Blabber is here, Masu and Cryogen trying to defend themselves. Hostile takeover buys enough time to keep FlyQuest safe.
Yeah, Cloud9 want to go for the dive because they have so tanky of a front line here with the Alistar ult. With the shots coming from Sven, though, Cryogen has to dodge at the end, and they still get the priority. They still get a tower plate, although no kill because of the evasive maneuvers here. Kalista ult right into the bounce. Handshake is enough for them to survive for now, at least.
Yeah, this is really big for C9, though, continuing to put that pressure on. And you can see Thanatos was even pulling the wave, stacking it up so it would push towards him. He knows that Gakkos is not in a position to actually win an all-in. And if you can't win the all-in, you are just going to be slowly whittled down in these kind of matchups here. So Thanatos really showing his class. Absolutely a big comfort pick for him on the Gnar, and is looking fantastic.
Yeah, especially like when you have the comfort pick, the number of games played here too on his side, just going to feel comfortable in all these situations. While yeah, you're going to put some time practicing your Akali top, it's not going to be in some of the top most played ones. And Dragon is up, early vision secured here for Cloud9. I don't think there should be a contest for FlyQuest, so maybe they actually do go topside to try and get something else instead, while they know Cloud9 are going to be taking the objective.
Yep, that objective not being challenged here by the side of FlyQuest. I mean, it's really hard to challenge when the enemy AD carry is up 2,000 gold, and it's kind of the opposite effect of what we were talking about earlier. We're saying Azir and Mundo, that feels really good to get ahead with early because they scale so well. Kalista doesn't scale compared to other AD carries, and so for her to be 2,000 gold behind is rough.
Yeah, it is extremely rough. But that being said, there's not great tank killing from C9. You know, yes, Gnar has, Hyper has percent HP damage, but even a Jhin from ahead is not great at killing a Mundo, right? And you have an Azir that is in a good position. You have a Mundo that's in a good position. So if these guys continue to scale, hey, there are going to be opportunities, and you do have some tools to potentially kill off that Jhin with the Akali.
Quad getting away as Vulcan tries to make a move towards the enemy mid laner, at least try to put some pressure on him, but Quad calm and cool, collected. Cryogen also waiting over the wall here. Thanatos stepping forward. Vulcan makes his return. Defensive Azir ultimate makes sure that C9 can't continue their play. Vulcan forced to use the Unbreakable Will there as Cryogen shows up.
Yeah, Cryogen been hovering for a while here, trying to clear through the jungle and make sure this Azir is safe. So Quad does indeed stay safe for now, and it's the slight trade on cooldowns as APA trying to chase him down.
Yeah, he goes after Gatgos, finds some good damage here initially, but Gatgos tries to turn it around, flashes away from the Glacial Prison as Blabber arrives. C9's jungler ready to reinforce his mid laner here, try to make sure they can turn this around, but as soon as Griffin shows up as well, it means everybody's going to walk away.
And Blabber has Summoner Spell book here, switched over to heal too, so was waiting, trying to do a little bit of a heal bait there too if they wanted to go for the perfect execution onto the Swain back in, but Gatgos gonna use it to safety, gonna use it to evade, does cost flash on top of the ult.
And remember, tickets are available for the spring finals at ASU's Mullet Arena, June 13th, 14th. 2- and 1-day passes are both on sale. Scan your QR code. One of these teams is going to be there. It should be really, really fun. I feel like all our top 4 are looking super competitive, so I feel like almost any permutation of the teams we could get there at finals weekend is going to be a banger.
And I mean, we're in Game 5 here today in our first series of playoffs, and tomorrow we get to see those other 2 teams in the top 4 that you're talking about, Isaac, with Team Liquid going up against Lion. I'm hoping we get another 5 on that one because that's what makes playoffs super exciting, when you have the top contenders that you're expecting to go the distance already going the distance against one another in the upper bracket. It's super fun.
It really is. And so just a little update. We are investigating a player audio issue. So just figuring out, someone thought there might be some sort of issue with their headphones. You can see APA is having his looked at. So very likely is APA who reported that. But for the game state, you know, it is this 1,000 gold lead here for Cloud9, looking to be in a very good position overall. Really, almost that entire lead, well, really more than that entire lead, is just down in the bot lane. But, you know, I do think there's opportunities to come back for FlyQuest for sure.
Yeah, there definitely are. They've shown throughout this series how willing they are to full send on these comeback plays. Plus, as you're stating, you know, the Mundo and the Azir both scale quite nicely, so we'll see what they can do. Despite the bottom lane really running into very big troubles here with the Kalista Renata not finding you know, really anything early on, and Sven being so big.
It is interesting seeing that Masu did go for the Shiv. Shiv is relatively popular on Kalista. Borg is still more popular in solo queue, but I thought he would have gone Blade of the Rune King because of all the HP stackers in this game, that I thought, you know, there was going to be some value there. But, you know, it is interesting seeing him go for this Shiv build, which is higher win rate than Blade of the Rune King, I know, in solo queue.
I feel like, yeah, maybe he just goes it second and wanted the Shiv for more minion control while he's getting kind of blasted down there.
I mean, hey, the Shiv will proc the Blade of the Ruined King now, right? You just Blade of the Ruined King everybody there with your Shiv, as the Rift Herald has already been secured by Griffin and FlyQuest. C9 show up, but it's a little bit too little, a little bit too late. Thanatos at least getting some alone time here with the bottom lane tier 1 turret. Should be able to secure that one for C9.
Yeah, it's kind of the payment down there. The split push with this Gnar. Guess what? Again, we keep highlighting Thanatos, and very comfortable champion for him. If he gets to go crazy on the Gnar split push, it could become a real problem for how they're trying to play. So they do sacrifice, Rift Herald for the final push and to open up the extra lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Thanatos, as he gets ahead, you're going to have so much HP. Akali is not going to be able to 100-0 you, right? And if you can't do that, you just can't win the 1v1. Akali also not great at looking for all-ins against the Swain, unless the Swain is comically behind. You know, you're not going to really be able to burst through that either. API has gone for the Blackfire Torch, playing Deathfire Touch. Is going to have a lot of sustained damage here in these fights if you're trying to engage past him. Of course, this is a bit of a squishier build. Sometimes players in really heavy dive comps will go Roa, play it a bit safer, but this is higher DPS, and I do generally prefer this style of build.
Especially because they do need to squeeze out, I feel like, a little bit more damage, even though Sven is doing really nicely, so does get them there. A lot of item breakpoints here coming in for Cloud9 because Sven is so accelerated, hitting the 2-item collector here very quickly, and then because jungle, they're just really cheap items. you also get your 2 items for Blabber here, but Sejuani definitely serves the full purpose at the moment as Griffin gets interrupted.
Ooh, yeah, Griffin gonna eat that combo there as Vulcan chases after him. Thanatos right behind.
He was shopping.
Yeah,
sure.
that was
didn't even move immediately
from Griffin as C9 are ready to punish, and Thanatos here, the tank breaker with the Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, he was completely caught shopping there. Was slow to react after he got interrupted. I think he could have just walked that one out. Then decides not to flash, pops the ult, dies anyway. That really sucks for FlyQuest, who now are going to be without that Mundo ult for the next dragon. So now you can't even contest the dragon. You're basically giving up soul point for free off of that death.
Yeah, that is tough stuff. And we talk about how, yes, Sven is ahead, but it can be hard to punch through the Mundo. Everybody else on the team is very squishy. Jin's lethality build is going to sting when it finds any other health bar. So FlyQuest, yeah, it's like you say, Azael, this is not really a playable dragon anymore unless you can get some sort of crazy, unexpected pick.
I mean, Mundo without ult is just useless. This champion is so powerful with ult if you can get the full channel, all that healing and health from it. Without it, you just walk into a fight and you generally just die for free.
Hey, it's not for free. You can throw a cleaver, make a splat noise when it hits the guy. That's funny.
True,
Yeah.
Are you willing to accept that hefty cost? The non-free?
Yes, I am.
Oh my goodness.
You'll take that deal?
Yeah, but I definitely agree. You only have a few more seconds left on the dragon, so it's dragon number 3 and it's Mountain. It's going to give you a lot more durability on, guess what, a team that is very durable here. So Mountains are going to be quite nice for this C9 team. They'll be very beefy. FlyQuest, again, can they make something elsewhere? Last time around, they're looking around, like, fine, we can't fight the dragon. We'll try and make something on the other side of the map. Here, they're doing the same thing. Fine, we can't deal with the dragon. Can we do something on the top side of the map? Well, we can take Krugs.
Yeah, I thought they might have looked for a Herald play, to be honest, but decided to just hold on to the Herald for now. They are clearly just trying to funnel gold into quad. This is your best shot at winning for sure. I mean, Mossy was an entire item behind on an early game champ. It's probably just not going to happen unless he randomly gets, a bunch of kills in a team fight or something. So I think playing towards quad, just enabling him as best as you possibly can, makes a lot of sense.
Here comes the big Rift Herald charging down the top lane. Finds a couple of plates immediately. FlyQuest picking up a little bit of money off of this one, but they will not be... Ooh, wait, hold on. Yeah, okay, the last plate does burn away. The third plate, at least.
APA maybe just going to go into to Rylai's next. I wouldn't be surprised. Rylai's obviously very, very effective, especially against these champions all trying to run through you. Quad already has his second item with the Rylai's. He is playing... on that Nashor's, has lethal tempo, so definitely going to be doing a lot of damage.
Oh, nice Glacial Prison there from Blabber. As soon as Gakgos tries to go into the brush, he's met with CC into the execution from the curtain call. Thanks to Sven, C9 is ready for FlyQuest here in this game 5.
Yeah, they had that controller in the brush, just kind of sitting there waiting, and you walk in, face check, just get hit with the deletion. C9, guess what? That means you're winning all lanes. Top side, Thanatos gets more free time. Mid lane, APA and Sven are completely fine to push up there too. So all of the map is just collapsing in on FlyQuest.
Yeah, this is looking really, really tough here. Like you said, they're pushing on the other side. You get a kill on Gakgos with no recourse whatsoever there from FlyQuest. Mossy loses his flash. Thanatos takes a tower for free on the top side, and even is under so little pressure that he's going to deny the wave before taking this. So Cloud9 really feeling like they are completely running away with it in game number 5. Has been a very close series. FlyQuest was close to taking that second game, which would have put them up, one more additional game and potentially been that closeout. But now C9, they get to game 5 here. They have lost 2 in a row, but they feel like they have righted the ship and are fully in control.
I feel like this has to be just a Smurf Azir performance from Quad if FlyQuest want to come back into this game, because otherwise I don't really see the angle.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult with what we're seeing on the board right now. And the timer is very accelerated with Mountain Soul coming so quickly here for Cloud9. We'll see if FlyQuest can find their moment, though. I think it's fairly simple for C9, though. They're so strong as a group. You can get your invades really early into the jungle. You see already Vulcan is doing the early work. If you get this line of wards 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes ahead of the dragon, then it means, okay, there's no more Mikhails. It does mean it's very difficult for FlyQuest to ever set up their own vision because it's hard to clear out all of yours, and then they're even going to see where you place your wards if you do. And so the next line of wards becomes even easier for them. Now Gakkos.
Once again, it's Gakkos getting caught by the CC from the Sejuani. He tries to get away over the wall, but it won't work. C9 have this Akali figured out.
Yeah, they get him again here at 0-3 and 0, and Sven just feels like he is just picking up every last hit. He is so accelerated, 2.6k ahead now. He's going to be working in towards that IE, which is going to make him ridiculously strong. Thanatos already has Hysterics, so this guy is not getting burst down whatsoever. C9 are winning every fight easily.
And Kobe, you mentioned earlier how Blabber's inventory is looking so good because he's buying a bunch of cheap crap. Well, guess what? One of the best cheap things you can buy in the game is when you've got a fed carry like a 5-0 Jhin. The Knight's Vow completed on the Sejuani only makes it that much more difficult for FlyQuest to answer.
Yeah, really big stuff here. I mean, 5 kills for Sven now. I mean, he's got Collector, so executing people on top of it. And that, I wonder, okay, let's check how much money he has on top of the BF sword, because if he gets freaking IE before the fight, then it's looking ogre.
Yeah.
Avert your eyes, FlyQuest fans. This is not safe for work.
I mean, this is your last chance, right? You can't, from this spot, give over Mountain Soul and realistically win the game, right? So FlyQuest basically have to show up and say, all right, here we go. It's either that or you're saying, I pray that they flip Elder and we steal it later in the game, but Cloud9 don't have to give you that sort of an opportunity.
I mean, FlyQuest is kind of the go crazy hands check 'em team. So it's a tough hands check. You're down 3 Drakes and 3,500 gold. But hey, it's what it's going to come down to.
Cloud9 have more hands.
Cloud9 also, Sven's like, fine. I'll see your hands shake, and I will wallet check you.
The hand versus the wallet.
I definitely win those.
C9 got a pretty heavy wallet right now. Do some reps in the gym, just lifting that thing. Meanwhile, mid lane. Ooh, there's your Glacial Prison over onto Cryogen. Thanatos jumps in. FlyQuest support, low HP. However, he does save his flash. He does save his ultimate. Thanatos also losing about 40% of his own health bar as FlyQuest continue the approach. APA drops the ulti. They're ready to go in. They find the combo on Amasu. The never move pulls him right back in. And he's not getting bailed out of this one. Vulcan getting away off to the side. Gakkos finally kills him off. Thanatos finally going to drop the quad. FlyQuest firing back a little bit here, but Blabber's already doing the dragon. APA still in the middle of everybody. The Swain train has arrived. Triple kill over to APA. And C9 take the ace and the Dragon Soul.
No miracle for Quad today. Cloud9 finished the job. Mountain Soul and the free push down mid lane for Sven, who survives there with the four-shot flash to escape with his life. The engage, look at this engage onto Masu. I mean, APA just walks right at him, pops the Swain ult. He gets locked up by Vulcan immediately. Such a huge lead in the fight. How do you even come back from that?
Look at Vulcan so low, flashes out, so they couldn't get the bailout. You could see Gakkos going in, trying to get that reset for Masu. That's kind of what they were betting their fight on. By the time Quad arrives here, does have a good ult, knocks him back, but Sven survives, flashes over the wall. APA gets a triple.
Nice, nice. Oh, nice. Go mid tower, go mid tower. That was kind of close. I guess not really. Nice. No.
He was tunnel visioned on his own health bar, I think, saying it's close and then realizing it's not.
It wasn't that close, but I do think if he dies and Masu gets the bailout reset, it becomes a really close fight. And he lived with, I don't know, 5-10% health maybe to not let that reset happen.
Well, let's see where we go from here. Griffin trying to flash away, but he gets locked up by the Deadly Flourish. One CC after another. C9 try to commit onto the Mundo, but Griffin with the flash manages to get away. Thanatos, however, has found another target. He'll get a second flash, this time out of Cryogen. Deadly Flourish not hitting the mark to follow that one up, but C9 taking Summoner Spells for free.
Yeah, they get Summoner Spells, and they probably should get the Baron after that. FlyQuest are trying to split push here with Quad, who technically does have Teleport. Does he want to actually use it, though, to go contest? It's just so hard because you just lost all your Summoner Spells, and you have no control. You can't approach. It's into the darkness, so Let's get as little money as you can.
Spooky.
Yeah.
It's a very spooky map state, game state, series state for FlyQuest. All these states are not good.
Yeah, I agree. It is really tough. I mean, one light at the end of the tunnel, perhaps, is these objective bounties, as Quad does just grab one for himself.
I think the light at the end of the tunnel might be a train, Isaac. FlyQuest's not having a good time.
Wait, don't go to the light. No!
Yeah, get away from the light. Get out of the tunnel right now. FlyQuest down 5,000 gold and a Baron and a Dragon Soul now. And I think it's just going to come down to what you were talking about earlier, Azael. You flip it at Elder. You hope that you get the perfect fight. Yeah. You hope that you start hearing that noise as you get them down very, very low, like you were saying. Hey, maybe you can get a bailout. Maybe you can get a reset. But we're all just kind of thinking in what-ifs right now from the FlyQuest side because C9 has had such a dominant game so far.
Exactly. I mean, they are living in what-ifs because Cloud9 in reality are 10,000 gold ahead in stats as far as the gold lead plus the soul, and it's a very effective soul. It's a super tanky soul against a team that has to do a lot of upfront damage here with the Akali, with the Callista. Obviously, you have consistent damage from Quad, and he does have a Void Staff now completed for that third item. But the reality is Cloud9 does not have to flip an Elder to win this game. They can just play it safe and slow and try to grind out this win and secure themselves the first win in playoffs.
And it also vindicates their choice of opponent. Remember, that was what I was thinking at the end of game number 4 after FlyQuest were looking like they could make this reverse sweep happen is if you pick an opponent that then beats you, you're kind of kicking yourself a little bit for that one. But C9 looking very strong here so far in game number 5, taking out that tier 2 turret in the mid lane. The only structure left standing for FlyQuest outside of the base itself is the tier 2 in top side. C9 still have this Baron for another minute and 15 seconds. The Elder Drake will spawn about 60 seconds after that. And because C9 own the entire map, thanks to the Baron buff, it's going to create another one of these difficult circumstances for Fly, where C9 is obviously going to have first pick at where they want to set up their vision, how they want to set up for the Elder, and FlyQuest is going to have to figure out the approach.
Yeah, and there's all these luxury items coming through now. Locket just got completed for Vulcan. He went for Zeke's first, but now you have the Locket. Now you have the Seekers. The Zonia's almost done there for APA, so it's going to be tough.
All right, Griffin, once again, the target of the Glacial Prison. As the Deadly Flourish follows it up, Curtain Call opens. Griffin getting away. Fourth shot hurts, but because the third one missed, it can't quite get him low enough. I'm not sure whether or not that would have been a kill if all 4 connected, but it does not matter. FlyQuest stay alive for now.
Yeah, and they're just buying more time for Thanatos to push on in with the Baron buff. All these buffed up minions are going to do a lot of work too, so C9.
Ooh, Quad using the Azir ulti there defensively, worried that C9 might commit for him, but he doesn't get a lot of value out of it, so that just means another tool for FlyQuest unavailable.
And it is scary because he knows if he dies, the game ends instantly, right? Yeah. He is basically their only hope there, and he saw the angle that Vladimir might be going in, so tried to kind of predictively ult him back, but Thanatos is just grinding out this win here, pushing through the side lane. No one can answer him.
Thanatos Gnar is just all sorts of a monster, man, as he is going to have alone time here with the mid lane inhibitor. FlyQuest now having to back away from APA. The Swain creating so much space for the rest of C9 to move into the enemy jungle. Never Move finds Quad as a target. Hostile takeover, only going to get Vulcan, really, as APA's stasis keeps him protected. C9 force their way into the enemy base. They take out the mid lane inhibitor. They get out with everybody intact, and it's 45 seconds until the Elder spawns.
Yeah, they use a decent amount of resources, but this late in the game, a lot of the ults come back very, very quickly. So FlyQuest, they're counting down the time here. Your hope is at the end of the game, the dream of some sort of Elder steal or just better positioning can try and find a win in the fight. Quad does add a little bit more power, one more needlessly large rod to try and get a tiny bit of extra juice for this fight.
Yeah, they're seeing if they can just overload the side. If Thanatos jumps in, there are 3 members here, but he is now aware of it, and Thanatos not going to fall for that sort of a play at this point of the game. 15 seconds until that Elder spawns. FlyQuest have no vision in the river at all. It is just going to be so hard for them to get over there and even have a chance at a steal.
Well, they know that it's just about the only chance they have, but their wards are being cleared away. Everything is so bleak and so dark here on Summoner's Rift for FlyQuest. Thanatos just trying to get a little bit of poke here. Vulcan jumps in for the headbutt pull. Griffin staying alive for now. Vulcan in the middle of everybody. Mundo going to be the target, but he is tanking it out. EP ready to reinforce FlyQuest as C9 go to send it, but they do not find success. Griffin still marching forward. Maximum dosage about to wear
Thanatos
out.
trying to
APA
end.
with a flash, ready to follow. Thanatos, meanwhile, back in the enemy base as the fight continues raging on. C9 just has to stop the backs. Teleport trying to be channeled. FlyQuest wanting to try to keep their Nexus alive. Quad arrives. Thanatos about to go Mega. Meanwhile, in the fight down here on the bottom side, hostile takeover flies out. Thanatos already found the first turret. FlyQuest continuing to try to find the kills as Gakko shuts down Blabber. FlyQuest going forward. APA using the never move here. Masu staying alive for now. Sven going unstoppable. Akali down. Gakko's falls. Thanatos push back from the Nexus. Meanwhile, it's a wipe down here on the bottom side as the deadly flourish finds Griffin, but he still gets away for now. 3 dead on the FlyQuest side in the 4v4. 2 dead on C9. Griffin still getting away for now.
This is ridiculously close there. Griffin is going to get finished off. Sven was a split second from dying to Gakko. If Sven dies there, Fly might have gotten the Elder. That was ridiculously close. And Thanatos just TPs away from the fight, goes for the end. That forces Quad to respond here. At the end of the day, Sven does survive, so the ifs, ands, or buts do not matter. They will get the Elder here. And that is one step closer to C9 closing out this game.
Yeah, and it's like a skip step because you get the Elder and you skip on over to Baron, and then you get Baron as well, and then you look for the end. Let's take a look. This fight got so crazy. So they go in, Vulcan with the engage. As you pointed out, there are already 2 people at Nexus trying to end and defend. And here's where Sven gets so low. Gakkos, look at that, into the back line, a sliver of HP. But does go down.
That's the gold difference in action. That is the Mountain Soul in action. You don't have those things. Sven just dies there, and the fight is completely different. The game is completely different. If that is Elder for Fly, if that is Baron for Fly, they are in with an actual shot here, and instead, it is Cloud9 with the Elder, going to be able to grab a Baron uncontested. No way FlyQuest wants to leave the base here. It is 155 on that Elder, so that is kind of the time frame where you cannot be fought whatsoever.
And once they have the Baron, they're not really going to give FlyQuest a choice. They already have the mid lane inhibitor destroyed. It will not respawn for another 75 seconds or so, and now C9 can just group up and push down top.
Quad needs 400 gold for the death cap. That would be so big, but they're just, like you said, not going to give them the time.
All right, C9 grouped up as 4, pushing down top lane. Thanatos splitting in mid to make sure pressure remains in 2 different places, so it's harder for FlyQuest to defend. Elder still up and running for another minute and a half or so, as C9 have taken out the tier 3 turret here in the top lane. Thanatos continuing to push down mid. Sven has plenty of damage to get rid of this top lane inhibitor. It's out of there as FlyQuest scramble to try to protect their only remaining Nexus turret. This is likely to be the end of the game right here as Quad gets caught out by the engage coming in from Vulcan. APA in the middle of everybody here with the Swain ulti raging yet again. The Elder will claim its first victims. Bottom lane of FlyQuest already out of the picture. Blabber finally dies, but it is not enough. Only Griffin still standing here alongside Gakkos trying to get something. But despite it going the distance, despite nearly being reverse swept, Cloud9 will deny FlyQuest and win their first series here in the playoffs.
And in a series where we spent so much time talking about Masu and Cryogen, how well they were playing, in Game 5, it is a 13-0-6 Jhin game from Sven. Sven and Vulcan really took over this one.
With Masu's own pick, they used the Jhin against him here. Cloud9, congratulations. What a kickoff to playoffs here and the road to Arizona for the LCS.
Awesome stuff. I love it when we get to go to Game 5 here in the playoffs. Lounge, what are you thinking?
Woo! That was such a fun series. I was a little afraid after Game 2 that it was like, oh no, I don't want to sweep because I think these 2 teams are very evenly matched. We definitely saw that today. Really, really close series.
Yeah, we had a lot of new audience members. So the fact that, like, if Cloud9 just swept, that would have been a flop. And then you get to see the reverse sweep, and I was like, oh my God, is it going to happen to Cloud9 again to get bumped in the first round? No, that doesn't happen. They really defend themselves, and that was a much more convincing series. Woo! Guys, bring it on in. 1, 2.
My clapping is so sad right now.
Oh my God. First of all, Blabber, I'll ask you, because you've been in this position really recently. How does it feel to be able to clutch up in a series in the 5th game series as a team come together?
I mean, it feels great. I felt like we weren't really super down from our 2 losses. We didn't really think about it too much. Obviously, we try to talk about some of the things that we should do better going forward into the 5th game. But yeah, I didn't feel like the team was like shaken up at all, and yeah, I felt like we went in with a lot of confidence that we would win this game.
Agreed.
As soon as you came into this game, like I thought the Swain pick was really, really good. So talk me through draft, especially when you guys saw the Kalista Renata come in.
I mean, I was telling Nick and the team that Quad isn't really pressuring me too much in the lane, so I can kind of blind pick stuff that might not be the best for lane, but it's like good for the comp. And I think Swain that game is kind of broken. Like they have Akali, they have Mundo, they have Kalista, all champs that want to dive in.
Yeah.
And Swain just repels that. You can't really kill him that fast. Like there was one time Akali tried to find me bot, and I'm just too tanky with ult. I just ignored him, and it was like, yeah. And then even though my lane wasn't like the easiest, and we lost like a couple Raptor camps because of mid gap, I think the pick itself was really strong.
I guess my question to you immediately is like the drafts overall versus FlyQuest feel very difficult. I remember actually you guys had the idea of going Twisted Fate topside, knowing that the Silas was coming to counter the TF mid, or at least that thought process. What was your fear going into FlyQuest as a team? Was draft one idea? Was there another thing that you guys were worried about coming into the series? I'll go to you, Blabber.
No, I mean honestly, we just thought that if we didn't give like super funny jungle matchups or like the bot matchups that they prefer, that they weren't really that much of a threat. I do think they're like actually a very strong team, as you saw today. I think we didn't play like our best, but we definitely didn't play terrible, I think. So I definitely think they were playing well, but we weren't super worried. We kind of just knew their pocket picks. We also have played against them before, like in practice, and like even the Shyvana wasn't like new to us.
We called it in the draft.
I said we should probably ban Shyvana, but then we didn't.
And then we didn't.
Yeah. So we weren't really surprised by anything they did today, honestly. And I felt like our prep was pretty good going into the series.
Maybe not going too deep into the prep, but what made you expect that Shyvana? Just the stuff that you saw in solo queue, or?
I think we've just played it.
Yeah.
He's played it in our scrims before.
Yeah, okay.
And like, I mean, I was telling our team, and I still believe this, I think Griffin on his like weird picks is much better than him on like the standard meta. A lot of like what, to be honest, I was at the start of my career. So I think I just wanted, like, I kept reminding everyone, I was like, when can they pick Nasus? When can they pick Shen? Like, if we free bans, I think just drop it on these because, like I said, I think he's much better at his style of picks, and his team plays well around them.
What do you think, like, having gone up against FlyQuest now, how do you think they, like, what's your assessment of them as a team, and how do you think they'll do in the lower bracket?
Who do they face in the lower bracket?
They play Sentinels.
Sentinels, yeah.
Well, I think Sentinels can also be a decent team, to be honest.
That was their one win for a while.
So I'm not sure how it's gone for Sen FlyQuest, but I think that series, if I were to take a guess, probably like 3-1 FlyQuest.
Yeah.
I think FlyQuest actually is coming in pretty solid. I think, you know, at the start of Split, it was like the conversation of like the top 3 of TLC9 Lion. But now I think FlyQuest is like paving their own way through their own meta. And I think you have to do a lot of prep for them that's very knowledgeable about like their picks and their drafts and whatnot, because there are sometimes angles where like you saw last week, Griffin played his Nasus and like he just took over the game slowly. He just slowly took over the game because they couldn't really punish him. And small picks like that can be very scary against them.
I'm interested in your guys' thought process on something that you guys are proud of coming out of the series, and something that you feel like you need to work on, because at least your early games consistently felt good. But you can start with this one, Blabber, if you'd like.
Man, I don't know. Let me think. I need to like rewatch the games, but my overall feeling was that I didn't feel like we were playing towards our win con of our comps when we were drafting comps. They're like, you kind of should have an idea almost always in every draft, regardless of even if you're like first timing it, of like what you need to do to win the game and what they need to do to win the game.
Yeah.
And I felt like we weren't doing that in the later games as much as we needed to, and it's something I like wanted to review like with the team as well, and something I'm gonna have to watch myself. But that's just my overall feeling, was that we didn't think so much about like what they need to do to win and what we need to do to win as much as I think we should have.
Yeah.
I mean, good thing is like, I think I know game 2 was like kind of funny, but like the first game especially, it felt like we really understood our win con. Like I know Bob was saying we don't understand win cons in like maybe later games, but I think earlier games.
In the earlier games, I think we played well towards them.
I think in like game 1 especially, it felt so easy to play. Like I recognized that since I picked Cassio, who's like crazy strong character right now, like I have to do a lot of work. I would just push mid, fog the bot, push mid, fight Griffin on like Raptors, push mid, do something, push mid, do something. And I felt like that was the role of Cassio in that game, and it felt pretty easy to execute that.
I want to quickly touch on that because that was a crazy sequence that you guys kept having in that first game of the Lee Sin kick into miasma. Like, I don't know how much you guys have practiced that going into that series, but it was like completely stomping that game.
Well, I think it's just the interaction, because if you kick someone into Cassio, it counts as them like looking towards you.
That's
yep.
Okay, so that's what I was interested in.
Even if they're turned around and they're kicked with their back turned towards you, you'll get stunned. So like the first time when Griffin invaded Raptors, like level 6, I asked Bauer, I said, do you have kick? Can you kick him to me? And of course, Bauer said yes, and he kicked him towards me, and I ulted him. So it's like a guaranteed stun, and then I mean, they're just CC'd for like 3 seconds off the kick, the ult, and then they're under miasma.
Yeah.
So it's like it's so hard for them to do much if they get hit by the initial kick.
That is insane, because like we were wondering prior if that was going to be the interaction at all, and that's why you guys were doing it. That's cool. Quick question for you guys: who do you guys think is player of the game for this one?
You want to go first?
Let's do it. You go first. Yeah, why not?
But like player of the game for game 5, right?
Yeah, for game 5.
Just for game 5.
I mean, probably Thanos. If I were to guess, I think he had like a pretty solid series.
Okay.
I would give it to probably Sven or Vulcan for game 5, because I felt like they made the game very easy to play.
Yeah.
It was all Sven.
Except for Zell. Zell said Vulcan on that one. So yeah, you're completely
they
correct.
Played Jin Alistar into Clisternata. 2v2 killed them, I'm pretty sure. Had Prio.
With a Swing W.
Yeah, with a Swing W. They had Perma Prio. They came to the Drake first, and then
that matters.
That's all that matters. I mean, FlyQuest is a team, like you can see, but like they don't like to give things. Like it was literally a 4v2, and then Griffin walks up to the Drake to try to fight, like with no flash. So that's like something that we kind of recognize. Actually, drafting is that like if we just pick stuff to fight, they will just fight us. If we're stronger, like they don't care if you're stronger or weaker. They just come, and then if you're stronger, they just a lot of times just int.
Today, these are all of the players of the game. That being said, who do you think is player of the series for the entire 5-game series?
Don't be reading the monitor, Joe. Don't be doing that. I see you trying to cheat.
I see Blabber reading
I see you
the
guys doing that.
I didn't read the monitor.
Oh, that monitor?
That why you did that monitor?
Well,
oh, it's both. It's all three.
I mean, personally, I think me and Bob both had good series. I think especially like the first 2 games, even though game 2 was like almost lost.
Yeah.
I think we had a pretty good series, and then later on, I think, so I would give it to one of us.
I mean, you pretty much got it. That was the biggest debate,
it was between you two.
Yeah. I'll give it to Ian because I had a bad game 3.
No, we're giving it to you, buddy. We're giving it to you, buddy. I know it actually has been, I feel like, completely through mid jungle. And I think, the Annie play that you had, the TP play through mid, that was actually really sick.
Oh,
but
the game was so over.
I thought it was. But no, a lot of the games that we had, we already talked about the Lee Sin specifically, and how you were able to find a way around the wards, and then the ward hop kick through Raptor camp to get mid. That was sick. A lot of the plays that we saw was coming from you. Also the Nefiri game. There were a lot of plays I felt like you had a lot of say in. So it made it very easy.
I like the Sedge game, actually. Like you were everywhere. Yeah. So it was really, really good. We'll take a look at the playoff bracket now. You guys obviously move forward. I have to ask the obligatory question. Who do you think will be coming out of Lion and Team Liquid? Team Liquid being the team you could have picked and did not.
I mean, I think the series should be close.
Yeah.
I feel like Lion is slightly better if they forced 1 2 weeks ago, if I recall correctly. But I think the series will be close. I don't think either team has like a massive edge. To me, it's like, I mean, it's been said a lot, but like whoever shows up on the day will probably win. You know, if Berserker shows up, has some good sleep, he's gonna like drop some nukes in the ball lane. But it's also like same thing. Like Jose, for example, if he shows up, you give him Lee Sin, he might also smurf. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gut feeling, who do you guys want to play? Because I guess Lion's been having the whole top lane swapperoo.
I don't care.
You don't care?
I think we can. I think if we play our game, we'll beat everyone right now.
Yeah, same for me. I don't really care. I do think though that Lion will probably win. I don't think they're like I think both of them are very strong teams.
Yeah.
But I think that TL's been struggling a bit to close out later games, and I think that's like if you have that weakness versus Lion, they will play them out.
It
well,
is
I
a
think.
direct counter, to be fair.
I feel like Lion just has a good playstyle into that.
True.
So I think the matchup is maybe just not super good for TL, but I do think they're both like strong teams, and I do think TL can win.
Sick. I mean, I know that playoffs have been happening obviously for us. It just kicked off for us, but for NACL, playoffs have been crazy. Upset after upset. Sorry, APA.
Yeah, I saw a Marvel loss.
What are your thoughts on that one? Did you watch the games?
I did not watch the series because I think we were screaming.
Yeah.
But I talked with some of the Marvel guys like Scary Jerry, Spyrox, and Yuji afterwards about it.
They're in control of so much of those
I mean,
games.
they're all upset.
Yeah.
But happens.
But that's the thing, upset after upset. I felt like I think literally every series was an upset. Now Dardoch and Cody Sun's team is also in the upper bracket finals with Insanity, Sniper, their squad. So like that's pretty crazy from their side. I don't know, I felt like today was going to be insane, but you guys locked it up in your guys' game, so I appreciate you guys
Sorry
for
about
that.
Also, watch Raz's stream.
No, well, no.
Because he streams the NACL, but also you can watch NACL playoffs Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Yeah, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays. It's going to be 3 of those days, but it's going to be all. But for us, if you guys want to watch our playoffs, we're going to be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. We're going to be here for Team Liquid Alienware versus Lion, so you can be checking out that one. But we're going to be rating Sneaky, so make sure to say hello to him. But yeah, take it easy, guys. Big dubs. Big dubs on the boards for Cloud9.
It's time for best of 5. It's time for higher stakes. It's time for C9 versus FlyQuest to open up the bracket stage.
I'm coming around, guys. I don't want to get this completely, though. Yeah. Victor's on flash in river. Victor's on flash in river. Guys, looks in. Slowly, okay?
But team, go forward. Victor's on flash too.
Looks in.
Go forward.
I got a good wave here.
Then
Got an insane wave.
Can we ban?
Yeah, we can. I got him.
Let's go ban.
Okay.
12-1. GG. Cloud9 take the first game.
You want to use TP for shield? I think Knight. Yeah.
Watch me.
Watch flash. Watch your Kali.
Yeah. Mundo.
Close to dead. Close to dying. No one dies. Yeah. Look at Kali. Kali wants me. No flash. Is there flash?
Goes there.
I'm down.
Be slow.
We win. I'm calling the ult.
Okay. I'll kill him.
Play fashion. Nice, guys.
Despite it going the distance, despite nearly being reverse swept, Cloud9 will deny FlyQuest and win their first series here in the playoffs.